Hey y'all. Welcome back for part 3 of the Toad Sage's Apprentice. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys along with 13 other stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, enjoy the video. Chapter 32, The Konohamaru Core. Naruto had finished his training the following day, pleased that learning his second element did not take nearly as long as the first. This was mostly due to the fact he was already experienced in the process of how to manipulate an element at such a high level as his Fuuten was. Having a small lunch which many would consider enough to feed a family for several days, he began to make his way to the training ground to meet his temporary students after a temporary stop-off at the hospital as he decided to check on Asuma's recovery. The nurse told him he was currently sleeping but he would be discharged in a few weeks once they were sure he was fully healed. Naruto had arrived early but was surprised to find that all 3 members of Team Ebisu were there waiting for him. "Hey guys," he called out, landing in the clearing in front of the Jinan. "Hey boss," Udon called out, eager to improve as much as possible. "Well then, I have never been a sensei before but I'm willing to give it a go. Now Konohamaru, we are going to work on your taijutsu and tactics as well as that other jutsu I began to teach you before I left. I will give you the second part to work on in your own time. Udon, you will be having target practice until you can hit every target dead center every time. I also want you to read these books on Fuinjutsu. Moegi, unfortunately I am about as useful at genjutsu and medical ninjutsu as Iruka-sensei's big head jutsu is in combat, but don't worry, I will get you some scrolls and maybe some help from Sakura if she will agree to help. Finally, I will get the scrolls of the Kunai and Shiken Kagebushin no Jutsu and we will all learn it, as it could be useful to me as well," Naruto informed the young Jinan. "Yes Naruto-sensei," the 3 chorused. "Sensei, huh, I kinda like it. Anyway, before we can get started on any of that we need to work on your speed and reaction times while dodging. If you can't be hit you can't lose," Naruto said and brought out 3 seals and released several sets of weights onto the ground as well as several red balls. "We are going to be wearing weights while we have to dodge those balls," Udon guessed. "Very good. Oh, and this training will continue all week until you can last 15 minutes without being hit by me or my clones," Naruto said, creating several shadow clones who picked up the red balls and spread out around the field. "Now hurry up and put on the weights before I go to Ba-chan and request you get the next 50 Tora missions." The Jinan disappeared in a burst of speed. The threat of facing Tora that many times was too horrifying for words. The training had not been so much about dodging as about Naruto belting small children with medicine balls. "Come on, you guys can do better than this," he yelled out, hitting Konohamaru square in the back, causing him to fall on his face. "How we can barely move at a civilian pace with these stupid weights on. How are we supposed to dodge these things?" Konohamaru complained. "By forcing your body to move faster than it knows it can. Move before I throw, anticipate my attacks, and finally, practice. It is far better to end up with some bruises from training than to end up dead because you are not fast enough to dodge an attack," Naruto said before throwing a ball at Udon, who almost rolled out of the way but had the ball clip his ankle. This went on for several more hours before Naruto called it quits for the day. "Good job guys, I know you don't feel it yet but this will make you already much faster. Now I want you to wear those weights from now on and only take them off for half an hour each day and when you sleep to get used to your new speed and strength." "Yes Naruto-sensei," the 3 beaten Jinan called out. "So we will meet back here at 1 tomorrow and I'm going to bring Yugi-chan and Kakashi-sensei to help as we start on the rest of your training," the blonde said before leaving with a shunshine. The Konohamaru Corps just sat there exhausted, not wanting to move. "You know, I'm starting to think asking Ni-san to help us was a bad idea," Konohamaru said, nursing his wounds. It took the others several moments to respond as they too were sore from the indiscriminate beating the blonde Chunin bestowed upon them. "Yeah, but he is right, you know. If we can dodge his attacks we will be able to dodge anything we could be faced with in the Chunin exams," Udon moaned. "That is a good point, but I just wish it didn't have to be so painful," Moegi said, struggling to her feet, followed by Udon and Konohamaru. With Naruto. Naruto walked towards his apartment when he heard a mellow voice coming from beside him. "Hello Naruto, long time no see." Turning his head he saw a tall teen around his age wearing glasses and a long coat covering most of his face. Shino? Is that you?" Naruto asked, honestly unsure of who the teen was. "You don't recognize me. It is not nice to forget about your friends, Naruto," the bug user said in a monotone. "Well, it's kinda hard, you know, with that big coat you wear," Naruto reasoned. "You are wearing a coat also," Shino said, pointing to Naruto's sage outfit. "I guess, but I mean come on Shino, I couldn't see your face, all I had to go on was your voice. I think I did a pretty good job considering, Naruto said defensively. It was at that point a large white dog jumped down from a nearby roof, a tallish teenage boy sitting atop with wild brown hair and fang marks on his cheeks. Well, look who it is, if it isn't Naruto. How you doing, man, the boy said eagerly. Hey Kiba. It's been so long, and is that Akamaru? Last time I saw him he used to ride around on your head, now it's the other way around, Naruto said in amazement at the size of the large white dog. Sure. Him, you recognize Shino Moped. Kiba, where have you been? We were supposed to start training 15 minutes ago. Kiba grinned sheepishly at this. Oh sorry Shino man, I was just complimenting the only thing that smells like a cat that is worth knowing about, but man she can't take a compliment, Kiba said. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this statement. He had to have been talking about Yugito and he wondered just what it was he said, but his question was soon answered for him. You said my ass was looking exceptionally lovely today. That's not a compliment I want to hear from you, dog boy, Yugito snapped as she appeared behind Kiba with an annoyed look on her face. Ah come on Yugito-chan, it was just a compliment. If you didn't smell like cats you would be the perfect woman, Kiba leered. I would appreciate it if you would stop hitting on my girlfriend, Kiba, Naruto said, annoyed at the Inuzuka's antics but was also aware that this behavior was just part of what made him Kiba. Kiba paled slightly at this. If there was one thing he could tell as soon as he saw Naruto again was that everything about him, his stance, his aura, even his fox-like scent screamed alpha. If Naruto was to spend any extended time in the Inuzuka compound he would be sure that their women would be throwing themselves at him. Sorry man, I didn't know she was your girlfriend. It won't happen again. I was just having some fun, I meant no harm, Kiba rambled, getting a raised eyebrow from Shino, who had never seen Kiba so submissive. Don't worry, no harm done, right Yugi-chan, Naruto said. I guess so, she grumbled out, still upset at Kiba's actions. Oh, and for the record, your ass is indeed looking exceptionally lovely today, Naruto teased, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek and squeezing her ass, making her jump slightly in shock. Kiba looked jealous while Shino was Shino, calm, cool and collected, seeing the way the two blondes interacted with each other. So are you guys training for the Jonin selections or just for the sake of it, Naruto asked. Kiba, now that he was not encroaching on Naruto's territory, was back to his usual self. Yeah man, it's going to be fun, we will make Jonin for sure, right Shino? Shino didn't answer immediately and seemed to be contemplating this. It will be difficult, they are being held in Iwa this time round and it is a difficult terrain as it will be foreign to us. It is only logical to guess that the teams most likely to pass will be from Iwa, Shino reasoned. Wow, that's a lot of words for yes. What about you, Naruto, are you going to enter? Kiba asked. Good question, don't know. Iwa and my father have a rather difficult past, so I wouldn't exactly be welcomed. Also I don't have a team to go with, Naruto admitted. Why not go with Tenten and Lee? Neji made Jonin last time, so they were going to ask Sakura, but she isn't eligible as she only just made Chunin last exams, Kiba said, completely ignoring the fact he would be highly disliked in Iwa and would have to put up at the very least glares. I will think about it, but right now I have to focus on training Konohamaru and his friends for the Chunin exams. Oh Yugi-chan, I could use your help with it tomorrow. If you don't mind helping me out, I think you would be a perfect sensei for Moegi until I can talk to Sakura to help her with some medical ninjutsu. I don't want her ending up a fangirl, so I want you to train her first and show her what a real kunoichi is. Yugito thought about Naruto's question for a moment. She liked the three Jonin a lot but didn't know much about teaching. I guess, but I don't know how good I will be. I have never taught before, Yugito admitted. That's fine, neither have I, except for a couple of jutsu I began teaching Konohamaru before I left, Naruto said happily. Alright, I'll do it. Could be fun, and all that pink-haired witch that dotes all over the memory of the fucking Uchiha could teach the girl as how to break things with her massive strength and cry, Yugito joked. It's sad but it's true. Anyway guys, we should go. I'm starving. Teaching Jonin to dodge builds up an appetite. Naruto grabbed Yugito's hand in his own and began to slowly walk in the direction of Ichiraku's, giving Kiba and Shino a friendly wave goodbye. The next day, Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi sat waiting in the clearing for Naruto to arrive. They were not waiting long when they saw three people appear in front of them. Naruto and Yugito were on either side holding one arm of a clearly annoyed-looking copy ninja. Yo, Naruto called in typical Kakashi style. We were on our way here when we found your final sensei walking aimlessly in the wrong direction. But don't worry, he's no longer lost on the road of life, isn't that right, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi's sweat dropped at this. Yes, now can we just begin already? Okay guys, first to explain what you're going to be doing for the first 2 hours. Udon, you're coming with me and going to learn sealing. It will be perfect for your skill in trap making, and as the team strategist will give you an extra option to use when dealing with tough opposition. I also need to work on your accuracy and test your taijutsu. Konohamaru, you are going to go with Kakashi, who can teach you a taijutsu style that would work for you. I only really know 3 well outside of the academy style, but Kakashi-sensei knows far more. The only person that would be better to teach you would be Guy-sensei, who taught me Goken, but he is a little eccentric for my tastes. Moegi, Yugi-chan will be taking you. I want you to improve your taijutsu to make it passable in a fight, but most of all extra dodging work. I want you to be able to slide away from every attack thrown at you, and the best teacher for something like that is Yugi-chan. Her reflexes are so fast she is almost impossible to hit, Naruto lectured. They split up after that and went their own way to different sections of the training field. With Konohamaru and Kakashi. Konohamaru was standing patiently when Kakashi got into a loose stance. I want you to come at me, taijutsu only. When I can see how you fight mentally, I can decide what would be the best form to learn. Konohamaru didn't need asking twice. He rounded on the silver-haired Jonin and charged, attempting a kick to his side, but when that failed, spinning into a punch aimed at the Jonin's face. Kakashi was dodging with ease as the Jonin attacked. Why can't I hit you? Konohamaru yelled in frustration when Kakashi eventually jumped away. Because I am a far more experienced ninja and you are using your style the wrong way. The monkey style of your clan is designed to frustrate your opponents and attack just before they do, giving them less time to react. Your problem is your mentality to charge in and continue your assault even when the initial attacks have failed. In the monkey style, the first strike is always key as it uses the most strength and has momentum behind it. The other strikes in this form will not be as effective if you don't end the attack by the third strike, Kakashi said. Well, what do I do about it then? Konohamaru demanded. Until you can keep a clear head, I suggest not using the monkey style in combat. I will teach you the Goken as it favors the frontal assault type. Now follow these katas, Kakashi said, and the pair began working on the young Sarutobi's new style. With Udon and Naruto. Okay Udon, we are going to begin work on several seals that will be very useful. Now I want you to read these books during your free time. First I want to show you the 3 seals I want you to be able to perform before the end of the month. As Naruto said this, he unsealed a bottle of ink and several sheets of paper. The first is the common exploding tag, Naruto said, slowly drawing the required matrix on the first sheet of paper before wrapping it around a kunai and tossing it a rock before it exploded. There are 3 different types: timed, remote by trigger, and proximity. I want you to pick one of them and learn it off by heart. The one I just used was a timed one, perfect for kunai. Proximity are the most dangerous as they require the target to be close to them, but they also are easily set off and once active can't be disabled easily. Finally, the remote trigger are perfect for traps or ambushes often set off by tripwires, Naruto lectured. I will learn the triggered seal. I remember you told us the second task was in the Forest of Death, and if it is a similar task I want to be able to set up a perimeter, Udon said. Good choice. Next is the storage seal. If you get a task like the one I had with the scrolls to be able to hide your equipment, not only will they not be able to find the scroll, by sealing your equipment you will weigh less and have far better movement, Naruto said, drawing the seal and sealing a kunai inside. Okay sensei, what is the last one? Udon said eagerly. Last one is a 2-leveled stasis seal. It is a very basic and easy to overpower seal, but for any Jonin level ninja, if you can trap them they won't be getting out anytime soon. This requires 4 seals placed over an area and will activate once the 4th is placed. Practically this is very useful with kunai, Naruto said, drawing a seal on 4 separate tags and tossed them around Udon. Udon watched in interest as the seals landed around him. The second the 4th one landed he felt heavy. What appeared to be black ropes were trying to pull Udon to the ground and he was only just able to stand, and was unable to move at all. Wow, this is amazing, I can't do anything, the Jonin said, struggling to move. Yes, for a basic seal it is a very useful one. Those 3 seals, if you can master them, will make you easily good enough to get to the finals, or at least the preliminary rounds. After that Naruto began explaining the dangers of sealing and then the individual sections of the seals he would be teaching Udon. After that he told him what parts of the books to read and began working on the glasses wearing Jonin's aim. There is one more thing, because you obviously do not like taijutsu, I recommend studying some kenjutsu. It's not my style but it would be perfect for you. I will get you a scroll on a kenjutsu style tomorrow. I want you to study it and invest in a katana. I will help you with it where I can, but I suggest looking for someone else to train you in it. I think I will ask Tenten, she always loved kenjutsu. Moegi and Yugito. So Moegi, I want to test your taijutsu, then extra dodging practice. As a squad support, if you are hit, who will heal you? You need to be able to dodge any attack so it is impossible to hit you, Yugito said. I get it, so does this mean more medicine balls? Moegi asked in fear. Yes it does, but first I want you to come at me with all you got in taijutsu, then once that is passable we can start getting your reaction time higher, Yugito said, and readied herself for an attack. Moegi was not talented at taijutsu. This became painfully obvious to Yugito several seconds after they began. her punches were sloppy and weak and she rarely used her legs. Okay, that's enough, I have what I wanted. I'm sorry but your taijutsu is horrible, looks like academy level, and I don't even recognize the style, so before we can even begin to work on dodging, we need to teach you a new taijutsu form. In fact, I'm going to teach you the style I use because it requires fast reflexes. It's called the Tiger Fist and uses a combination of slow fluid movements before quick bursts of speed to catch your opponent off guard. Now follow these katas, Yugito said and began her demonstration, correcting the young Jinan with gravity-defying pigtails. The 2 hours passed quickly for the group, and while they had not made all that much progress, it was a start. When the pairs met back up, Naruto gladly informed them that they would now be working on their dodging for the rest of the practice. Naruto was pleasantly surprised when at the end of the training session they were beginning to be able to predict the attacks and even evade several of them. The next 3 weeks went on like this. Konohamaru trained in his new Goken-style taijutsu that suited him far more than his clan's monkey style, and he was even using his brain a lot more after being taught to look underneath by Kakashi. However, that is not saying much as it had never been used in the past, so using it more now could hardly be considered straining. Udon had progressed well with the seals, as he was up to the last seal of the 3 and now was able to hit all the bullseyes at the target range every time. He had asked Tenten for help in Kenjutsu and had brought a katana. It was nothing special and only had a plain blade with a white handle, but he liked it. Moegi had found Yugito's style of teaching dodging far less painful than Naruto's, as she only had to focus on the one person. Her taijutsu had improved by leaps and bounds as well, and had almost landed a punch-in on Yugito during one of their friendly spars. They had also all learned the kunai and shuriken Kagebis no jutsus. Okay guys, well done. I think by tomorrow you will be able to last the full 15 minutes without worries. You almost had it today. Unlucky Konohamaru. Naruto laughed as the young Sarutobi rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, just you wait, Nii-san, you will get yours when I beat you to being Hokage, Konohamaru mumbled. We see about that. Now I want to say that I am proud of you guys, and I'm sure that once this final week of training is up, I promise I will request Ebisu to let you into the exams, Naruto said. Yeah. With Nii-san's training and his approval we will get in for sure, Konohamaru said. The final week went smoothly. Sakura taught Moegi several basic genjutsu and beginner's ninjutsu and first aid. Their speed had improved greatly and were able to last almost 20 minutes before Naruto could hit them with the large balls. That said, he was only a small amount of his strength, but it was still impressive. With the Konohamaru corpse. Konohamaru and his friends were currently looking for Ebisu, who had given them a month to train and prove they were ready for the Chunin exams. They eventually found the closet pervert outside the mission collection office. Ebisu-sensei, we want to prove we are ready to take the Chunin exams. We have been training hard, Konohamaru yelled, getting the Jonin's attention. Oh really, Konohamaru, what makes you think that? Not one of you came to me for training and you just expect me to believe you trained yourself so that you are good enough for the Chunin exams, Ebisu said disbelievingly. We had help, but we have been training really hard, you will see, Moegi said surprisingly firmly for someone who was usually much more quiet. Training with Yugito had made Moegi far more confident, and this showed in the way she was able to speak back to their sensei. Ebisu took note of this and was slightly more optimistic at the prospect that they might actually impress him. However, he was immediately on guard. This change just screamed that someone had been training them privately. So you want to test then? Fine, 5 minutes training ground 3. The Jinan wasted little time in getting there to find Ebisu waiting for them. That was impressive, much faster than usual. Now may I ask who has been training you, he asked. Sorry sensei, but if we were to tell you that before the test starts you would know what to expect and some of our new skills would be known. This statement shocked Ebisu, not because of what it was. He had expected that sort of response from Udon. He was shocked because it came from Konohamaru. Well, whoever it is must be a genius to get you to use your brain. Now for the test you must be able to get one good hit on me. At Ebisu's words they immediately got into their stances and waited for their sensei, who got into a loose stance. Damn it, how am I supposed to get a good hit in on him? I could barely touch Kakashi sensei even when he was reading his damn books, Konohamaru thought. Similar thoughts were running through his teammates' minds, but remained calm knowing they had a team with them now. Begin. Ebisu called out. He was shocked when both Moegi and Konohamaru both charged forward. Well, this is new, Moegi attacking with Konohamaru, he thought, but couldn't elaborate further on the point when Konohamaru arrived and sent a kick towards the Jonin's head. Ebisu ducked under the kick with relative ease when Moegi sent a jab for his gut. Using his hands he pushed off from the ground and decided to teach them a lesson and sent a relatively fast punch towards Konohamaru that he expected would hit. He was shocked, however, when the Jinan dodged it easily and sent another punch towards his face. This is new, he doesn't seem to be faster, but his reaction time has gone through the roof from where it was at last month, and his taijutsu is much better, but this seems to be a completely new style, Ebisu thought as he spun away from another kick, this time from Moegi. During this time Ebisu had been too busy to realize that Udon had moved off to the sides and was quickly wrapping kunai with seal tags. Moegi had just shocked Ebisu again by jumping back into the fight, and instead of her firm high-powered strikes of before, she moved to a viscous assault of pinpoint accuracy at vital areas. They were easily blocked, but Ebisu was sufficiently impressed. "Guys! Now!" Udon called out. On cue the two Jinan involved jumped back and Udon sent several kunai at Ebisu, who easily jumped out of the way. Unfortunately, when he landed he was in a field with tags scattered around him. "What are these seals? Did Udon make them? They're not explosive notes, so what do they do?" Ebisu thought before another kunai landed in front of him. The second the final kunai landed, the tags began to glow and thick black cords shot out and wrapped around the Jonin in the sunglasses, a constriction seal. But who could have taught him that Ebisu once again did not have time to contemplate, as Moegi and Konohamaru appeared on either side and pulled out a kunai each before tossing them. As the kunai flew through the air, the Jonin's eyes widened when he saw both genin do the same hand signs kunai kagebushin jutsu. They both called out at the same time and two kunai became close to 50. Ebisu had no choice, he had to get out of there using a quick Quarami. He substituted with one of the ever-plentiful logs that were so conveniently placed all over the ninja world. "Damn it! Why is there always a log?" Konohamaru called out in frustration. "That was a clever trap, and a most impressive piece of fuinjutsu, Udon, but you are going to have to do better than that," Ebisu said. At this point he had little doubt they could compete in the tuning exams, but wanted to see what else they had done with their time off. "Damn it, we can't hit him like this, we need to take them off," Konohamaru said, receiving nods of agreement from Moegi and Udon. "Take what off?" Ebisu questioned. It was a pointless question because moments later several sets of weights were crashing to the ground, leaving several small dents in the earth where they hit. Konohamaru took off again, this time much faster than before, while Moegi waited behind and performed hand seals before whispering an inaudible genjutsu name. Ebisu saw the genjutsu. It was a subtle one but effective nonetheless. His entire vision had shifted about 3 centimeters to the left. If he wasn't an experienced ninja he would have fallen for it. She had used it perfectly, waited for him to close his eyes for a split second before casting it. Moegi was shocked when Ebisu easily parried Konohamaru's punch and went to kick the young Jinan on the side of the head, only to narrowly miss by Konohamaru ducking and jumping back. "A very good genjutsu, Moegi, but it's not going to work against me," Ebisu said, then became weary when Udon pulled out a storage seal and unsealed his katana and ran at Ebisu, who had been too shocked to see that the glasses-wearing Jinan had a sword to realize that the pointy end of said blade was heading toward the fleshy parts of his body. He snapped out of his shock just in time to prevent being impaled by the blade and sin out of the way. Unfortunately he hadn't seen where he jumped to and came face first into the fist of Moegi. "Yes. Moegi-chan, you did it, we get to enter the exams, we're going to be tuning for sure now," Konohamaru yelled, his joy plastered all over the other genins' faces but were less vocal. Yes, congratulations, I will enter you into the exams, but now I want to know, who trained you?" Ebisu said, slightly annoyed that he was actually hit. He had planned on letting them enter after what they had shown, but it was still embarrassing. The 3 Jinan were about to answer when another voice rang out, "We did." Spinning around as fast as they could, they saw Naruto, Yugito and Kakashi sitting in a tree. Kakashi was handing over some money to Yugito and was grumbling about lucky blondes. "I told you Moegi-chan would get the hit and not Konohamaru," Yugito said out loud. "She got lucky, he jumped into her fist," Kakashi said indigently. Yugito's response was to stick her tongue out at Kakashi and jump down to high-five her pupil. Ebisu was taking the time to contemplate what he was hearing, as students were trained by the apprentice of Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi Hatake, former Onbu captain and elite Jonin in the Jinchuriki from Kumo. "Na Namikaze-sama, I expected, you have taught Konohamaru before, but for you to bring in Kakashi and Yugito-san just to help my Jinan is a bit much, don't you think?" Ebisu said. "I really wish you wouldn't call me Namikaze-sama. I mean, just 3 years ago I was just a punk, remember? I prefer that than all the respect I'm getting. I haven't earned it yet. Also, as for helping your students, well, I was given 2 months off to train in my second elemental manipulation, but it only ended up taking around 2 days, and as Kakashi was assigned to train me, so we just trained these guys instead," Naruto said with a smile. "Thank you. But I must call you Namikaze-sama, it's only proper. You are a toad sage of Myobyokuzen, and sage is a highly respected title. To not address you as such is highly disrespectful," Ebisu said. "Gah! How did you know that? I didn't think it was common knowledge," Naruto asked. "Oh, it's in your file. Jonin senseis are allowed to read the files on other ninja under Jonin or Onbu rank, although it doesn't say much except for your title and the fact you can use Senjutsu. Your battle skills are totally unknown. In fact, even I don't know, I would love to have a match against you to test myself, Kakashi said from beside him. You're on, Kakashi, but we're not doing it here. I have the perfect idea for where and when, Naruto said, and before anyone could reply he grabbed Yugito and shunshined away. Hey Ebisu-sensei, what do you mean by Toad Sage and what's Senjutsu Konohamaru asked after Naruto and Yugito had left. It is a special type of jutsu that uses natural chakra from nature. In the entire history of Konoha there have only been 2 people who have been known to use it, Jiraiya-sama and Naruto, Ebisu said. Wow, Naruto-sensei is awesome, the 3 Genin said, getting a nod from Ebisu and a nice smile from Kakashi. Chapter 33, The Ill-Timed Mission. Naruto and Kakashi were sitting at Ichiraku's talking about their training and what Suten Jutsu Kakashi thought Naruto should learn when a thought popped into his brain. Hey Naruto, the copy ninja asked. Yeah, what is it, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto replied. It's nothing much, it's just I was wondering when you have planned for that spar I want, the silver-haired Jonin said. Oh yeah, we should go talk to Ba-chan about it. If she agrees it could be really good for the village as well, Naruto said confidently. This confused Kakashi. What could you be thinking, Naruto? He thought as Naruto continued to inhale his noodles like the world's strongest vacuum cleaner, before drinking the remaining broth, paying then standing up. Come on Kakashi, you're going to love this, Naruto said before walking up in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Kakashi gave a confused shrug and followed after him. When they arrived they found Team Guy talking to Tsunade. Hi Ba-chan, Naruto chorused as he walked in followed by the copy ninja. Damn it Gaki, I'm in a meeting here, Tsunade scowled although half-heartedly. Aw Ba-chan, don't be like that, I'm sure super bushy brows sensei won't mind, Naruto said. As a matter of fact you're right, seeing as they have come here to request you for their team in the Jonin exams I think you can stay, the Hokage said before turning back to Guy. I still don't think it is a good idea to send him there. I know he will have excellent protection but we won't know how Iwa will respond to the fact Naruto is the Yondaime's son, she reasoned. I know perfectly well how he will respond, came a voice from the window. Sitting there was Jiraiya, in his usual outfit with a small smile but otherwise serious expression on his face. What do you mean, Jiraiya-sama? Has Naruto's existence reached Iwa already? Kakashi asked, not really wanting to hear the answer. It sure has. Naruto has gone and got himself put in the bingo book for Auto. You must have really pissed Orochimaru team off, kid, Jiraiya said before throwing the bingo book onto the table. I was out checking on my spy network when one of my spies in the land of rice paddies showed me the book. This alerted me to the possibilities that Oonoki would have found out, so I did some sneaking around in Iwa, the older Toad Sage said. And what did you find? Tsunade ordered. Now anxious that Iwa might be planning to attack Naruto. Oonoki has ordered that any attempts on Naruto's life will be met with execution and that the last Namikaze was not to be harmed in any way unless it is directly involved with a mission. Also, Oonoki plans to come to Konoha for the last part of the Chunin exams to meet Naruto and tell him this in person. I take it he will be sending a far better set of teams than he usually does, Jiraiya said. That is indeed good news. Now Naruto-kun can join our team in the Jonin exams and we can fan our flames of youth for the whole world to see, right Guy-sensei? Lee said. That's right, Lee, Guy replied. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Oh no. Bail, Naruto cried, jumping through the window much to the confusion of Tsunade. Lee. And then Tsunade remembered why. In her office was now a perfect beach and sunset genjutsu that could not be broken under any circumstances. She waited patiently for the eccentric duo to finish expressing their youth before telling Jiraiya to bring Naruto back in. Is it over? Naruto said, still horrified, sticking the corner of his head inside the room before relaxing when there was an absence of unbreakable genjutsu. Good, now that you're back I can tell you that I will be sending you to the Jonin exams. They are set 2 months after the Chunin, so I will be taking you off your 2-month training leave now so you can complete some more missions beforehand. Now I would like to know the reason you came here with Kakashi, Tsunade said. Naruto thought about how he should respond to this information. He was of course happy that he would be entered into the exams but still apprehensive about going to Iwa. He paused on that thought and decided to answer her question instead, as it had been the main reason he came to the office in the first place. I came to request a fight to be held before the start of the Chunin exam finals between Kakashi-sensei and myself, Naruto said, which shocked the rest of the people in the room except for Guy, who could not contain himself from how much he wanted in on that. My eternal rivals fighting it out. If that is the case I request we make it a 3-way fight, so I can prove my flames of youth to the village, Guy said. Naruto and Kakashi both moved at the same time and gave him a questioning look. How you say something, Guy, they both said in unison. Curse you both and your hip attitudes. Kakashi, you have corrupted Naruto-kun with your cool hip style. This cannot be, Guy said. Sounds like a good idea to me. Would get a lot more people to the exams if you were able to advertise a match between Elite Jonin and Naruto, Jiraiya said with a smile. Very well, you will get your match. It would do well to show off some of Konoha's more advanced talent as well as the up-and-comers, and people don't get the chance very often to witness 3 top-class ninja in action. So before the first match of the finals we will have an exhibition match. It will be a 3-way fight between Naruto, Kakashi and Guide, Tsunade said, and they all smiled at the news. Now Naruto, there is one more thing I have for you. A mission I want you to take, Tsunade said when she saw the ninja were about to leave. Okay sure Ba-chan, whatever you want, Naruto replied happily. Good, because I want you to organize the second task in the exams with Anko Mitarashi. They will be held in the Forest of Death again and you will be in charge of designing the task along with Anko the Hokage said, handing Naruto a scroll with the mission statement. Okay, design a task with the crazy snake lady, no problem, Naruto said, and then left the office jumping through the window. Naruto, having left the Hokage's office, decided the first thing he needed to do was talk to Anko about what type of test they will do. With that thought he proceeded to check every dengo shop in Konoha. With Anko. In a small dengo shack, the famous snake mistress of Konoha was sitting with an unlikely group, Kurenai, who was just starting to get the smallest of baby bumps, Yugito, who always come to this particular dengo restaurant as it had the best seafood outside of the more expensive places. And lastly Hinata, who was lightly feeling Kurenai's belly. So Nai-chan, what's it like being all serious with Asuma? I would never be able to stand the fact he's always smoking and so lazy, Anko said, taking another bite of her favorite food. Yes, the smoke does get annoying, but Hess also so kind and smart. What can I say, if you love someone enough their faults don't seem to matter, Kurenai said kindly. Hey, well, what about that? A couple of years ago you hated how pushy he was. Guess people change, Anko said. Yes they do, but what about you, Anko-chan? Isn't there anybody you're interested in? Kurenai asked. Oh, you know me, Nai-chan, I'm always interested in someone. Right now I would like to taste the blood of that young Namikaze. Have you seen him since he came back to the village? If I had known he would have turned out like that, I may have claimed him for myself back when he saved me in the Forest of Death all those years ago, Anko replied with a small perverted grin. This caused a small hiss from Yugito and a massive blush from Hinata. Kurenai just shook her head at her best friend. Oh, what's wrong, Yugito-chan? Don't want any competition for your gorgeous hunk of a boyfriend. That's not fair to the rest of us, Anko pouted. Yugito tried to ignore her but failed miserably. I don't care about competition because there is none. He's mine, she said, trying to defuse the conversation before it went any further. Unfortunately, Anko was not the type to just let something go once she found that it flustered someone. Aw, that's no fun. I bet I could have him moaning my name soon enough, and I would be more than eager to be screaming as after all I'm sure has had enough practice by now, Anko teased, and her smile got bigger when she saw the way Yugito began to blush. Hinata saw this too and her blush shot up. She was becoming lightheaded and it wouldn't take much more to make her faint. That final push came from the untimely arrival of the very blonde they were talking about. Hi ladies, you are all looking exceptionally beautiful today, Naruto said. The shock of seeing Naruto arrive seemingly out of thin air was too much for poor Hinata and she abruptly fainted. Hello Naru-kun, Yugito said and gave him a quick kiss on the lips as a warning to Anko to back off. Naruto went to check on Hinata and help her back to her feet before lifting Yugito off her seat and sitting back down with her gently placed in his lap. Not that I'm not happy to see you, Naru-kun, but shouldn't you be training with Kakashi today? I know you already learned Suten, but weren't you going to be learning some jutsu? Yugito asked, leaning back into his chest and struggling to prevent herself from purring. She did not need people like Anko to know something like that, it would be far too embarrassing. Well yes, I was supposed to, Yugi-chan, but I was given a mission and I came here to give the scroll to the person I need to work with, he said before taking out a scroll. It's about time. We haven't gone on a mission since we got back. This is your fault, you know. If you didn't disappear for those 3 years of training, Tsunade-sama would be more likely to let you out of the village without fear of you running off again, Yugito said. Sorry Yugi-chan, but this mission isn't ours. I need to work with Anko. We're going to co-proctor the second task of the Chunin exams and we have to design a task similar yet different to the scroll test I took 3 years ago, Naruto said. Anko licked her lips at this, a sight that did not go unnoticed by Yugito, and she subconsciously gripped her boyfriend's coat defensively. Well, I'm working with the boy who saved me 3 years ago. You know, I was never able to thank you properly, Anko cooed, causing Yugito to let out an audible cat-like hiss. My, she doesn't just have cat-like eyes, she hisses like a cat as well. Tell me, Naruto-kun, does she purr and mewl as well? Naruto laughed at this before nodding, earning him a light punch in the arm from Yugito. Why did you have to go and tell her that? Now she will never let me live it down, Yugito said. Because I find it the most beautiful sound in the world and I love it when you're embarrassed as it makes you turn an irresistible shade of pink, Naruto said. This of course served the purpose of both dispelling Yugito's annoyance with Naruto and embarrassing her enough so that she would turn the very same shade of pink he previously indicated. We should go brainstorm some ideas you have used in the past and I will add my own and see where we can go from there, Naruto said. Sure, this should be fun. I have wanted to work with you for a long time, Anko said seductively before standing up and walking over to Naruto before running a finger across one of his whisker marks and walking off. Will you coming or not, she called out when she was just about to leave. Naruto had a blank look on his face before turning to Yugito and giving her a quick kiss. Don't worry, he whispered before removing himself and Yugito from the seat. I want, she said, standing up despite the fact he just placed her back down. Because I am going to come as well. It's in our agreement that any missions you are assigned I can also join in if it is not a security risk, and as planning the Chunin exams is hardly risky, I'm going to help, Yugito said. It's alright, you know I would never cheat on you, you don't have to do this, it will be boring, Naruto said. It's not you I don't trust, it's Anko, even though I am fairly sure she was just teasing, I won't let her have the chance to try anything, Yugito said. Well, let's go then, Naruto said, and he grabbed Yugito's hand before waving goodbye to Hinata and Kurenai. So Gaki, what do you think? Same aspect as last time. Shove the scared kitties into the forest of death and let them fight amongst each other, Anko said when the couple arrived in a clearing of the forest. Sounds good to me, but a new idea about the task they need to complete instead of the scrolls would be good, Naruto said. Ah, what's wrong with my scrolls? They were excellent, Anko pouted. What were the scrolls? Yugito asked, curious as to the previous design as she had competed in Kumo and wanted to understand how the test works here. Oh right, sorry Yugi-chan. In Konoha the second test is a test of teamwork and pits teams against each other, so last time Anko here gave each team one of 2 scrolls and said they needed to collect the other one. This was good because it let teams negotiate and deceive other teams, however I believe we can make it both harder and more exciting, Naruto said confidently. Oh yeah, smartass, how do you plan on doing that? Anko said playfully. Well, I got the idea from the bell test that Kakashi uses, in that I think each member needs to have an objective, let's say bells. Now we give each team 1 bell and force them to collect 3, 1 for each team member, effectively guaranteeing there are only a third of the Genon make it through. This will also make it harder to deceive the other teams about how many bells you have, and it will also make it more difficult to avoid confrontations with other teams as they all will have the same object, and teams with say the Byakugan or an Aburame can't tell that they have the wrong scroll and move on. Naruto informed the pair of Kunoichi. Not bad, that will mean a lot more fighting as well. I gotta say Gaki, you got style. If your girlfriend wasn't here right now I don't know if I could control myself, Anko teased, then sent a delightfully sinister smile to Yugito, who was not impressed with the snake mistress's actions. Well, this was easy, so we just co-proctor this, and as this is the survival task and everything is allowed we don't have to do shit, Naruto said, relaxing. I have an idea. Why don't you set up some trap seals around the forest before the Genon go in? It will be just that extra threat that they will have to be aware of, like the animals and other competitors, Yugito suggested. Hey, not bad Yugito-chan, that will make for a good show. What type of seals would work though? I mean, they can't be set off by animals, or they would just be set off when a bird or something went near them, Anko said. Well, it's a bit of work, but I can make some elemental seals, Suten and Fuuten, mostly as I won't need help for those elements. Can cause them to either exert a tidal wave of water or compressed blast of wind from the seals. I can also use a highly advanced proximity seal that will only activate from a human's chakra. They will take a while, but I will combine them for traps. I won't make them deadly unless they hit dead on, but they will cause injury if hit by them, Naruto said. Nice work Gaki, now how about we go have some fun? I know the perfect place around here that you can't be heard no matter how loud you make me scream, Anko said, and wrapped her arms around Naruto, forcing her bust to press hard against his back. Get away from him, Yugito threatened dangerously, and she started subconsciously channeling Nibi's chakra, causing her tight ponytail to break from its wrappings and her hair to fly about like it had a mind of its own. Her eyes, while still being slitted, tilted slightly and changed from light blue to yellow. Lastly, she seemed to grow 2 small fangs. Not as long or as defined as Naruto's when he tapped into Kyuubi's chakra, but looked just as intimidating. Anko saw this and removed herself from Naruto's back. Sorry, I was just joking, she said, backing up. The last thing she wanted was to have to face an enraged Jinchuriki. Yugi-chan, it's alright, come on, let's get you home and calm down, Naruto said, and gave her a kiss which she didn't return at first, still glaring at Anko. Anko, I think we should go. I need to calm Yugi-chan down. I know you were just playing, don't worry, so does she. She's just a little protective with the way all the fangirls seem to chase me around, Naruto said before grabbing Yugito around the waist and sunshining home. Back at his apartment now, but Yugito was still channeling Nibi's chakra but was slowly calming down. Naruto cautiously walked up and began comforting Yugito by rubbing her back and giving her a light kiss on the cheek, then on the lips. Yugito didn't respond at first, still in a state of rage. However, after a few moments she reacted, and she began returning the kiss. However, that didn't seem to be enough, and she started kissing Naruto like she never had before, only stopping at rare intervals to take a quick breath. Their tongues wrestled with each other for dominance, neither winning, as each time either would assert their dominance the other would fight them back. It was like nothing Naruto had ever experienced. Yugito seemed possessed. She had wasted no time in going from a light return of a kiss to ravishing him like never before, and he was not complaining. They kept this up a while before Yugito had enough and forced Naruto into the bedroom, pushed him onto the bed before crawling over and straddling his waist before leaning in and claiming his mouth once more. Naruto brought his hand up and began fondling her breast through her shirt, and she gave out a growl like purr. Naruto was confused at this. Normally she sounded like a cat when she would purr, but this time she sounded like a hungry lioness, and Naruto was her prey. She still hadn't said a word since her outburst in the forest at Anko almost half an hour ago, and during all that time she had only stopped making out with Naruto when she dragged him into the bedroom. Suddenly she pulled back and looked Naruto in the eyes. Her eyes had gone back to sky blue soon after they began, but her hair still looked wild from channeling Nibi's chakra. "You are mine, and mine only," she ordered before slamming her lips back down to his while her hands began undoing his belt and ripping his shirt. Author's note: there is a lemon here. I can't post it on YouTube as my channel will be taken down. If you want to read it, link to the story is in the description. If you are a patron, then you can also find the unedited version over there. Chapter 34, Chunin exams again. Naruto awoke first. On his chest Yugito lay. She had wrapped her leg around his in her sleep, and she was so intent on keeping him where he was she had her arm flung around his neck, holding him in position. This was a normal occurrence and happened almost every night. As it turns out, Yugito clings onto the warmest thing she can find when she sleeps, and that is almost always Naruto. "Good morning, beautiful. Are you feeling better now?" he asked with a smile when he saw her eyes flutter open and let out a cute yawn. "I'm fine," she said before closing her grip on Naruto even more and letting out a contented purr. "I love waking up like this," she said before giving Naruto a small kiss on his chest. "We're going to stay like this until you say so, aren't we?" Naruto asked politely. "Yes," was her reply as she continued to purr, and Naruto could feel the rhythm of it beating out like fast pulses in his chest. "I love the way you purr like that, Yugi-chan, it's so damn sexy," Naruto said, stroking her hair. She didn't answer him, she just planted several more kisses on his chest. "So do you want to talk about what happened in the forest yesterday?" Naruto asked tentatively, knowing it was likely to be a sore topic. "I'm sorry, Naru-kun, I know she was just teasing us, but when she jumped on your back and was asking you to do things, I kinda lost it. I need to find Anko-chan, and apologies. She was a really good friend to me while you were gone, and she even chased off several lechers that were pestering me," Yugito said sorrowfully. "Hey, it's fine, it's the crazy snake lady, she will just laugh it off, you have nothing to worry about. Now what do you say we make some breakfast and you can help me with some Suten Jutsu?" Naruto said kindly. 5 more minutes, she complained and placed her head further into his chest. "You know, if you keep going you are going to be on top of me," Naruto joked. That's not a bad idea," she said, sliding her leg over his waist and moving over until she was laying on top of the spiky-haired blonde. After that they had started making out again, but just before they could enjoy each other's company anymore, there was a knock at the door. "Son of a bitch, this better be good," Naruto said, rolling Yugito over before pulling on some boxers and a tight shirt that hadn't been torn by Yugito yet. Naruto walked to the door, thoroughly annoyed that someone had disturbed his good time. Opening the door, he saw a surprisingly modest-looking Anko who had turned a light shade of red when she saw what the blonde was wearing, or rather what he wasn't wearing. "Anko, why are you here?" Naruto asked cautiously but friendly nonetheless. I'm sorry, Naruto, I came to apologize to Yugito-chan. Can I come in?" she asked, making a conscious effort not to look down and check him out any more than she already had. "Yeah, sure, Yugi-chan is still in bed, I will go get her," Naruto said, and opened the door for Anko to enter before returning to the bedroom to rouse his sleeping girlfriend. This proved harder than first anticipated as she quickly tried to return to what they were about to do before he answered the door, a prospect which at that point in time Naruto was having a hard time trying to remember why that was a bad idea. Wait, Yugi-chan. As much as I want to continue, and trust me I do, we can't. Anko is in the lounge room and wants to talk to you." Several expressions passed over Yugito's face rather quickly. Annoyance was first, she didn't want to stop what they were doing. Fear came next, at thought that Anko was angry. Finally she settled on acceptance, knowing she had to talk to the snake mistresses at some pawn, so she may as well get it out of the way. Pulling on a clean panties and one of Naruto's larger shirts, she made her way out to see Anko sitting on a couch waiting for her. Anko smirked when she saw the small limp that Yugito had. She must have had a good night before standing up. "Anko. Yugito was cut off by Anko before she could finish. I'm sorry Yugito-chan, I didn't mean to tease you that much, I went overboard and I was out of like, please forgive me. Yugito was stunned. She was going to apologize for scaring her and using Nibi's chakra, but she was beaten to it by Anko. I'm sorry too Anko-chan, I overreacted, I knew you were just joking around but couldn't take it, I was threatened by you. Yugito paused for a couple of seconds before continuing. Friends? Definitely, Anko replied and gave her friend a hug. So how was your night? By the looks of things amazing. You know I could test him out and find out just how he compares with others, Anko asked jokingly. Yugito only gave a small primal hiss before the pair broke the hug and burst out laughing. So have you kissed and made up yet? Naruto asked. Anko and Yugito only gave a nod in response. Well, if that's the case, and seeing that we have already planned the exam task, I need to go train. I have to fight Guy and Kakashi in a little over a month and I will need suit and techniques to keep up with everything Kakashi can throw at me. He just knows so many damn jutsu, Naruto said. Alright, I will meet you at the training ground to help you once I get properly dressed, seeing as you are already, Yugito said before mumbling something inaudible about him escaping. Exam day. Konohamaru, Udon and Moegi had just arrived at the academy for the FIS test. They still had closed the half an hour before the exam started, but both Naruto and Ebisu had suggested arriving early to scout the competition. Good, you all showed up. You can only take the exam in 3-person teams, so if one of you didn't show up I couldn't have let you in, Ebisu said, having seen his students arrive. Hey, but Ni-san told us he took the exams by himself, why did he get to take them alone? Konohamaru asked. That was because of Jiraiya-sama. Naruto, as an apprentice of a Sannin, is given special consideration, and the fact is he had no team to enter with. Ebisu informed his pupils. The Jinan gave a nod of understanding before Ebisu continued. Now there are 3 teams that I would best avoid as long as you can. The team from the sand with Matsuri, the Kazekage's apprentice and hand-picked students by his siblings. The other is a team from Iwa. We don't have much information on them other than that they have successfully completed 5B ranked missions, so they are clearly not Jinan level, Ebisu said. So stay away from one of the teams from Iwa and Matsuri's team. Got it, Konohamaru said, but inside he wasn't really paying attention because of excitement. Entering the room they looked around for familiar faces but found none. I guess we are the only rookie team this time around, Udon said, becoming slightly intimidated by the other Jinan. Some were far older than they were. That's fine, we can just rub it in our classmates' faces when we become Chunin, Konohamaru said, successfully calming Udon's nerves as they moved into the room. With Naruto and Anko. Do we really have to do this? Naruto asked as he saw Anko preparing a banner. Yes, we have to make an impression and scare the kiddies, Anko replied. Yeah right, you just do it to annoy Ibiki, Naruto said as she was putting the finishing touches on her masterpiece before taking a few steps back to admire her work. Back with Konohamaru. Ibiki had just told them the rules of his test, and once Konohamaru saw the questions he freaked. He began looking around the room desperately, until he saw a Hyuga from the branch house activate her Byakugan, and several other obvious yet subtle ways of cheating. Hey, as I can recognize that they are cheating, then why can't Scarface up the front or any of the other Chunin in the room? Unless that's the point of the test, Konohamaru thought, but was then stumped as to how he could pull it off. Konohamaru waited until the person in front of him looked to have finished his test before accidentally dropping a couple of smoke pellets. When they erupted, smoke billowed into the room, removing all visibility. Konohamaru used this time to switch tests with the person in front of him before quickly erasing the name and writing in his own. When the smoke cleared, Ibiki gave a bit of a show of what he would do if he saw anyone do that, then sat back down with a small smirk at how terrified most of the Jinan were of the large bandana-wearing man. When the test finally came to the final question, Konohamaru sat and waited. There was the usual outbursts of most of the Jinan, but when the young Sarutobi saw his teammates were not worried, he figured there was some trick behind it. So no one else wants to leave then? Very well, you pass. Crash. 2 blurs, one black the other yellow and red, came in through the window, and a banner unfolded behind them that said the single and very sexy Anko Mitarashi. And the sexy but taken Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze proctors for the second exam. You two are early, Anko. I would expect this from, but did you have to play along? Naruto-san, Ibiki said. See, I told you we were early, Anko. Sorry about that, Ibiki-san, you know how she gets and I would rather not have to deal with her snakes, Naruto said. Hey Ni-san. Why didn't you tell us you were a proctor? Konohamaru yelled out. He was the first person to get over the arrival of the strange pair. Because Konohamaru, if I told you, you would have asked me what's in the exam, Naruto explained. Anko, if you will do the honors, Naruto said with a grin. With pleasure, Naruto-kun. Alright, maggots, training ground 44 in 20 minutes. If you're late you will be disqualified, she yelled before jumping out the window she came in. Naruto stood there for a moment before turning to Ibiki. Does she ever collect her banners? He asked, curious as to if she ever came back to clean up her mess. No. We even had to hire a permanent disposal crew to follow her around for the first few years she worked in the T&I department. Every time she went in to interrogate a prisoner she would have a new banner. We asked the art supply store in town to stop selling to her, but they refused because they were making too much money. Once Ibiki had finished, he banged his head lightly on the table at the memories of the antics of his protege before leaving. Naruto turned to the still stunned Jinan and gave a confused look. I don't want to pressure you or anything, but there is only 18 minutes left to get to training ground 44 and we are serious if you're late, you fail. And with that, Naruto jumped out the same window and headed for the forest of death. The Jinan seemed to be knocked out of their stupor at that and began flooding out of the room, narrowly avoiding the large banner that still waved about at the front. 18 minutes later, training ground 44. Naruto and Anko were waiting on a large rock in front of the Jinan, gazing intently at their watches. And that's time, Naruto said before Anko took over. All right maggots, welcome to training ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. She paused for a moment, enjoying the looks on the faces on the Jinan before continuing. The second exam is a survival test. You will be pitted against each other inside the forest in an anything goes exercise for a maximum of 5 days. This is why you will need to sign these waiver forms that excuse Konoha from all responsibly in the highly likely event of your death, Anko said with a small laugh at the end to make her sound even more sadistic. Now the object of this task is to make it to the building in the center of the forest, but first you need to collect 3 of these bells, Naruto said, producing a bell and holding it up for the teams to see. Each team will be given 1 bell and as such will have the 5 days to take at least 2 other bells from teams by whatever means necessary. Killing is allowed from this point on. Once you have your bells you can stay and collect more to lessen the competition or head to the finish point. Now if you and your teams will head over to Anko, she will hand you your team's bell and consent forms. Naruto said, pleased that his job had been successfully finished and he could now relax. You forgot to tell them about the traps placed in the forest and the animals, Anko said loudly enough for the Jinan to hear. She didn't elaborate on it further and Naruto, who was currently sunbaking, seemed uninterested. In the forest with the Konohamaru Corps. So what do you think, guys? Do we head for the center and pick off the teams that arrive tired or go hunt them? Konohamaru said in his best form of plan making. I say we set up a small base about halfway to the tower and then booby trap the area. Naruto-sensei's trap-making skills he taught me are amazing. I could set up some traps now that even I would get caught and they are so complex, Udon said. Good plan, but I say we combine both. We set up a base camp and rest for the day, then hunt down the other teams at night, Moegi suggested. Wow, that's brilliant, Moegi-chan. Get the other teams while they're tired and sleeping with less guards, Konohamaru said. Then it's decided we will move along till we find an easily defensible position, then make camp, Udon said decisively. Several hours later they found a large hollowed-out tree at the edge of a clearing and set up a camp. Udon went and began to lay his traps and seals while Konohamaru and Moegi made a small fire and caught some of the less sizable local wildlife. Once night came on the second day, the group, who were rested and feeling relaxed, made their way through a small gap Udon had made in his traps and left the clearing. A short while later they came across a team of grass ninja sitting on a tree branch relaxing. Deciding to take advantage of the less than aware ninja, the Konohamaru Corps set up a loose perimeter by surrounding them and slowly approaching them from all angles. Suddenly one of the Kuza ninja saw Konohamaru and warned the others, causing them to split up. It was most unfortunate that they each ran into a separate leaf ninja. Konohamaru came face to face with the tallest of the group, a boy with shoulder-length black hair pulled back in a bun. The tall Kuza Jinan charged at Konohamaru, but, thanks to Naruto's training, easily avoided it. Konohamaru created 2 shadow cloned and began delivering a beating onto the tallest of the Jinan. Udon faced what was most likely a kindred spirit, big glasses and a runny nose. The main difference between the two was their hetai, as one had a grass symbol while the other had leaf. Wasting no time, Udon quickly sent 4 kunai in a square pattern around the Jinan, who looked confused at Udon's horrible aim. That confusion turned to shock as he realized he could no longer move no matter how hard he tried. Moegi also made short work of her opponent, casting a shifted perception genjutsu like the one she used on Ebisu. She was easily able to slip through the grass Jinan's defenses before tying her up in ninja wire. The 3 met back up after dealing with their targets. Good work, guys, now let's search them for the bells, Konohamaru said and began his search. In the end it turned out that they only had 1 bell and it was on Moegi's opponent. I guess they figured that less people would be willing to search a girl, Moegi said, throwing the bell to Udon, who sealed it into a scroll where the other was safely located. After that they decided to make their way back to camp and would strike again in a few days, because as teams were losing their bells they would get more and more tired from fighting. On the way back, however, they ran into a problem. In a small clearing they jumped into, Udon had to grab his teammates to stop them from kicking off. Hey Udon, what gives? Konohamaru asked. Look, we are trapped, Udon said and pointed to seals scattered all over the surrounding trees. What do we do then? Konohamaru asked, paling at the sight of the dangerous looking tags. I don't recognize the seal designs, but that's not saying much because I can't recognize anything about them at all. These were done by a highly trained seal user. No way a Jinan did this. This is Naruto sensei's work, I'm sure of it, Udon said, causing the other two to pale even more. So what do we do if that's Naruto sensei's seals? We won't escape this alive, Moegi said. No, I don't think so. Naruto would make it seem impossible to escape, meaning we are going to have to set off some of the traps, but other than that I would say we are safe. He wouldn't kill us, gravely injure maybe, but never kill. I say we make a run for it and be ready to dodge, Udon said, thankful they had left their weights off when they left this morning. The group ran. Once they got close enough to a tag, it started to glow. Look out, Moegi called. Several large compressed air balls shot out from the first seal and tore through a nearby tree. The danger hadn't stopped there as they ran, and another seal exploded. This time a large wall of water shot out. Acting quickly, the Jinan jumped up into a tree but had to escape quickly as there was another seal on the branch. This seal had sent kunai flying from it and forced the Jinan to dodge what they could. Udon was able to block them with his sword while Moegi had come out unscathed, thanks to her extra dodging lessons. Konohamaru, however, had several shallow cuts up his arms and legs but was otherwise unharmed. I am going to get Ni-san for this, just wait and see, he will pay, Konohamaru raged while the other two giggled lightly. After escaping the trap field, they had managed to make their way back to their camp and were just planning to rest when there was a loud explosion from the edge of the clearing. Immediately rushing to check out the problem, they found two Kiri ninja trying to release a third from the ninja wire he was wrapped in. Reacting quickly, Konohamaru threw a kunai before running through some hand seals. Kunai Kagebushin no jutsu, he yelled, and around 30 kunai appeared around the original. Seeing the danger, the Kiri ninja grabbed their team member and jumped away, followed by Moegi and Udon. Moegi raced in and began exchanging blows in taijutsu with a female member of the group, while Udon kept the other busy with kunai thrown with exploding tags wrapped around them. Konohamaru arrived then and joined in, allowing Udon to focus his well-placed attacks between the two fights. Then he had an idea and moved towards the already tied-up Kiri ninja. Alright, stop, he called out, causing both seemingly even fights to halt. Good, now surrender at once or I kill this one, Udon said, he voice shaking at the prospect of being forced to kill the tied-up Kiri ninja. What, how do we know you won't just kill us after we surrender? The girl of the group said. If you drop your bells and all gear where you are, I will let you leave with your teammate and you still have a chance in this competition. However, if you don't and force me to kill your team member, you will fail anyway and then you will be outnumbered, Udon reasoned while searching the tied-up Jinan and removing all his weapons. Fine, the other member said, and removed his kunai holder and threw a bell onto the ground and back away from Konohamaru slowly. The girl did the same and tossed another bell onto the floor, showing that they had two, and backed away with her teammate. At this, Udon stepped away from their teammate and collected the bells. That is the way out between those two trees. There are traps in every other direction. You can go now, he said, returning to Konohamaru and Moegi. We have 4 bells now, we should move it to the tower as fast as we can, Udon whispered, getting nods from his fellow Jinan. After the Kiri ninja had left, the Konohamaru corps made their way quickly to the tower. Upon arriving there, they saw 3 hooks hanging up over an old sealed door. I guess we placed the bells on the hooks, Konohamaru said, stating the obvious. Once the bells were in place, there was a loud puff of smoke and Naruto appeared. Hey guys, congratulations, you're only the second team to arrive. In truth, we're not expecting too many more, so you won't have to worry about preliminary rounds, said Naruto with a smile. Ni-san, those traps you made cut me up good, you will pay for that, Konohamaru said, causing Naruto to laugh. Yeah, I may have gone overboard on some of them, he admitted before leading Team Ebisu to the chambers to wait out the final few days. 3 days later, Naruto was standing next to Tsunade with Anko on the other side. Only 4 teams had passed the second round, with 2 teams from Konoha, a team from Iwa and the team from Suna that had Mitsuri, Gaara's apprentice. Congratulations on passing the Forest of Death, and I am pleased to announce that as there are only 12 of you left, you will all be competing in the finals in 1 month's time. The finals will be held in front of an audience from all over the elemental nations, and as such you will be representing your villages. This is not only a chance for you to prove yourself as worthy of the title of Chunin, but also to promote the strength of your village. Now, with that said, there will be some minor changes to the selection of who you will be fighting in the finals. In the past we have told you your first opponent a month in advance. This will not be happening this time. You will have your name drawn out at random on the day. You have 1 month to train from now, however you see fit, Tsunade said in an authoritative tone. Konohamaru wasted little time running to Naruto to ask if he could train him. Naruto sadly had to decline. He had been a proctor, was not allowed to show favoritism by training a competitor during the exam period, but he suggested that they all train together with Ebisu but learn some skills on their own as well in private. Konohamaru was disappointed about that, but could understand the reasoning well enough and went to ask Ebisu to train them as a team. Chapter 35 The Elite of Konoha. In Iwa, a small section of ninja were preparing to leave the village and were being given a farewell by the civilians. "Ah, my back, damn it, why does Konoha have to be so far away?" the small Tsuchikage complained. "You know you don't have to go. I don't see why you want to meet this Namikaze anyway, especially if you don't want him harmed," Kurotsuchi said indigently. "Oh, come on, Kurotsuchi. His father was the Yellow Flash, so I want to see what he is like too," said a rather dopey-looking taller man. "Akatsuchi is right, this Namikaze could be a threat to us, and then again he may not hold any ill will to Iwa at all. The only way to find that out is to talk to the boy." Also in the letter advertising the finals we were given, it said that he would be fighting with Kakashi of the Sharingan and the Green Beast of Konoha Mighty Ogai in an exhibition match before the finals, Oonoki said, trying to interest his granddaughter. "Really? Wow, I wonder what type of match that will be. I read in the bingo book that Kakashi Hatake knows over 1000 jutsu, and Mighty Ogai is the best taijutsu expert outside of the Reikage. That Namikaze must really be something else if he can keep up with those two," Akatsuchi said with a dopey smile. "Guy, you're an idiot, they're all murderers, every last one of them," Kurotsuchi spat. "Perhaps, but that is what a shinobi is. Let's not forget that the Namikaze is also an Uzumaki, and look what our own ninja did to Uzu, just because they were an ally of Konoha and Great Seal Masters," Oonoki said, attempting to pick up his bags that were several times larger than he was. Kurotsuchi was quite at this. She knew what happened in the land of whirling tides. It was a massacre, barely any escaped the village at all, just because the Uzumaki clan were distant relatives and best friends with the Senjus. "Just let me carry you, Tsuchikage-sama," Akatsuchi said as he bent down to pick up the old man. "Don't be so foolish, it is only 3 days to Konoha and the finals are a week away. We have time to go slow and I do not need or want you to carry me," Oonoki protested. After arguing a while longer, Oonoki gave up and let himself be placed in the gargantuan man's shoulders as soon as they were out of sight from the village. "Well, come on, let's go. We wouldn't want to keep the Slug Queen waiting, she has a very bad temper," Oonoki said as they began their trek towards the land of fire. Konoha. Tsunade was currently venting her frustration on a not very apologetic Jiraiya who had yet again been caught peeking at various places around the village. "Damn it, you old pervert, can't you behave for once? Gaara will be arriving with his brother and sister in 2 days and Oonoki will be here the day after with his entourage, and I can't have you peeking on the wrong people," Tsunade snapped, giving Jiraiya another kick. "Ah, but Haim, where else am I going to get any research done? I don't want to miss Naruto's match and see everybody's faces when Naruto beats them," Jiraiya moaned. "I don't care, you are going to behave this week. Last thing we need is you to peek on Oonoki's granddaughter when she is in the bath. That would be an international incident. Just go peek on Naruto and Yugito if you are that desperate," Tsunade said, ending with a joke. "I can't, he is using some privacy seals I can't disrupt from the outside. It's infuriatingly genius," Jiraiya said in defeated irritation. "What you mean you have already tried?" Tsunade said disbelievingly. "Of course I did. Those two gave me the idea for my last book. I'm not just going to let the gold mine go untapped without trying to get more out of it," Jiraiya said. "Where is Naruto lately anyway? I haven't even seen him in the training grounds," Tsunade asked. She knew if anybody other than Yugito would know where he was, it would be Jiraiya. "Oh, has been working on seals mostly at home. I had to go get him a couple of chakra conduction rods for a special seal he was finishing his work on, that, and he is still working on Hirashin. So far he is further than I ever got. He worked out the receiver seal that he has to keep on himself. He just has to change the blood seal section over from his father's and transcribe it to work with his. It shouldn't be too hard as they are blood related," Jiraiya said. "So basically he is halfway there?" Tsunade asked, impressed that he was even attempting such a difficult task. More like a quarter of the way. From what he told me, he will almost have to completely redesign the kunai seals to work for him. But it doesn't hurt that he can have hundreds of himself working on the subject at all times. I still think before the end of the year he will be flashing around the village just to annoy people," the Toad Sage said in confidence. "Hey, I guess Otto's suggestion that he was S rank might be too low for him soon," Tsunade joked. The next few days passed quickly. Naruto had still not been seen in the village, but there were a few new arrivals. Gaara had arrived and had been disappointed when Tsunade had told him she did not know where Naruto was, or Yugito for that matter, but expected him to be around. It was now 2 days before the exam finals, and Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi along with Gaara and his siblings were currently waiting for the arrival of the Tsuchikage by the gate, and growing increasingly bored, Jiraiya tried to escape to the hot springs only to be dragged back by Tsunade. 10 minutes later, Oonoki and his small entourage came into view, Oonoki sitting on the shoulder of the very large Akatsuchi. Ah Hokage Dono, it has been a long time, since before the Third War I believe, Oonoki said. Indeed it has, Tsuchikage Dono. We have a large hotel suite booked for you and will be having a formal dinner at the Hokage mansion the night before the exams. Is there anything else you require during your stay? Tsunade asked politely. Ah yes, there is one thing you can do for me. I wish to speak with the Namikaze boy, that Tsuchikage said. At this point Gaara became far more interested in the conversation. What business do you have with Naruto? Well, what do we have here, Kazekage? At such a young age, Gaara Dono, your father must have taught you well, but I guess he neglected lessons on manners, Oonoki said. At this point a tick mark appeared on Kankuro's head and was about to retaliate, but Temari stopped him. Gaara just looked on impassively before responding. I guess that is why I am here as Kazekage. Cheeky brat, Oonoki mumbled to himself. Akatsuchi gave a small chuckle at this. He sure told you, huh? Yes, quite. To answer your question, I wish to talk to the boy and tell him that Iwa holds no ill feelings towards him or his father. Oonoki spoke and ignored the small snort that erupted from his granddaughter. Well, I would gladly grant your request, but unfortunately Naruto has a problem with running off to Kami knows where. Jiraiya might be able to find him if we are lucky, Tsunade said, and elbowing Jiraiya to get his attention. Wha? Oh yeah. Naruto, I would say he would be at Myobakuzen, and as Yugito is not here either, I would say she is with him. If you would just give me a minute, I will see if we can't bring them here, Jiraiya said before summoning Fukusaku and asking him to bring Naruto here. Are you sure you want him here now, Tsunade-chan? He was very busy when I left and will not like to be disturbed, the elder toad informed the group. Yes, now hurry up and bring him here, we don't want to wait all day, Tsunade said impatiently. Fukusaku just shrugged and began drawing the seal required to reverse summon the blonde. Okay, last chance to reconsider. He is not going to be very happy about this, Fukusaku said. I don't care if he isn't happy, I want him here now, Tsunade said, getting angry. Fukusaku shrugged and summoned Naruto in a big puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, they found Naruto and Yugito both with their shirts off and Yugito only in a bra lying on top of Naruto's cloak, heavily making out. Massive blushes were plastered on all the people in the area. Kankuro had passed out via blood loss and Jiraiya had a huge grin, his notepad out, and began taking notes. Even the usually emotionless Gaara had a small blush appear on his face. While the gate guards Izumo and Kotetsu were silently thanking Kami for getting their job today, while at the same time trying not to cheer their blonde friend on. Tsunade composed herself first and gave a loud cough to get the attention of the couple who seemed lost in their own world. Slowly, oh so very slowly, Naruto started to realize something was wrong. He was no longer in his small toad-built shack, he was in the middle of a road. The second giveaway was the very amused looks on several people standing before the couple. Yes, that had been a major wake-up call. Naruto went scarlet at seeing just who was standing around him. Yugi-chan, I think we might not be alone. Just tell Gamakichi and Tatsu to go away, we're busy, Yugito purred, not taking notice of her surroundings as she lay atop the spiky-haired blonde. Tsunade heard this and felt terrible for what she had done, but it couldn't be helped now and just gave a louder fake cough to get the lusting Yugito's attention. This time it worked and she lifted her head up from Naruto's and froze before turning bright red. The couple shot up and Naruto wrapped Yugito in his cloak so she could hide the fact she was not wearing a top. What the fuck, how did I get here? Naruto said, obviously confused. Ah sorry Naruto-chan, Jiraiya-chan and Tsunade-chan asked you to be summoned here, Fukusaku said. Ah man, what the hell, Ba-chan? Naruto moaned, embarrassed at the situation he appeared in. He, it seems a lot of the younger generation is cheeky. Hey Hokage Dono, Oonoki chuckled, amused at the nickname Naruto had given the Sannin. He still had a hint of blood under his nose from the arrival of the blonde pair. Yes quite, she mumbled, barely audible before continuing. I'm sorry Naruto, I had no idea you were. Well, you know. Anyway, Naruto, this is Oonoki of the Twin Scales and Tsuchikage of Iwa, and he would like to talk to you, Tsunade said, embarrassed for both the couple and herself for not listening to the elder toad's warning. Tsuchikage, huh? Nice to meet you, old man, Naruto said happily, shocking the group from Iwa that firstly Naruto went from angry to happy so quickly, then coming to the realization that Naruto just greeted Oonoki like that. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked nervous. They knew Naruto was hardly ever respectful enough to greet people with appropriate titles. He, old man, huh? Kid, you got some guts to talk to me like that, Oonoki said with a light chuckle. Why, we aren't enemies, so why not be friends, and friends don't give each other titles like Tsuchikage-sama or Namikaze-sama, Naruto said, ending with a small shudder at the villager's favorite greeting for him. Certainly a new way of thinking, but I guess that would be expected from a Jinchuriki, Oonoki grumbled. I may be a Jinchuriki, But I am a person first, and just like my sensei said, there is far too much hate in the ninja world, so the best way to fight that is to understand one another, and that is all I want to do, Naruto said happily. Wise words, boy, but understandings are not always easy to come by. There are some people who will not listen and some points of view that can't be changed, Oonoki said, and received several nods from the people in his group. Yes, but that doesn't mean I can't try, and I never give up and I never surrender, Naruto said, causing a smile of respect from Jiraiya and Fukusaku. He, never give up and never surrender, huh? I like that. You have guts, kid, and I can respect that, Oonoki said, holding out his hand for Naruto to shake, who took it readily. So what did you want to talk to me about anyway? Naruto questioned. Mostly I wanted to see what kind of man the son of the Yellow Flash became. So far I am impressed. You seem humble yet powerful, a lot like your father. Had we met under other circumstances other than war, I would have been interested in getting to know the man better, but I will have to settle for his son instead, Oonoki admitted. Thanks, I guess, Naruto said, smiling sheepishly and scratching the back of his head in minor embarrassment. No reason to thank me, boy, but I request some of your time so we may speak. There is much I would like to ask you, and you seem to have unique views on almost everything. It will be interesting to learn more about you, Oonoki said. Yeah, sure, why not? Still got a day before the exam finals, this way we can understand each other better. But would you mind if I take Yugi-chan home first? Naruto asked, remembering his blushing girlfriend standing behind him trying to avoid eye contact with anyone. Very well. I will expect you at my hotel in an hour, Oonoki said before turning to Tsunade and asking to be given the location of his hotel before heading off in the direction of his accommodation. Naruto turned to Yugito and without saying a word to anyone there picked her up bridal style before leaving in a Fuuten tornado sunshine. Naruto spent the next day talking to Oonoki, and while they would not see eye to eye on every topic, they had a shaky friendship and mutual respect for each other. Today was the day, and dignitaries from all over the world were in Konoha and heading to the arena. For most, the topic was the first exhibition match, two of Konoha's elite Jonin and the son of their greatest hero. Many people had already written Naruto's chances off as nothing. He was a Chunin after all against two war heroes, regardless of the fact that he was the apprentice of Jiraiya. They thought the winner would be either the copy ninja or the green beast. There were only a few people who did not think along these lines. Among the more notable there was Asuma, who had been released from the hospital 2 weeks ago. It had taken longer for him to fully heal, was telling Kurenai that he was sure Naruto would win, but Konoha's genjutsu mistresses wouldn't believe it until she saw him fight herself. Yugito, who had placed a large bet on her boyfriend at the betting agency, and was more confident than anyone after seeing the way Naruto fought. Tsunade, who had been begged by Jiraiya not to place a similar bet as her fellow blonde due to the fact that if she did bet on him he would almost certainly lose, or Konoha would be attacked again. And of course Jiraiya, who knew just how strong Naruto was, having taught him his entire ninja career. In the arena, the Konoha 11, as they had been known since Sai joined Root and Sasuke defected, were sitting together talking about the upcoming match. It's going to be Kakashi-sensei. He is a genius, he will dominate this match, Sakura said confidently. I disagree, Guy-sensei will prove he is stronger and win the match, but it will be tough as Guy-sensei only picks the best for his rivals, which is why from now on Naruto-kun will also be my eternal rival, Lee said. The rest of the group had the same thought at that moment. Poor Naruto. Yeah, I don't know who will win, but it has to be one of them, right? I mean, Naruto is just one of us. He was in our graduating class as dead last. He can't compete with people like Kakashi and Guy. Kiba said the majority of the group gave similar views, some saying Guy, others saying Kakashi. In the end, the only person who hadn't said anything was Shikamaru. Well, who do you think will win? Shika Ino asked, curious as to what the genius in the group thought. Naruto will win was all he said. What? You can't be serious, Shikamaru. This is Kakashi and Guy-sensei he is up against. Sure, he may be tough, but they are the best of the best, Tenten said. I'm serious, Naruto is different from us. The report from Naruto's trip to Kumo was given to my father and I saw it. Naruto took down 2S ranked ninja by himself and one of them was supposed to be an immortal, Shikamaru said, shocking the group. Nah, you must have misread something in the report. He must have gotten really lucky, or his team did all the work and finished them with Naruto just getting the final blow, and Ino reasoned. Believe what you want, but the immortal was the one that injured Asuma-sensei, and Asuma told me himself when Naruto saved him every attack he used was ineffective. Anyway, it's about to start. The cages are in the booth. Cage booth. Tsunade had just shown Oonoki and Gaara to their seats before she moved up to the podium and talked into the microphone placed for her. Good morning and welcome to the Chunin exam finals. We have a full day of Jonin fights, but first we have a treat for the audience today. 3 of our ninja have requested an exhibition match. This match will be between Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, Sharingan Kakashi. She paused for the applause as Kakashi lazily walked out into the field. The green beast of Konoha Mighty Guy. Once again she paused as Guy ran out and gave his patented nice guy pose. And finally Toad Sage of Myobakuzen Chunin Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze the Hokage stopped here and directed the proctor to take over as Naruto casually walked into the arena to the cheers of the masses and the high-pitched squeals of several fangirls. In the cage booth sitting next to Gaara, Jiraiya was highly disappointed that Naruto did not make a bigger show about his entrance. Genma was unsure of how to continue at this point. He knew for a fact that he wouldn't be able to control this match if it really got out of hand knowing who was in it, but decided that they were smart enough not to go too overboard. "Okay competitors, are you ready?" He stopped to check each person as they nodded. "Very well, then begin," Genma called, receiving a roar of approval from the crowd. Naruto quickly ran through several hand signs before finishing and yelling out "Suiten, water bullets!" The blonde puffed out his cheeks before shooting several small water projectiles at Kakashi. Kakashi, not one to be beaten by a jutsu like that, completed his own set of seals Raiten, lightning cutter. He sliced his hand through the air and a thin stream of lightning shot out at Naruto's water bullets, cutting them before heading onward to his target. Naruto reacted quickly. Fuuten, violent wind palm. A huge gust of wind blew the lightning into a tree, causing it to explode in a shower of splinters. Guy then made his move and rushed Naruto, delivering a punch-kick combo that was easily blocked by the blonde, who sent a kick to Guy's chest only to meet air. Kakashi, deciding to join in the fun, entered the fight by attempting to kick Guy in the ribs only to have his foot caught by Guy, was at that same time attempting to punch Naruto, who ducked underneath the dangerous fist. Stands. "Holy fuck, they're amazing," called Kiba. The whole audience had been stunned by the beginning of the match. Every move had been countered, every punch had been matched. However, Kiba's highly accurate statement had reawakened them and began cheering loudly. Fight. The fight continued, each matching the other hit for hit. Naruto, deciding to mix it up a bit, flipped up into a nearby tree and created several shadow clones to hide in. Guy and Kakashi, who had momentarily been detracted by each other, didn't see the real Naruto slip into the back of the group as two clones began charging the pair of preoccupied Jonin, who soon realized something was wrong when the two Naruto puffed out of existence just before they got into range. "Up here," Naruto called as he began to jump down on them from above, Rasengan in hand. Guy managed to get out of the way, but Kakashi was not so lucky. "Rasengan!" Naruto roared as he slammed the spinning ball into the copy ninja's back. The audience was quiet, they couldn't believe their eyes. Naruto had just beaten Kakashi like it was nothing. Naruto, however, knew that wasn't, and something felt wrong, knowing he was right the second he felt himself being dragged underground up to his neck. The Kakashi he hit with the Rasengan then puffed out of existence. "Bad luck, Naruto," Kakashi said with an eye smile, but his eye popped back open when the Naruto in the ground also dispelled into smoke. Guy was about to attack when this happened and was caught off guard when Naruto appeared from a tree behind the green beast and kicked him over to Kakashi, who saw this and, using it to his advantage, kicked Guy into the air as Naruto jumped in the air, grabbing Guy's arm, spinning around and flinging him head first into the ground before landing with a two-footed kick to Guy's head, who just landed in heap. His kick did not work as planned. Guy grabbed Naruto's leg and threw him into the ground on his back and used his chest to kick off and deliver a spin kick to Kakashi, who ducked under it before attempting a leg sweep, which also was avoided by Guy. Naruto got up and re-entered the fight, exchanging kicks and punches at a rapid rate with the two Jonin. Cage booth. "They're good," admitted Kurotsuchi, who was intently watching the fight as she knew she might have to fight the blonde if he entered the Jonin exams in a few months' time. "PFFT, they're holding back, they all are. They're just getting a feel for one another. The real fight hasn't even started yet," Oonoki said, shocking his granddaughter. "Are you sure? They look like they're going at it pretty hard to me," Kurotsuchi said tentatively. "Positive. For one, Kakashi still has that accursed eye of his covered, and Guy still has his leg weights on. As for Naruto, I am unsure, but I can guarantee he is still hiding his strength," Oonoki confessed. Fight. Naruto, Kakashi and Guy all jumped back at the same time. Neither of them looked in the slightest bit tired, even if they were breathing slightly harder than usual. They had been fighting for almost 15 minutes at a high intensity. "What do you say we take this up a notch?" Kakashi said, moving his hand to his hetai that was covering his eye. "I think that is a most youthful idea," Kakashi, Guy said. He then bent down and began taking off his leg weights. "Suits me fine, but I'm going to keep Sage Mode in reserve for now. I should still have enough to put up a fight for a while yet," Naruto said, releasing his restriction seals. When they had each finished removing their restrictions, they returned to fight, but this time all the audience saw, even most of the experienced ninja, was a blur which stopped whenever they clashed. Naruto was currently dodging a kick from Guy while at the same time attempting a spin kick on Kakashi, who, thanks to the Sharingan, dodged easily and sent a knee into the chest of Guy, knocking him back. Damn that I have his, makes my ninjutsu useless, only way to counter it effectively is my sage mode but I don't want to use that just yet. If it has to be taijutsu I need to get Kakashi occupied with Guy, Naruto thought as he quickly found why the Sharingan had been so feared, as despite Naruto's superior speed and strength he could not get a clean hit on the copy ninja. Guy, who had just recovered from the slight knock Kakashi had given him, returned to the fight and caught Kakashi on the blind side, delivering a kick to the hip sending Kakashi flying over to the wall, but he flipped at the last minute and landed calmly on the wall. Naruto saw Guy was currently distracted, attempted a leg swipe that was partially successful. He caught the ankle of Guy as he jumped over it and stumbled, but not before sending a kick at Naruto that caught him off guard, but he was able to block it, but it still sent him flying into the nearby trees. Kakashi used the fact that Guy was on the ground to re-enter and hit a spinning dropkick that was just stopped before it reached Guy's face. It turned out, however, that this was a feint and the real attack was a jab into the abdomen. Guy spat out as he was hit and knew he needed time to rest up before he could continue the fight and hope that Naruto would save him. Guy got lucky as this time it was Naruto who was able to blindside Kakashi with a kick to the back which sent him flying. Naruto, not wanting to give up the first advantage he had gotten over the copy ninja, sped after him and created two clones. The first grabbed his arm and hurled Naruto ahead of the flying Kakashi, the second jumped into the air. Naruto skidded to a stop just in front of Kakashi and delivered a punch into his gut before tossing him into the air to his clone. The clone spun in the air before he sent Kakashi careening towards the ground with a devastating axe kick. Just as Kakashi's head was about to come in contact with the ground, he disappeared, replaced with a log. Kami, damn it, why is there always a log? Naruto yelled, confused at the overwhelming supply of perfectly sized logs in the ninja world. Tough luck, Naruto, you almost had me, Kakashi joked, but stopped when he saw something move at the side of his eye and jumped backwards just in time to dodge Guy's punch, but when he landed he pushed off into a missile kick that kicked Kakashi in the chest, but he took it and just backflipped before landing and engaged in another fast exchange of punches and kicks with Guy. This is my chance, Naruto thought as he pulled out several kunai with seals wrapped around them and created several clones and gave them each a kunai and sent them to the corners of the ring before placing a different seal on his wrist. When the clones reached the corners they each placed the seal into the ground before they each connected and a seal array appeared in the ring. Cage booth. Well, I did not expect this, Jiraiya said with a small laugh. What is it? I have never seen a seal like that one, Gaara said. It is another one of his own designs. He uses it to increase the gravity over an area he was working on, a way to negate the effect on himself. I guess he has, Jiraiya said proudly. Such a seal, if used on the battlefield effectively, could be almost as deadly as his father's Hiroshin, Oonoki admitted, and Kurotsuchi shifted uncomfortably at that thought. Fight! Guy and Kakashi paused when they saw the lines appear under their feet. What is this? Kakashi questioned. That would be a ×10 gravity seal that only I am immune to, thanks to a seal I placed on myself before I said it. I have to thank the month I had to get ready, and my father's concept for the Hiroshin for the idea of a receiver on the person. However, instead of affecting me to be able to transport to different areas, I used a reverse theory, so I am not affected by the seals for this jutsu. Now, shall we continue? Naruto calmly informed them before creating a couple more shadow clones and beginning his assault. Naruto arrived at Kakashi while his clones made it to Guy at the same time and delivered uppercuts to each of their faces simultaneously, sending them flying a small way, not as far as usual because of the added gravity. Naruto landed, delivering a punch to the solar plexus of Kakashi, driving him into the ground with a thud. Guy, who was a lot faster and more used to weights as a taijutsu specialist, was dealing a lot better but was still getting picked apart by Naruto's clones, who were just as fast as he was without his weights on, and he was currently far heavier than he was when he had them on. With the rookie 11. How is he doing this? First, he is able to keep up with Guy Sensei without his weights, and now he is toying with both of them. What is that seal? It is amazing, Tenten said. Kenten had a relatively good understanding of seals as she used them a lot with her weapons, but this seal was something she had never seen before. Yosh, Naruto-kun's flames of youth are burning brightly, but Guy Sensei will not be beaten this easily, Lee declared as he watched on as the two Naruto clones kicked Guy about while he struggled to hit them. Man, that Naruto, I trained so hard the last few years to catch up to him, and then look at him making sport out of two elite. John and Kiba fumed. Why are you so surprised, dog boy? He has been training with Jiraiya-sama non-stop, although this is a new seal that I helped him with. During the month we had together in Myobakuzen, a new voice called out and the former rookies turned to see Yugito walking down the stairs. Oh, Yugito-chan, when did you get here? Hinata asked. Oh, I have been here for a while, but I was watching from the back near the betting booth. Glad I got my bet in early. Now everybody's throwing their money on Naruto and is paying no way near as much as when I went in there, Yugito informed them. This fight is not over. I know Guy Sensei and Kakashi Sensei have not yet used everything they have said, Neji confidently. Yeah, I know, but Naruto still has a lot up his sleeve. He hasn't even used Sage Mode yet, Yugito said, shocking the Jinan. What's Sage Mode? I mean, I know Naruto is considered a sage, but what does that even mean? Ino asked, getting several agreeing glances from the people who wanted to know more about Naruto's abilities. It uses a type of chakra Naruto can draw on from nature called Senjutsu, and it makes him much stronger faster, and all of his jutsu in this form are at least 4 times stronger than they normally are, Yugito said, causing the former rookies minus Shikamaru to go wide-eyed. The lazy Nara just mumbled troublesome. It was at that point there was a loud explosion from the area around Guy. Fight! Naruto and his clones had been putting the Jonin to shame for a good couple of minutes until a loud noise and a strong gust of wind changed Naruto's focus from Kakashi to the bull-haired, bushy-eyebrow, green-clad guy. So he's using the celestial gates, huh? This could be tough, Naruto thought. The ground erupted below Guy and he blurred away, not in the direction of Naruto but towards the seals wrapped around the kunai. Fuck, if he gets them off he will be even faster, Naruto thought, and rushed after him along with his clones. Naruto arrived just before Guy and was able to stop him with a hard kick to the ribs, so he has only opened the second gate so far, Naruto thought, as he was now evenly matched with Guy in terms of speed despite the gravity difference. Guy dispatched the clones with ease now and was focusing on getting around the original Naruto, but found that to be a far harder task. Naruto slipped between the punches that the clones had taken due to the original being superior in the most part, and the small hits Naruto was taking that were, while strong and enough to take out a clone, were not enough to bother the real Naruto, who had seen an opening left from a failed attack to it and sent an elbow into Guy's stomach, causing him to go wide-eyed before collapsing. However, at that point the seals faded. What the? Naruto asked, but then remembered he was in a 3-way fight. Kakashi was standing next to one of the other seals, cut open and bleeding but otherwise fine, burning the seal. Clever jutsu, Naruto, an area effect gravity seal. You really are just like your father with seals, but this fight is not over yet, Kakashi said and began running through hand seals. Kaden, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Flames shot out of Kakashi's mouth and flew toward the young sage, who quickly began running through seals of his own. Suiten, Water Encampment Wall, he yelled and drew water from a small tap at the edge of the arena to block the fire. You have gotten good with Suiten. How about this then? Suiten Water Dragon Jutsu, Kakashi yelled out, and from the same tap a giant dragon made of water formed and circled around Kakashi before flying at high speeds towards Naruto. Fuuten Giant Wind Bullets, Naruto yelled, finishing his set of hand seals. The first bullet hit the dragon and they both erupted in an explosion of gale winds and water, then Naruto shot the next bullet at Kakashi. Kakashi had to react quickly if he did not want to end up like his poor innocent water dragon of death, and ran through hand seals faster than even he could follow. Kaden, Dragon Breath Jutsu, Kakashi yelled, and an explosion of flames erupted from his mouth and shot for Naruto, whose wind bullet was just swallowed and added to the strength of the fire. Shit, that's a S-rank jutsu, I'm going to have to use it, Naruto thought desperately, and pulled out the 2 small chakra rods that Jiraiya had gotten for him before he left to Myobakuzen. Time-Space Absorption Seal. Foon, Naruto yelled, and 2 small seals began to glow on the edge of the chakra rods, and the flame that rushed at Naruto disappeared into thin air. Now let's see how you deal with it, Naruto yelled before spinning around and releasing the seal, sending the flames careening back towards the copy ninja. Not good, it's coming too fast, I don't have a choice, Kamui, Kakashi said, and as I morphed into a single pinwheel before it sent a ripple of time and space to send his jutsu to another dimension. Cage Booth. I don't believe it, not only the Mangekyo Sharingan but 2 forms of time-space jutsu, this is most impressive. That would have to take a lot out of Hatake, though he isn't a Uchiha so he won't last much longer, Oonoki said roughly. Yeah, but look, Guy is back up and by the looks of it he is opening more of the inner gates, Kurotsuchi said. She did not like the 3 men involved, but this fight had impressed her. She was only a Chunin, but only because she had wanted to take the exams in Iwa. She was considered in all but tittle a Jonin, but these 3 were far superior to her and she knew it. Fight. So that's what your Mangekyo does. That's a nice move, an instant kill if you get it right, Naruto said, impressed. Thanks. But it takes a lot out of me, nothing like your seals which just require activation energy, and as I don't have the chakra reserves you have I can't use it too often, Kakashi admitted, breathing heavily. He was done. At least for ninjutsu he had to hope an opening appeared for him to have a chance to win this match now. That was when Naruto felt Guy. What the fuck, Naruto stammered as he turned to see Guy glowing green and chakra begin to visibly flow around him. That's the gate of limit, Kakashi thought, and quickly jumped away to avoid the coming onslaught. Looks like I'm going to need at least Sage Made to get out of this one, Naruto thought as he activated the first of his Senjutsu seals. Stands. The crowd for the most part of the match had been watching on in shock, and the 3-way fight continued on, but now they were getting worried. This was supposed to be an exhibition match, but they were tearing the arena apart. The Jinan waiting in the competitor's booth were thinking along the lines of how are we supposed to follow this. While the former rookies just could not believe how far ahead of them Naruto had become. Guy-sensei will win this now. Naruto-kun is tough but those are 5 of the 8 celestial gates Guy-sensei has openly said. Tenten and Neji agreed but then Sakura pointed something out. Look at Naruto's eyes, they have changed. That's what he looked like when he fought Itachi and Sasori, she yelled, causing the other rookies to inspect the changes. That's his sage mode, although I will be honest 5 of the celestial gates will be hard to beat, Yugito admitted. You better win this, Naru-kun. Fight! The chakra began to die down around Guy before he pushed off at great speeds and sent Naruto flying through the arena wall before standing there panting heavily and waiting. Naruto was doubled over in pain. A punch in the gut that is so hard that it sends you through a cement wall is no trip to a health spa after all. He was struggling to stand as Kyuubi and his Senjutsu healed him. Once sufficiently healed, Naruto made his way back through the sage-sized hole in the wall that he made. Well, that was one hell of a punch, Naruto said jokingly while trying to figure out a way to win. I need to attack. If I can just get in one punch it will be enough to drain him of his extra powers and leave him out of it, Naruto thought as he readied his attack. This proved harder than originally thought as Guy tried to press his advantage and Naruto was only just able to dodge out of the way as the first strike crashed into the ground, creating a Tsunade punch-sized crater. Guy was chasing Naruto around the arena, destroying trees or anything he came in contact with as Naruto would narrowly avoid the pain that was sure to arrive from a missed dodge. I can't keep this up, I need to attack now. He twists his leg slightly before he kicks off, that is when I need to move in, Naruto thought, dodging yet another punch. Then Naruto saw it, the leg twitch. This is it, if I mess up I'm going to be in a lot of pain, Naruto thought as he threw a punch at nothing. At the same moment Guy rocketed forward. Both fighters flew to either wall and landed with a thud on the ground after their attacks collided. Guy was no longer using the gates and did not seem to be in any condition to. Naruto was still in sage mode as another seal activated and the blonde was slowly getting to his feet along with his green-clad counterpart. Both stood breathing heavily when Kakashi dropped out of a nearby tree. Yo, miss me, he asked with a smile. Damn it, Kakashi-sensei, I could have used your help, Naruto panted out, his Senjutsu not yet able to cure his exhaustion. Kakashi didn't answer but he seemed to communicate wordlessly with Guy, who stood up and walked slowly over to Kakashi before they bother shot at Naruto, who was still slightly hunched over. Standing up straight, Naruto brought both his hands up and formed a Rasengan in each. So that's how it's going to be, huh? Naruto panted out as the two now considerably slower Jonin approached. Naruto ducked and turned out of the way of the two Jonin before planting a Rasengan into the abdomen of each of them. Rasengan barrage, Naruto yelled as the spinning orb sank into the pair before they both went flying into the wall and crashing to the ground unconscious. Then Genma made his return, slowly walking over to the downed copy ninja and green beast, making sure they were both alive before turning to the crowd. Kakashi and Guy are unable to continue. Winner Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Silence rang around the arena for a second before a massive explosion of noise rocked the arena with cheers congratulating the victor. Cage booth. He is indeed an S-ranked ninja, I hope to see him at the Jonin exams. I have little doubt he will win if he is there, Onoki said to Tsunade, earning an annoyed HMPF from Kurotsuchi, but she too had to admit if they fought she would almost definitely lose. Yes, he will be at the exams. We found a team that has already seen a Chunin promoted, so his taking the exams was essential. However, as Jiraiya's apprentice the rank of Jonin does not mean anything to him, Tsunade said, standing and applauding the exhausted blonde who still found the energy to give a slow victory lap. I will have to send a memo to my Chunin competing to avoid Naruto at all costs, Gaara said impassively, even he wore a smile at the result of the fight. Yes, it would be a smart idea. I'm sure Kurotsuchi-chan here will be more weary of a confrontation with the boy, Onoki stated plainly. Stands. I can't believe Guy-sensei and Kakashi-sensei lost, Sakura said blankly. It's just like Naruto to pull off something like that. Kami, how am I supposed to catch him now? Kiba moaned. You're not. Naruto is not like us. Has special, he pushes himself far harder than we could ever imagine and will be a very important ninja to this village for a long time, Shikamaru said lazily. Well, important or not, Has still an idiot. Look at him running around celebrating his win, Sakura said indigently. He just beat 2 high A-ranked ninja. That is something worth celebrating, is it not? Shino said logically. Naruto finally left the arena to the medical tent with the others. He had no serious injuries but wanted to make sure Kakashi and Guy were alright. Chapter 36 Chunin Exam Finals. Naruto left the medical tent and decided to head out into the audience to find a seat to watch his part-time students compete. He knew it would be a tough competition with at least Mitsuri, who had been trained by Gaara, expected to pass with ease. When Naruto walked up the stairs into the stands, he was greeted with a hero's welcome. A large group of people rushed over to pat Naruto on the back, congratulating him on his victory. Naruto struggled through the throngs of supporters and well-wishers as he made his way to the front right, where he saw Yugito sitting with the other members of his rookie graduating class. "Hey Yugi-chan, can I sit here?" he said, pointing to the seat next to her as several fangirls still swooning around him. She let him sit down before she planted herself on his lap and sent a dirty look at the girls that were still hanging around that basically said, "Get back before I turn you into ash." "You did great, Naru-kun," Yugito said before giving him a kiss on the lips, mostly to further annoy the fangirls who had not taken the hint from the look the cat-like Kunoichi gave them just moments before. "Thanks Yugi-chan, let's just hope Konohamaru and the others do just as well," Naruto said as several cleaning crews were still fixing the arena up from the last battle. Yugito stayed leaning against Naruto's chest, blissfully ignoring the cold hard looks directed towards her by the entire female population that was single minus Sakura, who was still hung up on tall dark emo and homo. Even Ino had a twang of jealousy at the happy couple sitting in each other's arms. Eventually they had finished their clearing and the names were ready to be drawn at random. The first name out of the hat, or up on the screen as was the case at this time, was Moegi. She made her way down onto the floor to loud applauding from the crowd, who were still worked up from the matchup between the Jonin and Naruto. Moegi's opponent was a Kunoichi from Iwa. Naruto was interested to see what type of fighting style Moegi would choose. She had become far more confident since training with Yugito, and her taijutsu was now very good for a Jonin because her style suited her perfectly. The Iwa Kunoichi was a bit taller than Moegi and probably a few years older. She had 2 kunai pouches, one on either leg, which suggested she was rather liberal with her kunai and shuriken. Arena floor. Genma, who had relaxed a lot more now there was no threat of being caught by high-powered jutsu or a misplaced punch. After checking both parties were ready, they began. Moegi darted forward, swiftly dodging the projectiles thrown at her while the Iwa Jonin backed away. The Iwa Jonin looked to be struggling to keep Moegi at bay until she did something Moegi was not expecting. She charged. Catching Moegi by surprise, she began pressing home her advantage and forcing Moegi to back away before she began throwing liberal amounts of shuriken and kunai again. It was a sound strategy. Keep your opponent away with kunai in an attempt to hit them before using powerful taijutsu to push her back again when she got close. It was a game of cat and mouse and a very useful style for ninja that were low mobility. Moegi, still weaving in and out of another flurry of kunai, decided she needed to do something quickly. Taking out a kunai, she began swiping the oncoming waves away from her and looking for an opening. Suddenly she saw the smallest of gaps and flung her kunai Kagebushin no Jutsu, Moegi called out, and the one kunai turned into many. The Iwa Jonin was shocked at this and began throwing more and more kunai as fast as she desperately tried to knock the shadow kunai out of the air. Moegi used this time to move around to the Kunoichi's side and move in. The Iwa Genin had just swatted the last of the kunai from the air when she saw the kick being sent for the side of her base and brought up an arm to block it. Having blocked the kick, she went on the offensive again, trying to force Moegi back, but this time Moegi had changed her tactics and sent small counterattacks at the taller Jonin and began wearing her down. Once Moegi saw she was getting the upper hand, she used a sensory genjutsu to make the Iwa Kunoichi to think she was becoming more tired and her movements became sluggish. Adding the vision perception shift she was so fond of, she made little work of the opponent after that, ending the fight with a kick to the back of the head. Once Moegi was declared the winner, the crowd roared its approval while the Konoha Jonin gave a sheepish wave up to where Naruto and Yugito were sitting and making her way back to the competitor's box. With Naruto and Yugito. "You really trained her well. She has changed so much from the shy Jonin that came to ask me for help," Naruto admitted. "Of course she has changed. I trained her, didn't I? No student of mine is going to be a weak kunoichi if I can help it," Yugito said proudly. The next match was between a Konoha ninja, most likely from a civilian family, and a boy named Kane from Iwa. This was not so much a match as an ass-kicking. Kane from the start had moved at high speeds and sent an elbow into the chest of the Konoha ninja before finishing him with a spin kick. "Well, that was certainly interesting," Naruto said as he watched conclude. Kane was around his age if he was honest and was well above Jonin level. Naruto only guessed that Iwa had held him back to wait for the exams to be held in Iwa or for a chance for Oonoki to have an excuse to go to another village, as was the case this time. The board flashed again before stopping on Udon and a ninja from Suna. They both headed down to the arena floor together and seemed to enjoy each other's company. That was until the match started. Fight! Udon skipped back, sending kunai with exploding notes flying around, causing the Suna ninja to back. Udon kept backing away from the other Jonin until he was at the base of a tree. The other Jonin, seeing that Udon had stopped running, decided to take advantage, rocketed forward at a fast pace for a Jonin. Just as he was about to hit Udon, however, he rolled out of the way and slammed a kunai into the ground, trapping his opponent before drawing his blade and putting it to his throat. Conceit, Udon demanded of the thoroughly confused Jinan. The Suna Jinan looked around for a way out but couldn't see one. All he could see were the 4 well-hidden kunai with the trap seal on them. Very well. Proctor, I forfeit, the Sand Ninja said, ashamed of himself. Cage booth. Well, that was almost as anticlimactic as the last match, Oonoki grumbled. Indeed, it was Tushikage Dono, but it was a most exceptional use of a basic seal and a well-thought-out plan that effectively ended the match without much effort, and he has definitely shown that he has the head to be a Chunin, Tsunade said. Yes, I would agree, Hokage Dono, and it seems the Jinan of my village, if not the village as a whole, needs educating in the art of Fuinjutsu, Gaara said honestly. Naruto and Yugito. Yeah, way to represent Fuinjutsu, Udon, Naruto yelled out, appreciating the well-thought-out trap. Well, he should know how to use them well if you taught him them, after all, Yugito said. Yeah, I guess train them all well. Now we just have to get Konohamaru through this round, then we are all set, Naruto said, waiting for the next fight to be announced. Naruto instantly became more interested when Konohamaru was called to face an Iwa Jinan named Tensasuchi. Oh, this should be good, I can't wait to see how Konohamaru has improved in a real fight, Naruto said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Fight. When the proctor began, Konohamaru instantly ran forward, trying to end the fight quickly like Udon had. Unfortunately, he was not so lucky, and the Iwa Jinan rolled out of the way of Konohamaru's punch and began peppering the young Sarutobi with kunai. Konohamaru quickly rolled through behind a tray to take cover from the hail of kunai before taking his own out and sending it at Tensasuchi. Kunai Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Konohamaru yelled, and his one kunai became around 50. The Iwa Jinan ran out of the way of the incoming kunai and began running those some hand signs. Doden, mud shot, he called out and slammed his foot into the ground, causing a large sphere of mud to rise from the ground before he punched it forward at Konohamaru. Konohamaru had to quickly roll out of the way, avoiding the mud which splintered the bark off a newly regrown tree after a small bit of work from Tenzo. Naruto and Yugito. Wow, that Iwa Jinan is pretty good. I would say he will be promoted. So far he has shown good speed and has at least some knowledge of elemental manipulation, Naruto said plainly. Yeah, Konohamaru is on the ropes at the moment. Do you think he will win? Yugito asked. Yeah, Hess not out of this fight yet, far from it. In fact, I would say it's only a matter of time before he wins, Naruto said confidently. Fight. Konohamaru had just dodged another ball of compressed mud and was getting sick of this dodging. Creating a shadow clone, he used it to rocket himself forward, just narrowly avoiding another round of the Doten, just to earning a loud intake of breath from the audience. The most honorable grandson then took out several tags and slapped them onto his kunai before throwing them at the ground, causing loud explosions, forcing Tensasuchi to back up, unaware he was being herded into the same corner the Konoha Jinan hit at the start before his Iwa counterpart used his Doten Jutsu. Come on, just a bit further, Konohamaru thought as he sent another kunai into the ground at his opposition's feet. That's it now, Konohamaru yelled, and 2 shadow clones popped out of the bushes on either side of the Iwa Jinan, kicking him in the back. This had the effect of sending him sprawling across the ground right into the real Konohamaru, who dropped a leg down on the back of his head, knocking him unconscious and ending the match. Naruto and Yugito. How long did you know those clones were there? Yugito asked, as she had not seen him create the shadow clones and had no idea they were there. The moment he left his hiding place and positioned himself opposite the spot they were hidden, Naruto confessed. How? Yugito asked, curious as to how he could have known what Konohamaru was planning. It's simple, Kakashi taught him tactics. That is a favorite move of Kakashi's. He is known as a genius and always fights with shadow clones first to get the feel of an opposition. Why do you think I was still on guard when I struck his clone with a Rasengan in our fight earlier? I knew if I wanted to get him out in the open I needed to get rid of his clone, Naruto explained. The next 2 fights were Suna Ninja against 2 members of the other Konoha team in the finals. The first match the Konoha Ninja won after a close match by a clever medical jutsu that made the Sand Ninja's arms go numb and was unable to continue. However, the next match with Matsuri was less well contested. Matsuri easily slipped through the Konoha Genin's defenses before using a launcher with ninja wire to make an anchor and wrap the Konoha Ninja up tight. That concluded the first round of matches, and he called Moegi and Kane from Iwa out for the start of the next round. Both parties gave a respectful bow before beginning. Fight. Moegi did not rush in this time. She had seen Kane's devastating taijutsu from the last round and did not want to be caught by it. Instead, she began by throwing a shuriken and using the Shuiken shadow clone variant. Kane easily rolled out of the way before sending several kunai of his own at Moegi. Moegi weaved her way through the kunai, swatting the ones she couldn't avoid away with her own kunai as she elegantly danced her way around the barrage of kunai, before casting a genjutsu. In the genjutsu, Kane was walking through an empty street that had a river of blood flowing down it. What is this? Wasn't I in an exam? This is not right, he thought as the blood became thicker and now there were several bodies lying around genjutsu. He whispered to himself and brought his hands up to release Moegi's jutsu. The second he released the jutsu, he found himself being hit in the face and sent him flying. Hey, well, not bad for a rookie, but I think it's time I get serious, Kane said, and he took off several sets of weights, letting them hit the ground with a thud. Well, as long as you're taking your weights off, I guess I should too, Moegi said, removing the training weights Naruto had given the Konohamaru core. Well, what do you know, this could be interesting, the Iwa Jinan said before taking off in a blur that was easily traceable to Naruto and all of his graduating class, but was still a high speed for a Jinan. Moegi was at her flexible best, avoiding each hit Kane sent at her, and she followed up most attacks with quick counters that, while individually were no trouble for the Iwa ninja, together had become quite troublesome. You are infuriatingly hard to hit, he said as she slipped through another punch, sending another jab into a pressure point, causing the Iwa ninja to wince in pain. Well, when you have a sensei that makes you put on weights while he throws stuff at you, you either learn to dodge or get some really good health insurance, Moegi joked as she attempted a kick only for Kane to dodge. Good point. Well, then it looks like I can't beat you this way. I guess it's time to show my trump card, he said, jumping back from Moegi, doing several hand seals before calling out his jutsu Doden, Iwa armor. Slamming his fists into the earth, large clumps of rock started to form around his body until he was covered in rock that protected him completely. Naruto and Yugito. Well, I can't see Moegi whining this now. She had no jutsu in her arsenal that can break that armor. She would need some Fuuten, Katen, Raiten, or at least Doden to even stand a chance. I faced a Iwa Jinan who could use it in my Chunin exams, but his was not anywhere as powerful as this armor, as Naruto confessed. So you're basically saying she should give up? Yugito asked. Hell no, never give up when there is a chance, but if she wants to win this, the only way I can see is if she runs till he can no longer use the armor, Naruto said. Naruto had been right, nothing Moegi could do would break the armor, and eventually Kane had gotten a good hit in, and after that it ended quickly. Kane, who was while slightly slower with his armor on, still moved fast for a Jinan, had managed to catch Moegi in a powerful bear hug, squeezing her until she lost consciousness. Konohamaru and Udon jumped down the second he dropped her to check if she was alright, and waited for the medics to come and collect her. After she had been successfully stretchered away, Genma stopped them by announcing the next match was Konohamaru vs Udon. Naruto and Yugito. Well, this is going to be interesting, Naruto said. Yeah, you're right, their styles are completely different. Konohamaru will have to use his head though to avoid Udon's traps, and Udon will need to use that katana of his to keep Konohamaru from getting too close, Yugito said, interested in how the match would work. They also know each other better than anyone else. If anybody will know how to expose weakness in each other's style, this will be the match to show it. I would put my money on Konohamaru, though he will fight harder and wants to prove he is not just the honorable grandson, Naruto said, giving his prediction for the match. So basically you are picking Konohamaru because he is stubborn like you, Yugito said. Fight. Konohamaru looked across the arena at Udon, waiting for the proctor to begin. They each gave a small bow before Konohamaru charged forward. Udon pulled a shuriken and used a shuriken shadow clone to halt Konohamaru's advances, causing the young monkey to jump out of the way. Udon was on top and keeping Konohamaru at a fair distance with explosive tags, and every time Konohamaru did manage to get in close, he had to avoid the swings of Udon's large blade. Konohamaru had just narrowly avoided his katana by an inch when he saw an opening, and gave Udon a kick that sent him flying and laying out on the ground, slowly getting to his feet. Not one to miss up an opportunity, Konohamaru raced forward and once again kicked Udon away. This time Udon rose to his feet quickly and with a victorious smirk took a single kunai and threw into the ground a little away from him. Sorry, Konohamaru, you fell for my trap, Udon said as seals that were hidden in the dirt where Udon had been hit the first time activated. Konohamaru was trapped, held in place by the same trap that had helped him against the Suna ninja. Knowing he was in trouble, Konohamaru began to struggle against the ropes as Udon walked over. Just as Udon prepared to bring his sword blade up to Konohamaru's neck, however, he disappeared in a puff, replaced by a log. How did you escape? I had your hands held at your sides, Udon said in disbelief as he looked over at Konohamaru, who was standing a few yards away. I broke free. I overpowered your trap enough to move my arms for a seal to escape, Konohamaru said proudly as he began to charge again. Udon wasted little time and brought out a kunai before rapping an explosive note in it, which Konohamaru easily dodged, jumping back until he found himself in a tree. What do you say we take our weights off and finish this? Konohamaru said. With a nod from Udon, both boys removed their extra baggage and began circling each other at far greater speeds than they had been moving before. Every so often as they circled each other, one of them would throw a kunai or a shuriken, but by the time it came anywhere near the other boy they would send their own intercept it. Konohamaru stopped, causing Udon to react in a similar fashion. Pulling out 2 kunai, one in each hand, Konohamaru shot forward. Seeing this, Udon unsheathed his katana again and charged forward to meet him. They were evenly matched. Udon was far better with a blade in this style of fighting, having been taught the basic kenjutsu style by Tenten along with several slightly more advanced moves. Konohamaru on the other hand was faster and stronger than Udon, narrowing the slight advantage the glasses-wearing ninja had. They matched each other strike for strike, both unable to hit each other. Konohamaru would block the katana with one kunai and make to strike with the other, only to have Udon spin away before trying a different stroke of his blade. Udon went for an overhead slash only for it to be blocked yet again by Konohamaru. This was however a diversion, and Udon kicked his teammate in the chest, sending him flying into a small group of trees just out of sight. Seconds later, Udon saw Konohamaru emerge and run to the left, flinging kunai with exploding notes at the glasses-wearing Jinan. Thinking it was a similar trap to the one Konohamaru used in his last fight, Udon dodged the explosions but refused to be hurted. Seeing this, Konohamaru charged forward and Udon prepared his blade to strike. The second before Konohamaru got into range, however, he puffed away. Udon did not have time to react, as the second after Konohamaru vanished he felt a kunai pressed up against his neck. "Give up, Udon, I win this round," the young Sarutobi said with a smirk. "Yes, I guess you do, Proctor, I concede defeat," Udon said, causing Genma to call the match in Konohamaru's favor and the audience to again erupt in cheerful applause. Naruto and Yugito. Clever, he used a clone to go out and distract Udon while he used the distraction to sneak around behind him, Yugito said, clearly impressed at the well thought out strategy. "Yeah, it was good, but I would say Konohamaru got lucky. Udon should have known better. Oh well, his next fight will be interesting. I wonder how Konohamaru will deal with the Iwa armor," Naruto pondered out loud as Matsuri and her opponent entered the floor. This fight was slightly longer than the first fight Gaara's apprentice had. She had to cope with a vicious onslaught from the Konoha Jinan from the start, but eventually wore him down, this time incapacitating the Konoha Jinan with a few Uten jutsu. "She will win this tournament," Naruto said plainly as he watched Matsuri check on her opponent before heading back to the contestant booth. "What makes you say that?" Yugito asked. "Well, for one, Konohamaru and Kane will have to fight each other now. They both use a lot of taijutsu and will take a lot out of each other. Secondly, Matsuri has an extra match to rest, not having to fight again before the final. And lastly, she has at least some knowledge of Fuuten Jutsu, which will be the Iwa armor's worst nightmare, and Konohamaru won't be able to use kunai if they just get blown away, and her taijutsu is certainly not bad. She has this in the bag," Naruto said. "Fight." Kane and Konohamaru stood apart, looking at each other for a moment after the fight began, neither moving, unwilling to make the first move. Then at the same time both rocketed forward. They each went straight on the offensive with matching kicks to the side, and both connected, sending them flying in opposite directions, skidding along the ground before coming to a halt. "Well, you pack a bigger punch than your teammate, but you are easier to hit," Kane joked as he stood up. "Yeah, you're no slouch yourself. That was one painful kick," Konohamaru replied with a small smile. They wasted little time getting back into it, fighting for dominance. Konohamaru would be on top 1 second, hitting a powerful kick or delivering a devastating punching combo, but then the next moment Kane would reverse it and send Konohamaru flying with a strike of his own. They continued along this path for a while. Every so often Konohamaru would use a kunai shadow clone or an exploding tag to mix things up, but he was not as good with them as Udon was, and this showed. Kane would lightly swipe the kunai out of the air or dodge the exploding tags, and they would end up in a taijutsu match again. Even without his weights on, Kane could still keep up with Konohamaru. Maybe if he had been wearing them for longer it would not have been the case, but as it was, both Jinan were evenly matched at almost every level. They broke away again. Both were panting slightly. They would never admit it, but they were both tired from their previous matches. "Well, this was fun, but I'm going to have to finish this now, Doden. Iwa armor," he said, and once again became covered in the compressed rocks. Now Konohamaru was much faster, but at the same time nothing he tried could hurt Kane. Kunai would just bounce off, punches and kicks would create cracks, but they would soon seal back up. Eventually Kane landed a punch and sent Konohamaru flying. "Proctor, it would be best to call the match. He won't be getting ba." He stopped mid-sentence as Konohamaru got onto one knee and spat out a large chunk of blood before standing again. Kane saw this and decided to end it for sure and charged forward, planting his fist in the weary Konoha Jinan's stomach, making him double over, spitting out more blood. The Iwa Jinan moved away from him, waiting for the proctor to check the downed Konohamaru, but his eyes widened and he turned around when he heard him slowly standing from behind. "Stay down. You have lost this fight," Kane ordered. Konohamaru however had other plans and created a shadow clone next to him before holding out his hand, and he began gathering chakra. Naruto and Yugito. What is that? Naru-kun, did you? Yugito asked as she watched what Konohamaru was attempting. Naruto just sat there with a proud smile on his face and did not bother to answer Yugito. Cage booth. Jiraiya and Tsunade saw what was happening in the ring and were stunned. Naruto has been teaching Konohamaru more than just shadow clones, it would appear, Jiraiya said, now far more interested in the match. Indeed he has, that is the same way Naruto first learned that jutsu, is it not? Jiraiya Dono Gaara asked. Jiraiya nodded his head before Oonoki asked what jutsu. He could not see what was happening as Konohamaru's body was obstructing his vision, but his question was asked less than a second later. Fight! Rasengan, Konohamaru yelled, slamming the perfectly formed blue sphere into the chest of Kane, who just looked shocked as his armor was being torn away. Kane rocketed back before landing in a heap on the ground. He struggled to stand, but his body just wouldn't move for him. Kane, from Iwa, is unable to continue to fight. The winner Konohamaru. Genma announced. The second Genma announced him the winner. Konohamaru fell backwards exhausted and sore. Naruto and Yugito. Well, he won, but he is in no real condition to fight Matsuri. The final match will be over quickly, but he should have at least done enough to get promoted, Naruto said proudly. Yeah, Udon too, I think, but Moegi might have to wait till the next exams. She did good, but I'm not sure she proved herself to be a Chunin yet. By the way, when did you teach Konohamaru the Rasengan? Yugito said eagerly. Oh, I started teaching him before I left 3 years ago, showed him the first step, then explained how the second would work and what he needed. When we started training them a couple of months ago, he had finished the first stage but just couldn't get the rubber ball to explode. With my help he finished it quickly. I then gave him the little cheat I came up with to use shadow clones to help complete the jutsu, Naruto said as he watched Matsuri come down into the ring. Konohamaru was still taking a nap. I guess you were a good teacher then, but you are right, I don't see him beating the Kazekage's apprentice after the fights he has already had, Yugito admitted. Cage booth. The Rasengan, never would have thought a Jinan would be able to use such a jutsu, Oonoki said. Indeed, he has shocked even me, but I cannot see him winning this match, he is far too tired, Tsunade admitted. Yes, my pupil will more than likely win this match. It would have been nice to see them fight earlier on so I could have seen for myself where my training could be improved, Gaara said. The final fight did not last long. Konohamaru was almost dead on his feet from the start, and Matsuri, who had a far easier run to the final, managed to avoid the young Konoha ninja's sloppy attacks before wrapping him in her ninja wire and knocking him unconscious. Matsuri was declared the winner, but she did not celebrate too heavily. Despite being the champion, she knew that it would not have been such an easy fight had she faced Konohamaru earlier on in the tournament. After the Suna Kunoichi was presented with an award for winning the Chunin selection exam finals, the crowd emptied the arena, leaving only Naruto and Yugito still sitting in the empty stands. Well, it's about time we head to get some dinner, don't you think, Yugi-chan? Naruto asked with a smile. Thought you would never ask. So you're going to the Jonin exams in 2 months, right? So what are you going to do until then? Yugito asked. Well, Jiraiya-sensei wants me to go on a short trip with him to check on a spy contact who hasn't sent word in a while, so I will be out of the village for a while, Naruto confessed. Is that so? Then I guess we better hurry up and grab something to eat so I can give you a farewell present, Yugito purred as the couple exited the arena. Chapter 37 The Snake's Cave. It was several days after the Chunin exams and Naruto was currently heading to the Hokage Tower to search for his sensei. Arriving at Tsunade's office, he decided to enter in the way that he normally would. Good morning, Ba-chan, Naruto called with a smile as he jumped in through the window. Damn it, Naruto, can't you ever enter like a normal person? You either barge the door down or just jump through the window, Tsunade said. Oh, you love it, your life would be boring without me and Jiraiya-sensei around, Naruto teased. Tsunade could not dispute this claim. She did miss them both whenever they were out of the village. Fine, but make sure that entering through the window is the only bad habit you pick up from that old pervert, Tsunade said. Hey, we are the same age, came Jiraiya's voice from the same window Naruto had just entered by. Hey Jiraiya-sensei, Konohamaru and his friends did great the other day, Naruto said, giving himself a mental pat on the back for helping in their teaching. Yeah, you should see Ebisu talk about them. He's being praised as a genius trainer again now, Jiraiya laughed, knowing it was Naruto, Yugito and Kakashi who really deserved the praise. PFFT, like that closet pervert could teach Konohamaru the Rasengan, Naruto said offhandedly. Yeah, he is giving you the credit for that one, Jiraiya admitted. Look, it doesn't really matter. Now will you please tell me why you both are here, Tsunade said, slightly irritated that they had both just completely forgot about her. Oh sorry, Haim, Guess we got lost in our own little world. We came here because I want Naruto to come with me to the land of tea. My informant there has not sent any word in over a month now and I need to look into it, Jiraiya said. Tsunade thought about this for a while. I will need him back in well under a month so he can complete some teamwork exercises with Guy's team. He will need them for the exams in Iwa, Tsunade said. Yeah, no worries, he will be back in time, shouldn't take much more than a week. I need to talk to some other sources of information first, Jiraiya admitted. Fine, but no dragging him off to strip clubs or seedy whore houses, you hear me, Tsunade ordered. Yes mum, Jiraiya moped. To Naruto their conversation seemed like those had by old married couples squabbling over the right way to raise their child. Naruto felt that to him that is exactly what they were. Jiraiya was his fun-loving laid-back father, while Tsunade was the strict but caring mother, and watching them squabble over where Jiraiya took him brought a smile to his face. After a long discussion and several rather revealing diagrams of where Jiraiya can and cannot take Naruto, the two toad sages left through their favorite windows and began to head to Naruto's place so he could collect his things. What are you smiling about, sensei? Ba-chan basically just told you can't go to any of your favorite places while we were away, Naruto asked, seeing the smile on Jiraiya's face. Why not be happy? This is the first time we have gone on a mission together since we went to bring back Tsunade to be Hokage, and she only said I couldn't take you to any of those places, not that I couldn't go to them, and it's not my fault if you have to come in to get me at any point, Jiraiya laughed. Naruto just shook his head at this. Trust Jiraiya sensei to figure out a way around Ba-chan's rules, Naruto thought as the pair arrived at his house. Hey Yugi-chan, I'm back with Jiraiya sensei, Naruto called out when he entered the apartment. He did not want Jiraiya to catch his girlfriend without a top on, at least not again after what happened before the Chunin exam finals. Yugito came out of the bedroom fully dressed and with a smile as she entered the living room where Naruto was waiting with Jiraiya. Good morning, Jiraiya-sama, she greeted politely. Jiraiya didn't answer. He was busy inspecting the seals that had ruined his hopes of the happy couple staring in his next book. Jiraiya-sensei, what are you doing? Naruto asked with a fake smile that basically told him that he should leave the privacy seals alone before he uses Kakashi's favorite jutsu for testing Jinan's taijutsu on him. What? Oh sorry, I was just admiring your work, Jiraiya stammered out at seeing the threatening expression on his pupil's face. Yeah, whatever sensei, Naruto said. Naruto left to grab his stuff, and when he came back he found Yugito giving Jiraiya the exact same lecture that Tsunade had given him at the Hokage's office. Look at that word for word what Ba-chan said, Naruto joked from the doorway. Okay sensei, I'm all set, let's head out once Yugi-chan has finished with warning you about what will happen to you if you take me to any of your less savory hangouts. After Yugito had her say, Jiraiya left the room to wait for Naruto outside. Be careful, Naru-kun, and remind Jiraiya-sama that if he even thinks of taking you out to pick up women I will remove the tool that allows him to even attempt such activities, Yugito said. Naruto leaned in to touch his forehead against hers, making her purr loudly at the closeness. Don't worry Yugi-chan, I won't let my mean perverted sensei get to me. After all, I love you too much to ever think of doing something like that, he said before giving her a light but passionate kiss. I love you too, my Naru-kun, she said when they broke apart. He left after that to meet Jiraiya waiting outside. Well Naruto, let's go, hopefully we can have a great adventure, you know, when you can tell your kids one day. I would be upset if I was never in any of the stories you could tell them after all, Jiraiya said. I wouldn't worry about that, Jiraiya, you may be a shameless pervert but you are also the person who taught me how to be a ninja, and you're the closest thing to a parent I have ever known. You will be in all the stories I will tell my family one day, Naruto said in confidence. Jiraiya didn't say anything for a moment. He was touched that Naruto would think so highly of him and not just as a teacher. You know, I'm really glad I decided to take you as an apprentice. The old Grand Geezer Toad once told me a prophecy, that I would one day train a great ninja who would either save the world or destroy it, and I would make a choice when the time came that would determine their future. Twice in my past I thought I found that student, Nagato and then your father. They are both dead now, so maybe I have failed. But even I can see that hatred is growing in the world. I want to do something about it, that's why I write my books, but if I fail, maybe you will be the one to bring the world peace. Naruto just smiled as they walked. For you, anything. Besides, the only way your books would change the world is if they actually started selling. You should make more stories like your first one, he said, producing a small green book from his pocket. Hey, my books are bestsellers, and that book didn't sell at all, Jiraiya said, defending his works of high-class smut. I don't care, this book is brilliant, so much better than the others, Naruto said, placing the book back in his pocket carefully. Your father liked that book as well, but I guess you could have figured that out from reading it, Jiraiya said. Yeah, it is sort of obvious, thanks for the name by the way, Naruto joked as they approached the village gate. Ceiling cave. That took so fucking long, Datara said as the body of Roshi fell to the ground lifeless. Without the two tails sealing the higher level by Juu will take longer as we need to compensate for that loss of power, Pain said. We should have had Jinbe a month ago, he proved to be difficult to catch, Itachi said plainly. He ran for a month before we finally caught up to him, Kisame finished for his partner. It doesn't matter, you are to begin hunting the Gobi. Have you experienced any resistance from Iwa, Pain asked. When we first approached Jinbe there were a team of Iwa ninja on their way looking for him with a message from the Tsuchikage, but Zetsu was able to stall them. They have need been concerned with us since then, Itachi said. Yeah, that would be about right, the old man probably would be glad to see those two gone, he doesn't care about the Jinchuriki, Datara said. Then we will proceed without disturbance then, Datara, be ready once Gobi is sealed. I want you and Tobi to retrieve the Rakubi, Pain said and faded from view followed by the others. Orochimaru's hideout. Orochimaru was sitting in a high-backed chair looking over his experiments and pondering his next move. It was this scene Kabuto and Sasuke walked in on. Orochimaru-sama, is there anything you need? Kabuto asked. Yes, Kabuto, pack up, we're heading to a base in the Land of Earth, the snake said, not taking his eyes away from his work. The Land of Earth, but Orochimaru-sama, are you sure? There will be a lot of groups heading to Iwa for the Jonin exams, are you sure that it is wise to be that close to Iwa? Kabuto asked. Yes, because we are going to send a team to the exams. I want a Yotan user, and there will be one competing in the exams, Orochimaru said. So what, you're going to send a team to capture her while the exams are on? Sasuke brooded. Oh no, not just any team, Sasuke-kun, I am sending you, Orochimaru said, knowing Sasuke would react to this. What, why? I don't want to fight a bunch of weaklings, find someone else to do your dirty work, Sasuke said. Ah, but Sasuke-kun, they won't all be weaklings there. I have received word from a spy in Konoha that Naruto Namikaze will be competing, Orochimaru sneered. Sasuke's hand erupted in a spasm of lightning. Fine. I will do it. Who are my teammates going to be? Sasuke said, the Chidori slowly fading. Ah, I thought I could get you to see things my way. You will work with Suigetsu and Karen, that should be more than enough to deal with the Yotan user and her team, Orochimaru said. Fine, who is the target? Sasuke asked, and Orochimaru handed him a picture of a kunoichi with pink pupil-less eyes and short black hair. Land of Tea. Several days later, Naruto and Jiraiya walked into a small town. They were supposed to meet Jiraiya's wayward informant in. Hey sensei, isn't this a bit of a quiet place to have an informant? I mean, what can they hear out in this place? Naruto queried. That's exactly the point, it is so out of the way that people will be less careful about what information they give up, Jiraiya answered. Fair enough, so how do we find this guy then? The blonde asked. Simple, we go to the bar, Jiraiya said eagerly. I should have known. Oh well, let's get going, it's not like we're going to find him standing around out here, Naruto sighed. That's a good attitude to have, and while we are waiting I can buy you your first drink. That is something fathers are supposed to do, but you're going to have to settle for me, Jiraiya said as he walked towards the bar. He was looking forward to toasting the fact that Naruto had become a man. Oh, why not, but only one, I want to keep myself alert, Naruto said as he followed his surrogate father. Sitting down at the counter, the bartender quickly noticed he had two more customers that were ninja and immediately came over to serve them. Good afternoon, Ninja-sans, how may I help you? He asked. Ah, can I get a bottle of sake and 2 saucers? Thanks, Jiraiya said before deciding to ask about his lost informant. Oh, and one more thing, I am looking for Hashiro Pato. Short man always wears a suit, the Toad Sage asked. Yes, I know the man, I haven't seen him in almost a month now, said he was going to explore some caves he had heard some information about to the north. Sorry, I can't help any more than that. I will go get your order, the bartender said and went out the back to bring out a bottle of sake and placed it on the counter with 2 saucers. So what do you think, sensei, should we stay here or go check out the caves? Naruto asked. We will stay here and have a drink, then later we will go check out the caves at night, that way we can have the cover of darkness. Now drink up, Jiraiya said, pouring Naruto some of the clear liquid. Naruto swallowed it quickly but then realized it may have been a good idea to sip it the first time. It was strong, and for Naruto, who had never tasted alcohol before, it had been quite a shock and started coughing. Jiraiya started to laugh out at this. Get to you, hey, don't worry, it won't be as bad now, you know what to expect, Jiraiya laughed out. Jiraiya was right. After the initial shock of how strong it was, Naruto enjoyed the taste of the drink and could understand why Tsunade drank it so much. Once they had finished their drink, they checked into a hotel and waited till it was dark to investigate the caves that the bartender told them about. Guess that's them, they don't look natural, something is very wrong here, Naruto thought, and as he moved in to get a closer look he felt one of his Senjutsu seals activate. Genjutsu, should have known. When the illusion cleared, they saw a cave with a second entrance like a secret pathway hidden in it. Naruto paused and turned to Jiraiya. What should we do? Do we go in or wait and see if anyone comes out? He whispered. You won't be doing anything, Konoha scum, came a voice behind them, and they turned quickly to see a tall woman with light blue hair that was tied up in a ponytail, and there were a couple of long strands loose framing her face. She wore a green dress with one long and one short sleeve and calf-high combat boots. Naruto and Jiraiya just looked at her, then at each other, trying to determine what type of threat she posed. Then there was the symbol that was on the belt she wore loosely around her waist. Otto, they both said together, then got into a stance prepared for anything. Well, looks like we have found one of Orochimaru's bases. What fun. Do you mind if I ask your name, Miss? Naruto said lightheartedly. The woman did not look amused at Naruto's calm, almost taunting tone, but answered anyway. As you are about to die anyway, I don't suppose it matters. My name is Guren. I would ask yours, but the dead don't talk, Guren said, and she raised her arm and sent a large dragon made out of crystal at Naruto. Naruto was stunned by this as it flew at him, but in sage mode it posed little threat and delivered a punch, shattering the crystal dragon with ease. Well, would you look at that, I can still speak. Can you still speak, sensei? Naruto asked jokingly. Jiraiya smirked and replied, I do believe I can. So what do you say we tear this base apart and blow it sky high? Jiraiya suggested. Guren was shocked. Naruto had just shattered her Shoten dragon without even trying. Knowing she would need some help now, she signaled to a hidden ninja who opened a door and let out hundreds of experiments that Orochimaru had created. Fuck me, would you look at that? Naruto said as the horde approached. Deciding it would be better to not let them any closer, he pulled out 3 of his small shuriken and threw them. The shuriken expanded once they were close to the onrushing horde and expanded with Fuuten blades, tearing a large chunk of the experiments apart. Hey sensei, give us some fire while I provide the wind, Naruto said with a smirk. Jiraiya nodded, breathing in deep before spewing out a thin stream of chakra that combined with Naruto's great breakthrough, turning the remaining experiments to ash. Guren looked on, shocked. She knew she could not run, she had to fight. Coming back to her senses, she decided to try and turn Naruto into crystal using her Shoten stasis jutsu. Naruto saw the crystals forming but couldn't do anything about it and was soon covered in them. Well, that's one down. Now for you, old man, she taunted. However, she taunted too soon as the crystal around Naruto exploded outward, leaving a completely unharmed blonde knucklehead. How? It's not possible, Guren stammered as Jiraiya and Naruto slowly approached. Nothing is impossible, Naruto said. He's right now. Tell us, have you seen this man? Jiraiya said, taking out a photo of his informant. Fuck you, I'm not telling you shit, Guren spat. Figures, what would you expect from one of Orochimaru's pawns? Naruto said. While Naruto and Jiraiya were deciding if they should kill Guren or not, take into account that there were other Auto Ninja approaching them. The Auto Ninja who had been surrounding Naruto and Jiraiya quietly then attacked, charging from every angle. Jiraiya's hair extended and wrapped around himself as a shield that stopped all incoming projectiles while Naruto lazily swatted them away. Needle Jizo, Jiraiya called from inside his hair cocoon, and his hair spikes out and sent wave upon wave of spikes, impaling many of the surrounding ninja. During this time, Naruto was picking the others off with a combination of Fuuten jutsus and taijutsu. Guren watched in horror as Naruto and Jiraiya systematically eliminated every last ninja in the base with ease. Sure, they had only been low-ranked Shin'an and Chunin, but the numbers alone should have made it a difficult fight. Who are you people? She said to Scared to Move. She knew without her Shoten jutsu she was as good as defeated, and the blonde had proven that her Shoten was useless against them. Naruto, Uzumaki, Namikaze and Jiraiya. And we are the Toad Sages of Mount Myobakuzen, Naruto said plainly. Damn it, Naruto, where was the dance? Jiraiya said, wanting to do his usual introduction. That dance is embarrassing, Naruto dead-pained. You just don't recognize style. My introduction has character and it's dignified, Jiraiya said indigently. No, it doesn't. It makes people take us less seriously, Naruto yelled back. You're both loonies, Guren moaned, thinking about her current situation. Ah, now look what you have gone and done. Now she thinks we're a couple of incompetent idiots, Jiraiya complained. Who cares what she thinks? She's the enemy. We're not here to make a good impression, Naruto argued back. Fine, Jiraiya pouted, folding his arms in defeat. Okay, now that is over, tell us if you have seen this man and we will only take you as a captive and not kill you, Naruto said, showing Guren the photo of Hashiro Pato. Guren weighed up her options: either fight back against someone who was completely unaffected by her jutsu, run and be killed by Orochimaru when he found out what happened, or surrender and be placed at the mercy of these two surprisingly strong idiots. Fine, he came around about a month ago while Orochimaru was still here training that Uchiha. Anyway, Orochimaru is always looking for new people to experiment on, and well, you probably killed him when the experiments attacked earlier, she said honestly. She's telling the truth, said Jiraiya, who checked several of the monsters that had attacked them. Stay here, Naruto, I'm going to have a quick look around, he said before entering the small passageway leading into the base. Jiraiya returned around an hour later with several sealing scrolls and made his way to tie Guren up before flinging her over his shoulder. "Come on, we need to get back to Konoha so we can have Tsunade look at some of the stuff I found in there," said Jiraiya, disgusted at the depths to which Orochimaru had sunk. Chapter 38, Preparations for Iwa. Naruto and Jiraiya returned to Konoha a few days after the capture of Guren and destruction of Orochimaru's hideout. They immediately took Guren to Anbu HQ to hand her over to the T&I department. "Naruto, you can head home, I will give the report to Tsunade, besides you have to get ready for your training with Guy's team," Jiraiya said. "Yeah, the next month and a half are going to be almost as hard as training with the Toads," Naruto complained, thinking about Guy's training schedule. "Oh, it's going to be far worse than that. Ever since he lost to you, he has forced himself and his team to work twice as hard in order to match your flames of youth," Jiraiya said, the last part imitating Guy's voice. "Man, this is going to suck." "Well, see ya, sensei, say hi to Ba-chan for me," Naruto said as they split apart, Naruto heading home while Jiraiya went to see Tsunade. Hokage's office. Tsunade was sitting at her desk when Jiraiya came in through the window. "Jiraiya, thank Kami, this paperwork was driving me up the wall," Tsunade said when the old Toad Sage entered. "Hey Haim, I have news," Jiraiya said seriously. "You do? What is it? If something happened to Naruto, you're a dead man," Tsunade threatened. "No, it had nothing to do with Naruto, it's Orochimaru. When looking for my contact, we found a well-hidden cave. This cave was a hideout for Orochimaru. Inside I found these," Jiraiya said, throwing the scrolls onto the table. "What are they?" Tsunade asked, picking up the first sealing scroll and unsealing several test tubes. "They're his experiments. From what I can see, he is trying to find a way to combine all the sub-elements. There were cells from a Shoten user who we had the great displeasure of meeting. As well as Hyotan, Futten, Jitten, and he even seems to be getting fresh Makuten cells from somewhere," Jiraiya said. "What? How is that possible? My grandfather's tomb has been completely sealed ever since Sensei caught Orochimaru all those years ago," Tsunade said, shaking with rage. "I don't know. I think he is trying to combine them all into one person, and make that his body after Sasuke," Jiraiya theorized. "That means he would have to capture some rather high-profile people. I know that A's first choice guard after Kirabai is the only storm release user I know of, and there are very few who have lava release, most of them are in Iwa," Tsunade said. "Yes, so it would not surprise me if he attempted to kidnap them. You should send a message at least to A to tell him about this situation. He would not be pleased if we kept this to ourselves," Jiraiya concluded. "You said you met the Shoten user, what happened? Did they escape?" Tsunade asked. "No, we captured her. Once Naruto showed her that her crystals were useless against Senjutsu, she kind of collapsed. After that she didn't put up much of a fight, and she is at Anbu headquarters now having a friendly chat with Ibiki and Anko," Jiraiya said. "And what about your contact?" she asked. "He's dead, we had to kill him. But in truth he was already worse than dead, we just put him out of his misery," the white-haired man said solemnly. The next day, Naruto arrived at the training ground. He was supposed to meet up with Team Guy early, however it was not early enough. The moment he landed he saw that Lee and Tenten were already doing warm-ups. "Ah, you are here, my most youthful rival. Tsunade-sama informed me that you would be joining in our training from this most youthful day until the end of the exams," Guy said. Naruto just stared blankly as Guy began to challenge him to several training challenges, like seeing who could run around the village faster, or who could hold the most weight out from their body. Naruto responded the only way he knew how. "Wha? You say something, Guy?" Guy froze at that moment and fell over anime style. Damn that Kakashi and his hip ways. "But don't worry, for I shall be teaching you now how to let your youthfulness outshine that hip attitude of yours, my young student and rival," Guy said proudly after picking himself back up. "What have I done?" thought Naruto as he began Team Guy's warm-up from hell. 2 weeks until the exams. Naruto had been training with Team Guy for close to 5 weeks now, and Naruto had finally gotten used to the constant challenges to spars from Lee and the pestering from Guy to compete in challenges often bordering on the insane. Naruto was therefore pleased when they were summoned to the Hokage's office to fill out their competition consent forms. Jumping in through the window while Team Guy decided upon the more traditional approach, in other words the door, Naruto arrived to see both Jiraiya and Kakashi were waiting for them. "Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, what are you guys doing here?" Naruto asked. It was Tsunade who answered for the duo. "Oonoki has given permission for you to be given extra escorts while in the land of Earth. Jiraiya and Kakashi have volunteered and will accompany you with the rest of Team Guy to Iwa," the Hokage said plainly. "That's great, but if Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-sensei and Guy-sensei are all out of the village, that is a significant loss of strength. What if the Akatsuki act while we are gone to take Yugi-chan?" Naruto said, worried that with at least 4 of the village's top Jonin missing, Yugito could become an easy target. "Don't worry, Naruto, we thought of that. Yugito is going to act as sensei to a team of Kumo ninja who will arrive in 2 days, Kakashi said. When Guy and his team finally knocked on the door, Tsunade had to go through the explanation of when the teams would be leaving and why they were traveling with a group from Kumo. With Guy's questionable sanity, it had taken longer than they had hoped. Itachi and Kisame. Kisame was standing over the unconscious body of Han while Itachi watched on from the sides. They stood in a large open clearing while the mountainous valleys that were a trademark and natural defense of the land of Earth were towering around them. Kami, that was tougher than I thought. What kind of creature was that anyway? Kisame said, contemplating whether or not to remove the Jinchuriki's legs so he could not run away if he woke up. I believe it was the 5-tailed dolphin horse, Itachi said expressionlessly. A what? How the fuck is that even possible? Half dolphin, half horse. That is one crossbred that should never be attempted, Kisame joked. Quite. Now let's hurry up and get to a safe place to begin the sealing, Itachi said and began to walk off. Kisame following closely behind with Han on his shoulder. Orochimaru. Orochimaru entered a small research office with a large glass container in it. There seemed to be a face in the water with no body and he looked sickened at the sight of the heavy sanin. Kukaku, don't worry Suigetsu-kun, I'm not here to experiment on you today. I have a job for you, and if you complete it I might even let you out on a more permanent basis, Orochimaru sneered, knowing that Suigetsu would have to take the mission if he ever wanted to be free. Orochimaru opened the tank and a teenager around 16 came out. He was slightly shorter than Sasuke with white hair with a light blue tint and purple eyes. He wore a sleeveless purple top and gray pants. He also wore a belt with several water bottles attached. Fine, so what's the mission and who am I working with? Suigetsu said, clearly unhappy to be working for Orochimaru. You are to enter the Jonin exams in Iwa and capture the Tsuchikage's granddaughter Kurotsuchi. Your team will be Sasuke-kun and Karen. Orochimaru informed the water-based ninja. Gah, Sasuke I can stand, but does it have to be Karen? I can't stand her, Suigetsu complained. Now Suigetsu, Karen may not be the strongest but she will help you find Kurotsuchi. With that sensory ability of hers and her unique way of healing other people will keep you and Sasuke-kun safe, Orochimaru said. Fine, let's just go and get this done. I can't stand the glass container any longer, Suigetsu said. Sealing cave. Aw man, I hate this. Yeah, Datara spoke as they began sealing the gobi. It's not too bad, Datara-senpai, it gives us a chance to catch up with all of our friends. Toby enjoys it, Toby said in a childlike manner. Kami, do you ever shut up? You're worse than Sasori was when we argued about art. Yeah, Datara replied. I hate to agree with the bomber on this, but the sealing is really taking far too long with everyone dead and us not having the Nibi, Kisame said. Well, the Nibi and Kyubi Jinchuriki will be heading to Iwa for the exams. Maybe we could ask for the Tsuchikage's help in capturing them, Zetsu said. It could work, but the only members of our group capable of getting there in time would be Itachi and Kisame. Maybe on the way back Datara and Toby would make it there for a chance to capture them. Who are their escorts? Pain asked. Yes, there is the problem I did not take into account. On the way there they will be escorted by Jiraiya of the Sannin, Kakashi Hatake, and Mighty Ogai, while on the way back, assuming he makes the finals, I would say that Tsunade Senju the Hokage herself will be with them among others, Zetsu admitted. Then attacking them would be pointless and accomplish nothing except getting yourselves killed. We will continue on with our plans to capture Rakubi next, then Nanabi. After that we will make plans for Kyubi, Nibi and Hachibi, Pain ordered. There were murmured statements of acceptance around the cave. The only two exceptions were Toby, who gave an exasperated sigh of relief at not having to fight all those strong Konoha ninja, and Itachi, who seemed lost in his thoughts. 2 days later in Konoha. Yugito, Naruto and Tsunade were currently at the main gate awaiting the arrival of the team from Kumo that she would be acting sensei for. Naruto was busy talking to Izumo and Kotetsu, who were once again on gate duty. So still here guys, Naruto joked. Hey, that's not funny man. At least it's a good B-rank mission pay each week, Kotetsu said defensively. Yeah, that's true I guess, safer than some of the other jobs that get thrown around as well, Naruto replied. Yeah, and we get to meet everyone who comes into the village. It's how we met your little girlfriend over there. Nice entrance by the way. Back when meeting a visiting cage to arrive topless with an equally unclothed Kunoichi, Izumo joked. Naruto blushed bright red at this. It had happened only a few yards away and in full view of both Izumo and Kotsu. That wasn't what it looked like, Naruto said defensively. Really, because to me it looked like you were just about to get some when they reverse summoned you and Yugito into the middle of the road, Izumo said. Naruto blushed heavier at this. Fine, it was exactly what it looked like, he admitted with a face palm. The Eternal Gate guards grinned at this, but before they could respond Naruto was called back by Tsunade. Naruto, they are arriving. You were the one who wanted to come and meet them, the Hokage said, and Naruto waved a friendly goodbye to the pair before heading back to greet the new arrivals. Naruto recognized most of them immediately. It was Team Samui, the team trained by Killer Bee, but they had a new member that he had never seen before. Naruto assumed this was because Samui was already a Jonin. Samui-chan? They sent your team, Yugito asked when they arrived at the gate. We volunteered for it. Besides, I wanted another chance to get to know Naruto-kun better, Samui teased, but at the same time was weighing up whether she was serious or not. A thought shared by Karo. Naruto just grinned and scratched the back of his head in traditional Naruto style. Hi guys, Naruto said, greeting the team from Kumo. Yo, said Amoe. Naruto-kun chorused both Samui and Karua before rushing over to Glomp, said spiky-haired blonde, much to the ire of a certain Nibi Jinchuriki. A pleasure to meet you, Namikaze-san. My name is Shinoi, said a tall thin boy who looked like a pale version of Amoe without the sucker. Well, would you look at that, be even found a temporary member whose name rhymes, Naruto joked, still struggling in vain to escape the clutches of the two Kumo kunoichi. Will you two please get off my boyfriend, came the sickly sweet voice of Yugito, whose anger was steadily rising despite the joy of seeing her friends again. Sensing danger was near, both girls released their hold on Naruto, who took a few moments to right himself again. Tsunade coughed to get the team from Kumo's attention. Well, it seems you know one of our more eccentric shinobi, but I would like to welcome you to Konoha. It will only be a short stay as you will be leaving tomorrow morning, but I do hope you enjoy your stay, she said. She was, however, slightly impressed at the way women seemed to throw themselves at Naruto, and he would politely turn them down, not that she would ever admit that. Team Samui looked embarrassed at this. Well, Samui and Karu did. Amoe and Shinoi looked embarrassed at the antics of their team members. Sorry Hokage-sama, we did not realize that you would come and greet us yourself, Samui said, trying her best to find a way to excuse her actions. That is all right. Now Naruto, I want you and Yugito to show the Kumo shinobi to their hotel they will be staying in tonight, Tsunade said. Sure thing, Ba-chan, Naruto said calmly, earning a small look of irritation from Tsunade. Just don't screw up, you damn brat, Tsunade replied. How could I screw this up? It's easier than a D-rank mission, you old hag, Naruto replied. That means I should probably give it to someone else so you don't have a clone do it, you little shit, Tsunade replied. Cram it, you drunk, Naruto retorted. That's it. Tsunade screamed before both broke out laughing and ended up in a hug. Yugito-chan. Does that happen often, Karu asked, pointing at the two blondes who had just finished throwing insults at one another. More often than not, it's their way of showing affection for each other. He calls her his Ba-chan and she calls him Gaki or brat. People in Konoha are weird. Just wait till you meet the team Naruto is in for the exams. The girl is normal enough, but the sensei and his clone are way freaky, Yugito said. Naruto and Tsunade pulled away from their hug and Naruto turned to the group from Kumo. Well, come on, let's get you to the hotel, Naruto called and waved for the group to follow him, which they happily did. Heading through the streets hand in hand with Yugito, the Kumo ninja saw the looks many of the women had directed at either Yugito or Naruto. So I take it you're not popular here either, Yugito-chan, Karu teased. No, I can't say that I am, but at least it's only by the women population, and even then I have made some good friends. I think it would have been easier if Naruto would get angry with them once in a while though. Has to nice for his own good. Damn lecherous fangirls, Yugito finished in a mumble so that only Naruto and Team Samui could hear her. I can't do that. I still want the people of this town to respect me for me and not just because of who my father was, so I can't go around torturing every woman who chases me around even if I don't like it. And you don't exactly help much the way you taunt them in public. I don't mind that so much though, Naruto admitted and gave Yugito a quick kiss that she readily returned. Or maybe you should just share, Yugito-chan, I'm sure they wouldn't mind you so much then, Samui teased. Yugito let out an involuntary hiss at the thought of that. No, I don't like sharing, especially not something like Naru-kun, he's mine and mine only, Yugito said. Yeah, she's right, I could never want anyone else anyway. Yugi-chan is perfect for me, Naruto said loud enough for the whole street to hear, and loud grumbles erupted from groups of women about foreign sluts taking their best men. The group arrived at the hotel shortly after that and parted ways, saying that they would meet them in the morning at the front gate ready to head to Iwa. Orochimaru. Karen was working on some of Orochimaru's experiments when the snake came in the room. It's good to see you are working so hard, Karen, Orochimaru sneered. Orochimaru-sama, I was not expecting you. I thought you were going to be in the land of tea for the next few months at least, Karen said, slightly scared at the sudden appearance of her boss. No need to be shocked, Karen, I simply came to collect you for a mission. You will be working with Sasuke-kun and Suigetsu to capture someone I desire, the heavy Sanin said smoothly. Karen thought about it, she really did want to see Sasuke again, and even putting up with Suigetsu was worth that. Fine, where are we going? Karen asked as she began to pack her things into a scroll. The land of Earth. You will be competing in the Jonin exams in Iwa, Orochimaru replied. Oh, but is it wise to send Sasuke there? I mean, surely teams from Konoha will recognize him, Karen said. That is no problem. During the exams it is seen as an act of war against the host nation if a team from another village is attacked outside of the competition. Konoha won't risk a war with Iwa just for Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said, enjoying the thought of the looks on the Konoha team's faces when Sasuke shows up at the exams. Very well, when will we leave? The red-haired Kunoichi asked. Immediately. We need to set up for my research in the hideout in the land of Earth. I will give you 1 hour to complete your packing and meet us outside. Do not be late, Orochimaru said, and he left the room while Karen began rushing around packing. Yes, I get to spend some time with Sasuke-kun, thought Karen as she grabbed another change of clothes. Chapter 39, Iwa. Naruto and the group heading to Iwa were at the main gate. It had come as little surprise to most of the people that Kakashi was not on time. You would think such a famous ninja like the copy ninja Kakashi would at least be on time, Samui said, clearly annoyed at having to wait for the silver-haired Jonin's arrival. Naruto, Jiraiya and Team Guy were unfazed by Kakashi's lateness and began to relax under a tree. What's up with him? Kaido asked. Oh, Kakashi Hatake is both notoriously lazy and constantly at least 1 hour late. It is rather annoying, Yugito said plainly. For an elite ninja to be lazy like that, makes you think. I mean, Dorai-senpai is lazy as well, and he is considered one of the strongest in Kumo outside of A-sama and Killer Bee-sensei. Maybe being lazy makes you a top ninja, and by me being lazy I will one day become so powerful that I become Raikage, but because I am so lazy the village suffers and eventually collapses, forcing me to become a wandering ninja and take on jobs I would never do. Maybe I would even have to join the Akatsuki. Amoi theorized on one of his rants. Will you shut up? Kaido said, annoyed at Amoi overactive imagination. Around an hour later Kakashi finally appeared with his patented I smile yo, he said with a lazy wave. He had shunshined onto the guard shack and was blissfully unaware of the looks being sent his way by an irritated Kaido. She would never express her dissatisfaction at having to wait an hour by the main gate of Konoha towards such a well-known ninja, however. Hey Kakashi-sensei, you know you're over an hour late again, Naruto said offhandedly. Yeah, sorry about that, I got lost on the road of life again, Kakashi said. Samui and Kaido just stared at disbelief at the man. That was the worst excuse ever, they bother thought as Kakashi hopped down from atop the guard shack. Fair enough, Naruto replied before standing up, followed by the other members of the traveling party. What does he mean fair enough? He was over an hour late, Samui thought. Well, we better get going. It is around 3 to 4 days to get to Iwa and we don't want to be late, said Kakashi. The irony of the statement seemed to be lost on him as the others looked at him disbelievingly. That's a bit much for you to be lecturing others about being late, Yugito said as she pulled her backpack on and began heading toward the gate to head on out to Iwa. She's right, you know, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, and he ran after Yugito. Kakashi's sweat dropped but followed in their wake. The group didn't stop until that night and set up a small camp. So we need to break up into groups to get the camp set up quickly, Jiraiya said, getting everyone's attention. I will go collect water with Yugi-chan, Naruto offered. Receiving a nod from Jiraiya, the pair went off with several empty buckets. I guess we will collect wood for a fire, Samui suggested, indicating her team. Good idea, so Guy, your team will go collect some food with Kakashi, Jiraiya said. What will you be doing, Jiraiya-sama? Shinoi said. I have to keep an eye on Naruto and Yugito, can't have the Akatsuki targeting them and have them all alone, Jiraiya said. Only Kakashi found something off about this statement. If the Akatsuki attacked Naruto, there would be at least enough chakra being thrown around to alert most of Fire Country. Kakashi, however, did not feel it necessary to inform the rest of the group about this, as he was hoping for a new copy of his favorite Icha Icha series to come out soon. Yugito and Naruto. Once the couple had left the group, they quickly made their way to find a freshwater source. We are going to have no time to ourselves until after these exams, are we? Yugito sighed. Probably not. But that doesn't mean we can't enjoy the time we do get together, Naruto said suggestively. Oh, you know, I like how that sounds. We will just have to find more time to spend together. I'm sure if we asked we could get a separate room at the hotel in Iwa, Yugito suggested, walking over to wrap her arms around Naruto's neck before kissing him passionately. Naruto readily returned the kiss and ran his tongue along her bottom lip, begging for entrance. Yugito complied and invited him inside her mouth before fighting back, so her tongue was now exploring the contours of his mouth. Yugito started to take off Naruto's cloak when he froze. Naru-kun, what's wrong? She purred, still freely kissing him despite the fact he was no longer returning them. We are not alone, Naruto said expressionlessly. What do you mean I can't sense anyone? Come on, you're not going to stop now, are you? Yugito purred and finally pulled cloak off him before running her hands underneath his shirt along his well-toned muscles. Sorry Yugi-chan, but I am sure you don't want us to be part of someone's next book, Naruto said. He started as almost a whisper but ended loud enough so that anyone in the area could hear him. Then Jiraiya shimmered into existence. Damn it, how did you notice me? He complained. You taught me, and you think I wouldn't recognize your favorite jutsu. Sorry Jiraiya-sensei, but we are not going to be staring in your next book, Naruto said, but he held no malice in his voice. Can't blame me for trying, can you? Jiraiya joked. I can. What the hell are you doing here? Yugito snapped. She was angry at being interrupted and had not yet given up hope that Jiraiya would go away, and as such had not left her place in Naruto's arms. Sorry Yugito, it's Tsunade's orders. I'm not allowed to let you two out alone until you make it safely to Iwa. That's why Kakashi and yours truly were sent anyway, Jiraiya replied with a smile. Yugito seemed to deflate at this. She was far from happy. To her it was like she had been given a plate of her favorite sushi only to have them take it away after she only had one piece. I'm sorry Yugi-chan, guess we're going to have to wait, and you're going to pay for this, sensei, Naruto said in mock seriousness. He did not like Jiraiya spying on him, but he couldn't stay mad at the man. His perverseness was part of what made him Jiraiya and the person he cared for most, well after Yugito. Sure thing, kiddo. Now come on, if you don't get that water everyone else will wonder where we all are, Jiraiya said, still smiling. Fine, let's get this job done then head back to camp, Yugito said, and reluctantly removed herself from Naruto's embrace. Ceiling cave. The last signs of life faded from Han's face and the ceiling ended on the Gobi as his body crashed to the ground. Well, it's about time, Kisame said as he stood in silhouette form. It was faster than sealing the Gobi. We must have enough energy now to seal them without having to overcome the lack of Nibi, Itachi said. Yes, it would appear that is the case, Pain said. Yeah, but it still took 3 days, Kisame complained. That is to be expected. Now I want you both to return and prepare for the capture of the Nanabi, and Zetsu I need you to go find Rakubi. He has without a doubt moved from his last location, Pain said. Pain faded from view after the plant-like Zetsu left to find their next target, followed by Kisame and Itachi. Itachi was sitting next to a clearing in Earth Country when he returned to his body. He immediately stood up and began gathering his belongings. Hey Itachi, what's the rush? We won't have to capture Nanabi for a while yet. I mean, we can take our time, Kisame said. Kisame, I want you to head out of Earth Country without me. I have something I need to do, Itachi said. What, why? Is this some fancy Uchiha business that I can't be involved with or something? Kisame mocked. Sure, I guess you could consider it that. I need to check on something that is personal business. You don't need to be involved in it, so I guess it is Uchiha business, Itachi said as he began to walk towards Iwa. Hey, you can't just blow me off like that, we're partners, Kisame yelled back at the retreating figure of Itachi. I will meet you at the staging area to capture the next Jinchuriki. Don't worry about me, I will be fine, I hope. Itachi thought the last words as he walked away from the monster of Kiri. Naruto's group. It took the teams from Konoha and Kumo another 3 days to reach Iwa. On their arrival, Naruto found a group of familiar faces waiting for them. Hey Shikamaru, when did you guys get here? Naruto called out, getting the lazy Nara's attention. Troublesome, we have been here for almost a week now. They told us you would be entering. I just hope I don't have to fight against you. It would be rather detrimental to my health, Shikamaru said. Ah, big deal, so what if he is a S-ranked ninja? Me and Akamaru can still take him, right boy? Kiba said confidently, but fell over when Akamaru just shook his head and backed away. Kiba, it would be foolish to try and fight Naruto one-on-one. The only people who would even consider it are the elite Jonin, Hokage and Jiraiya-sama, Shino said, his face still hidden behind his big jacket. We should get to the hotel. I am sure the gate guards need to check our passports, Kakashi said, breaking up their friendly reunion. Naruto went and handed his passport to the gate guards, who upon reading his name began to tremble slightly. The fact there was a living Namikaze and he was a S-ranked ninja at the age of only 16 had spread through Iwa faster than Tora can escape the daimyo's wife. Here you go, sir, the guard stuttered as he handed back Naruto his passport. It didn't get any better for the guards, as they then had to mark the passports of 3 feared men in Iwa, that of Kakashi, Guy, and Jiraiya. As Naruto walked through Iwa, he took in how different it was to Konoha. While Konoha was surrounded by trees, Iwa was surrounded by mountains and had various waterfalls and cliffs that made a natural defense fortification like Konoha's walls. The buildings were created out of rock and stone and shaped out of elevated formations in the basic structure of the valley that the village lay in. While many of the buildings sat of cliffs and needed a complex system of bridges to get from each area. Naruto also noticed on his journey towards the hotel they were staying in that the people were readily avoiding the group of Konoha ninja walking through their town. Gasps and whispering followed Naruto wherever they went. Naruto found it unsettling and would have preferred it if they just showed him open dislike to fear of someone who had never harmed any of them in any way. Just as Naruto was contemplating talking to one of the civilians who seemed more interested in finding out what the Konoha ninja were like rather than speaking about them, Naruto felt something move on a rooftop above him. Having to react quickly, Naruto narrowly avoided a large clump of mud thrown at him. This caused Jiraiya and Kakashi to get on edge but only forced Naruto to burst out laughing. The villagers did not seem at ease at this, not knowing if the spiky-haired blonde would hurt the child. Many recognized the boy. He was an orphan. His father and mother were ninja who died on a mission 6 years ago when the boy was only 2. "Hey, that was a pretty nice ambush. You almost had me," Naruto joked, easily jumping up and landing behind the boy. Said boy wore dark red pants and a black top with an Iwa symbol on the back. He had short black hair and brown eyes. The young child was so shocked at the speed Naruto had shown he didn't even realize he had moved before he started speaking in his ear. The shock was too much for the child and he fell from the roof. Expecting to fall and hurt himself, he closed his eyes and waited for the pain, but it never came. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself in Naruto's arms. "Hey, careful kid, sorry for spooking you like that," Naruto said kindly as he put him down. The child looked up at Naruto. "He's not mean or bloodthirsty. Why did the lady at the orphanage say we were not to go anywhere near this guy? He seems friendly to me," he thought as he struggled to find the courage to thank Naruto for saving him. "Hi, my name's Naruto. What's yours?" Naruto asked, seeing the kid still seemed scared to speak. I Waka," the boy stuttered out, still slightly terrified that Naruto might attack him for trying to hit him with mud. "Well, I Waka, it was nice meeting you. I am sure you will become a fine ninja one day with skill like that. You almost got me good," Naruto joked and ruffled the young Iwa orphan's hair before moving on. The poor boy just stood there in shock before grinning and running off. The scene did not go unnoticed by the groups of civilians and shinobi alike who were in the area to get a good look at the blonde-haired Konoha ninja. As soon as Naruto was out of sight, they began fiercely gossiping amongst each other about what they just saw. Half were convinced it was just an act while the other half was reserving their judgment of the boy until later. Orochimaru's group. Sasuke and Orochimaru were walking the halls to meet up with his team for the exams. Sasuke was his usual brooding self, but Orochimaru seemed to be slightly more anxious than was often seen from the heavy Sannin. "What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you're worried if this mission will succeed. All we have to do is capture some pathetic Iwa kunoichi. There will be nobody there that would stand a chance against me anyway," Sasuke said arrogantly. "Perhaps you have forgotten that Naruto-kun is going to be at the exams, Sasuke-kun. He will be more than a match for you, I am afraid. And we have just received word on who his escorts are, Kakashi Hatake and that deranged spandex-wearing Mighty Ogai. And finally that fool of a ex-teammate of mine Jiraiya." Orochimaru spat at the last name, knowing that if Sasuke came into contact with the elder Toad Sage he was as good as dead. So what, they are nothing compared to me. Only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha," Sasuke said, his arrogance knowing no bounds. "Perhaps, but if that was so then why are there no Uchiha up on the Hokage monument?" Orochimaru said. He enjoyed making Sasuke angry. The angrier the young Uchiha became, the more control over his will the snake had. "The Hokages were nothing but fools," Sasuke spat. "Oh, I know, but that doesn't mask the fact no Uchiha was ever chosen to be Hokage. In fact, I came much closer when choosing the fourth than your father did," Orochimaru said bitterly, still upset that they chose Minato over himself. Sasuke was getting mad now. To him it seemed like Orochimaru was mocking his father. "My father would have beaten you both if you ever fought. He was an Uchiha. Don't forget it," Sasuke yelled and stalked down the hall, leaving Orochimaru standing there and licking his lips. "He will be a fine body. But that arrogance, Fugaku Uchiha was nothing but a loudmouth arrogant whelp, but then again so were most of the Uchiha. Those eyes need to be in the hands of people more deserving," Orochimaru said before licking his lips at the prospect of what would soon be his. Catching up to Sasuke as he entered the main chamber, he observed the current occupants. Karen was currently hitting Suigetsu for insulting her, and Kabuto was just sitting watching with his usual smug air of being better than everyone else. "Orochimaru-sama, why are we still here? Most of the teams have already arrived for the exams," said Kabuto as he saw his master walk into the room. "Because Kabuto, we don't want those pests from Konoha to become suspicious when we show up. I do not plan on having you all arrive until the day of the exams," Orochimaru said. "Why, it's not like they are allowed to do anything to us while we are in Iwa," Sasuke said. "That may be true, but your arrival will certainly make at least that old fool Jiraiya think something is up. Also, it is not just you. Suigetsu will be recognized by the teams for Kiri, and Karen might even be remembered by Kuza if they even manage to send a team," Orochimaru said. Fine, I don't care, let's just get this job over with, and if I run into the Dobi, all the better," Sasuke sneered. Hey, you call him the Dobi, but what I remember, he beat you into the ground and you needed help to get away, Kabuto sneered. He is nothing compared to me, nothing but a Dobi, Sasuke said and stalked off, destroying several walls with Chidori's in anger. Was that really necessary, Kabuto? His ego is ever so fragile, Orochimaru said smoothly. With Naruto. Naruto had settled into the hotel and was happy when he found that he had indeed been offered a separate room that he could share with Yugito. After enjoying their alone time for a while, Naruto decided to go for another quick walk and find a training ground. Walking out of the hotel, he ran into Guy, who by the looks of things had just finished a workout of his own. Hey Guy sensei, good workout, Naruto asked despite knowing what was about to happen. Yosh, I fed my flames of youth for all Iwa to see, now I only hope that Lee will be awarded promotion as well as yourself, my fine rival, Guy pronounced loudly. Yeah, I have been wondering about that. If Lee can't use ninjutsu, how can he be promoted? I thought the first task always consisted of a skills test to make sure that the ninja have to pass to get through to the next round. Wouldn't Lee fail because he can't use ninjutsu at all? Naruto asked, remembering what Kakashi told him about needing 2 elemental transformations to be eligible for Jonin. Normally yes, but in Lee's case no. You see, he is only held back because of a medical problem. For this reason he is given a waiver. Also, the common use of 2 elemental transformations is no longer in use. They stopped using it around 3 years ago. That is how Kurenai made Jonin, as she had very small chakra supplies and ninjutsu was a complete waste of time for her, Guy said. Naruto was confused about this. But I thought you needed to have at least 2 types of elemental affinities to continue past the first task, Naruto said. In the past yes, but if someone is exceptionally gifted in a certain area, like Lee is in taijutsu, if he knows enough styles he can claim points in the exam that way. For you, having 2 types of elemental transformation is a positive because it proves you have mastered at least one type of elemental manipulation and are almost guaranteed to pass, Guy said. Okay, I get it. So basically they award points for what skills you can do, so while I will score a 0 on genjutsu because I can't perform any, I will score high on tai and ninjutsu to pass, Naruto summarized. Exactly, Neji last time scored poorly on ninjutsu but because of the Byakugan and his taijutsu style passed via genjutsu and taijutsu. Tenten will pass with kenjutsu. See it as a way so that a Jonin is able to still focus on their strengths while still encouraging well-rounded ninja, Guy lectured happily. But that will mean Lee has to show off a lot more of his flashy moves to pass, while I could just coast through as I am unaffected by genjutsu, so I am bound to get some points there. My taijutsu is good but not as advanced as yourself and Lee's, and my ninjutsu is my strongest area, but I won't even have to show much of it at all, Naruto said. Yes, this is true, my young rival, but it is because you work hard that you have these advantages. It is also why Lee does not mind to reveal more than you in the first task, as he wants to prove that he can become a splendid ninja with taijutsu alone, Guy said proudly. Naruto and Guy talked a while longer about the skills that they would need to show and different types of traps set up in the first task. After that, Naruto began walking around town looking for a training ground but could tell someone was following him. So, trying to sneak up on me, fine, I will play along for now, the blonde thought as he continued to walk on casually. As Naruto came into a clearing that just had to be a training field, Naruto made a seal-less clone and jumped up into a nearby tree and waited. Moments later, Iwaka, the small boy from before, slowly appeared in the clearing and began to sneak up on the clone. Just as Iwaka was about to jab Naruto in the back, he puffed out of existence. You know, kid, it's not smart to sneak up on a ninja, Naruto called from his tree, shocking the poor boy. Hey! How did you do that? Iwaka asked wide-eyed. It was a clone, you will learn them in the academy. Well, maybe not one like that, but a basic illusion clone at least, Naruto said, and he jumped down into the clearing to talk to the boy. Yeah, they told us about clone jutsu, but we haven't been able to learn any yet. I only started at the Ninja Academy this year, Iwaka said. Well then, seeing as we are in a training ground, why don't you show me what you have learned? Come at me with everything you have got, Naruto said. The small boy hesitated for a second but then decided he would trust Naruto and charged. His attacks were sloppy and ineffective, but at the same time he was an 8-year-old, so that was to be expected. Okay kid, tell me, what training do you do, you know, apart from stalking foreign ninja? Naruto joked. The lady at the orphanage lets the students at the academy train with blunt kunai and shuriken. We have a small training area, the young boy said. An orphan, huh? You know, I'm an orphan as well, so I know how hard it can be. Tell you what, I have a gift for you, Naruto said, and removed a scroll from his belt and unsealed a small weight set. These will help you with your training. Sooner or later they will become to light and you will have to get more, but they should be fine until you finish at the academy, Naruto said, handing the boy the chakra weights. Really, you're giving these to me? Iwaka asked with tears of joy forming in his eyes. Yeah, why not? All you have to do is add chakra into them. Do you know how to do that? Naruto asked, unsure of what the academy taught here. Yeah, we have to channel chakra into pebbles to get them to stick to our hands, the young boy said, nodding rapidly. Good, then we can move on to other stuff. Here, throw this kunai at that post over there. Naruto offered the young boy one of his own kunai and watched as they tossed it slightly wide of the post. Not bad, he lied. But I think you can do a lot better here, watch me. And Naruto pulled out a kunai of his own and showed the boy how to throw the blades properly. They continued this for quite a while until the boy was able to hit the target close to center on every attempt. The boy was so happy with his effort he gave Naruto a hug. Well, look at that, he's good with kids as well. Damn you, Yugito-chan, Samui said to her blonde counterpart. As they both hid watching Naruto and the young boy train. Yugito didn't say anything, she just smiled and watched on, thinking of how fatherly he looked with the smaller child. Come on, he wouldn't be happy if he thought we were checking up on him. He can take care of himself, she finally said, and began to leave their well-hidden area. Naruto knew they were there all along and gave a small smile when he felt them leave, knowing they were just worried about him. He also became surprised when the Anbu who had been watching him decided he proved no danger and went to report to Oonoki. Naruto had just finished explaining why his shuriken were so small compared to other ninja when he saw something that troubled him. What is a crow doing out here? They are not native to this land, I see, and Hess alone as well. What could this be about? Hey Iwaka, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to go home now. There is something I need to do. The young Iwa boy was upset but nodded in understanding before heading home with his new weights tucked securely under his arms. Chapter 40, Plea from a Dead Man. Naruto followed the crow for around half a mile before he lost sight of it as it entered a clearing. Itachi watched as Naruto walked into the clearing in front of him. Knowing he was well hidden, he made a clone to go intercept the blonde. The Itachi clone intercepted Naruto, who immediately hit it with a punch before it scattered into crows. You know, your ocular genjutsu are really something else, Itachi. A voice came from behind the real Uchiha's ear. Itachi's eyes bulged, he recognized the voice. How did he get around me so easily? All my defenses I set up, were they useless against him? Itachi thought as he recomposed himself and turned to see Naruto casually leaning on a tree behind him, already in sage mode. Most impressive, Naruto-kun. I can see why we were told to avoid you at all costs, Itachi said, attempting to mask the shock he felt at seeing the blonde so relaxed behind him. Why, thank you, Itachi, that actually means a lot coming from a genius such as yourself. Although I am forced to question just how much of a genius you really are if you came here alone, I can already tell Kisame is not around. I can only theorize you don't want to attempt to capture me, so tell me why you are here and I might just let you live, Naruto said, making sure not to make eye contact with the dangerous eyes of Itachi. I came to ask you a few questions, Itachi said in a monotone. Of course you did, but why should I answer any of them? The blonde said blankly. Because I am desperate, Itachi said and bent down on one knee before Naruto. Please tell me. What do you think of Sasuke? He can still be saved, I know he can. But if he falls further, what would you do? Would you stop him before he could bring harm to Konoha? Itachi almost begged the answer out of Naruto. What the hell, why do you even care? Naruto said curiously. I care because I love Konoha more than my life. But I also love my foolish little brother. He is still a blank canvas that can be painted any color. But should the wrong people get to him, he will lose himself, Itachi said, still on the ground at Naruto's feet. I don't get it, you're the reason he is so obsessed with revenge. Something is going on here and I want to know what. Naruto demanded. I can't tell you, it involves a S-rank secret, I swore never to speak of it, Itachi said. S-rank secret, but they can only be made by the Hokage. I see, so this has something to do with why your clan was massacred, Naruto said, knowing a thing or two about S-class secrets. There were a few involving him after all. Yes, but I will not say any more. Now please tell me about Sasuke. What do they plan on doing with him if he is captured and returned to Konoha? Itachi said. He has a capture alive order at the moment, but I believe that is just so they can get a gene sample for the continuation of the Sharingan in Konoha. No doubt Danzo has his hand in it somewhere. As for myself, I find him arrogant and unsociable. All in all, he is a complete team. However, should he return to Konoha willingly and repent, I have no problems with him. But should he ever try to harm anyone I care about or my village, I will not hesitate in destroying him and any hopes you may have had for him. I see. Thank you, Naruto-kun, I have a gift for you. I hope you will never need it, Itachi said, and a crow flew into Naruto's mouth, shocking the blonde. Hey, what was that? Naruto demanded. I gave you some of my power. Should Sasuke ever turn on Konoha, I want you to have some extra help, Itachi informed the blonde. You want him to kill you, don't you? Naruto said sadly. It was a statement, not a question. Yes, I need him to kill me. I need to pay for killing my family. It is why I left him alive, Itachi replied. Then why did you agree to do it? It was obviously a mission if it became a S-rank secret along with Kyuubi and my parents. Because like I said, I loved Konoha. What the Uchiha were planning was unforgivable, and if I didn't, someone else would have, Itachi said. Yes, but there were innocents. There were children who had no idea what your clan was planning, Naruto reasoned. They were not killed by me but another, Itachi said expressionlessly. Another? Who? Naruto asked. Someone who has been playing a game with Konoha before you were even born, Itachi said. That doesn't answer my question, Naruto said. I suppose it doesn't, but you will find out soon enough, I'm sure of it, Itachi said. This seemed to satisfy Naruto, for a while anyway. I don't understand you at all. You claim to love Konoha and want nothing more than to save it, so why join the Akatsuki, Naruto asked. I joined and stayed with the Akatsuki for many reasons. Somewhere to belong was part of it, but mostly I knew that while I was a member I could keep Konoha safe from the inside. However, in order to do that I needed to commit crimes and cause harm to innocent people. Even more reason I want Sasuke to kill me and reform the Uchiha clan, Itachi said. I guess we all owe you a thank you. You deserve to be cheered as a hero in Konoha, not as a villain. But I do wish you picked a better person to avenge your clan. I believe you have seen how arrogant and power-hungry your brother can be. I have the scar to prove it. Naruto said and subconsciously rubbed the scar on his left chest where the Chidori pierced his chest. Perhaps, but you know the saying, you can't choose your family, Itachi said with a small smile. True, so what are you going to do now? Head back to the Akatsuki? Naruto asked. No, I was thinking of sticking around to watch the first two tasks closely, that way I can tell our leader I just wanted to observe you for myself rather than relying on reports from others. I will try and stay out of the way, but if things get too boring be ready to defend yourself, Itachi said with a small smile. Well, see, you think you can keep up with me? Naruto said with a cocky smirk. Now look who is arrogant, Itachi replied with a smirk of his own before they both gave a small laugh. I would appreciate it if you did not tell anybody about this meeting. Our spies are very good and well informed, I can't have this getting out. Naruto smiled at this. Sure, no problem, just remember if you do intend to attack me sometime during the exams I intend to make it believable and at least one of us will be roughed up quite a bit, Naruto said. Very well, and Naruto-kun. Thank you, Itachi said before he shunshined away. Naruto stared at where Itachi disappeared for a moment before heading back to the hotel. Over the next couple of days Naruto continued to train the small orphan boy Iwaka, and watched with interest as more teams arrived from other countries. Naruto had a rather interesting conversation with a man from Kiri who appeared to have a Byakugan implanted much like Kakashi's Sharingan. It was not a very long conversation as he had left grumbling about back in his day ninjas showed more respect to their elders. Naruto wasn't sure what he meant but assumed he was a sensei for a group of Kiri ninja. Naruto also met Samui's brother, Atsui. He was a polar opposite to Samui, and had a rather hot-blooded temper compared to Samui's relaxed attitude. It turned out he was acting sensei for the other team from Kumo that was competing. It did not take Naruto long to realize that there were nowhere near as many people competing in the Jonin exams than competed in the Chunin exams. Naruto guessed it was because so many ninja did not want to move up and take on riskier missions. The day of the exams finally came and Naruto went down to the lobby of the hotel to find it packed with ninja from the various villages. Naruto could see one team from Kiri that was identifiable by the short glasses wearing ninja with a large sword and pointy teeth that reminded him of Kisame. There were the two teams from Kumo, one led by Atsui, the other being led by both Samui and Yugito. Then there were several teams from other villages but nowhere that had sent more than one team. Konoha seemed to have sent the most teams with Teams Guy, Asuma, that was being led by Yamato, while Asuma was unable to serve as a ninja for another 6 months after his injuries at the hands of Hidan. The final team was Team Kurenai and Genma was acting as their sensei while she was on maternity leave. The teams and their allocated senseis walked through the streets towards the testing center hoping to get there early to scout out what other teams would be competing. On arriving at the testing center there was a short man only slightly taller than Oonoki waiting with a pad and pen. Hello, please sign your names and collect a number for your individual tests before taking a seat in the stands to watch the participants, the old man said, and he handed out a sheet that had different teams and the competitors in each team. Naruto found his name, then froze when he saw the name in a team several spots above his own. Sasuke Uchiha. What is the team doing here? This can't be good, Naruto thought, signing his name before heading over to Guy. Ah, Naruto-kun, why haven't you gone to collect your test number yet? Guy asked. Because I think something might be going on. There is a team from Oto here and one of their members is Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto informed Guy quickly. This could be serious, make sure you keep your guard up, I need to get this information to Jiraiya-sama. This is something he needs to hear, maybe he can shed some light on why they would be here, Guy said. Naruto gave a nod and then went off to get his test order number. When he arrived he saw several older Iwa ninja were sitting at a large desk. Name? The first one asked, not looking up from his papers. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Naruto replied. The older ninja who was reading through the papers stopped at the name and looked at Naruto. So you look just like that man. Anyway, you will be given the standard test as you have not requested special circumstances. Is there any other areas you would like to test for bonus points other than Gen Nin and Taijutsu? You can choose to add medical ninjutsu, Fuinjutsu, Kenjutsu or Kekkei Genkai skills, the older man said. Add the Fuinjutsu, but I doubt the examiner will be able to understand half of my own seals, Naruto said confidently, earning a small scoff from the examiner. Very well, we will test you in Fuinjutsu. The test will run in groups of 9. You will be in group 3 of 6. Your results will be shown on the board under each category. Good luck, Namikaze-san, the older man said, but he did not sound like he meant it. Naruto entered the arena and was joined shortly after by Lee and Tenten. Did you see the team from Auto? Tenten asked seriously. Yosh, it seems that Sasuke-kun has decided to enter the exams. This is a most puzzling occurrence, Lee said. Forget about him, we can't touch him outside of the exam while he is here in Iwa. Let's forget about him and just do our best, Naruto suggested. Well, it looks like the Dobi has a brain after all, came a calm voice approaching from behind them. Naruto turned calmly to see Sasuke standing there with his team. Well team, you haven't changed much. Still the pathetic weakling you were before you left, Naruto taunted. Big words for a freak like you, considering last time I saw you, you were being dumped into a river after I sent a Chidori through your chest, Sasuke said arrogantly. I don't know what you three are really doing here. But think about it first, team. If you commit a crime against another country for Orochimaru, you become an international criminal and will be as good as throwing away any chance you ever had of returning to Konoha, Naruto said seriously. Whatever, Dobi, don't presume you know anything, Sasuke snapped and walked away, followed by Suigetsu and Karen, who seemed to be having second thoughts. After she had seen Naruto. He just exudes power, it even dwarfs Sasuke-kun's, it even makes Orochimaru-sama pale in comparison. But at the same time his aura was so happy and warm, yet serious. I couldn't sense any doubt he knew he could beat Sasuke-kun. How are we supposed to fight that? I just hope we can avoid him, she thought, but followed Sasuke anyway. Naruto and his team went up into the stands and found Shikamaru and the other former rookies. Hey guys, you are never going to guess who we just ran into, Naruto said as he sat down next to Ino and Choji. Troublesome, I would say, Sasuke. We also had the displeasure of meeting him and his team, Shikamaru said lazily. Damn, I guess you can guess. Yeah, we just ran into the team. That snake Orochimaru is planning something, I just know it, Naruto said. As troublesome as it is, I agree he would not risk sending Sasuke to a place where he knew that Konoha ninja would be unless he wanted something, Shikamaru theorized. Yes, but it's not like we can do anything about him now. I say we find him during the next task and take him out for good, Kiba said. Kiba, he is still our comrade, he has just been twisted by Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun will remember who he is eventually and return to us, Ino said. Perhaps, but if Sasuke is involved in whatever Orochimaru is planning, he will become a criminal in Iwa, and Konoha cannot just welcome back an international criminal. He is already wanted for treason and desertion. He still has a chance to redeem himself, but if he completes his task here, and it will be an act of war on Iwa, Naruto said sadly. He was slightly aware of a small crow sitting on some scaffolding watching the group and taking in their conversation before it disappeared. How can you save Sasuke now, Itachi? I can't help him if he won't help himself, Naruto thought as he watched the crow fade away. After about half an hour, the first group of 9 ninja were called. Naruto was greatly amused to see Lee's excitement, as he had evidently been picked in group 1 and ran off in typical Lee style, screaming about how he was going to prove that he could be a splendid ninja with just taijutsu. 15 minutes the scores came up. Lee had of course scored through the roof in taijutsu and made it onto the all-time taijutsu scoreboard at 5th place behind the current Reikage, Guy, 2 other ninja from Kumo and Minato Namikaze. Lee's other scores were nothing to write home about. He was able to dispel most genjutsu but unable to cast them, and he was exempt from the ninjutsu test because of his illness. Overall he placed in the middle of the pack, but he had passed, something which 3 of the 9 did not. Hey, what happens to the teams that lose people to this first round? Naruto asked curiously. The teams have to continue minus the people who fail, Shino said calmly. So who is winning at the moment? Said a voice behind them, and they turned to see Kakashi sitting looking slightly downbeat. Guy must have told him about Sasuke, a Kiri ninja named Chojuro. He scored high in ninjutsu with a several A-ranked ninjutsu, and his kenjutsu was through the roof, Naruto said, trying to give Kakashi something else to think about. Lee passed though, so that is A+, Tenten said. I'm not till group 3, Naruto complained. That just means you will have more time to observe the competition before your turn, Kakashi said. The next group was called soon after and Choji, Shino and Hinata left to complete their turns. After this round there was a change at the top of the leaderboard. Chojuro was now in second and by a long way replaced by Sasuke Uchiha. Well, would you look at that, Naruto said. Those are good scores. He is nearly top of each of the sections, top in ninjutsu, with several high A-ranked ninjutsu over 2 elements. Top ranked was Chidori Nagashi and Chidori Senbone. Guess he altered your jutsu, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, slightly impressed. It would seem so, said Kakashi, who was interested in how they worked. He also scored well in genjutsu and kenjutsu, also the second fastest after Lee, Naruto observed before grinning knowing it was his turn up next. Group 3, please make your way to the testing area, came an announcement and Naruto got up looking eager along with an unfazed Shikamaru. Naruto led down to see who was in his group and saw both Sasuke's teammates. The blue-haired boy gave Naruto a small cocky grin with his sharp teeth before moving on to his testing area. Naruto walked up to the proctor who told him what order he would be tested in. First up was Taijutsu. Okay, Namikaze-san, your objective here is to defeat the training dummies and then we will test your reactions and speed in an obstacle course that will involve multiple scenarios. You are to use Taijutsu to defeat the targets. Points will be awarded for speed, strength and technique, the proctor said. Naruto released his seals and then entered sage mode. So basically you first want me to run through the katas of my style taking out the training dummies, then run the obstacle course taking out the targets with Taijutsu, the blonde asked, making sure he understood the test. That is correct. Now if I may have the name of your Taijutsu style you will be testing, the proctor asked, taking out a clipboard to make notes on the style. My style if the frog kumite and requires the application of senjutsu, Naruto informed the proctor, who didn't know what senjutsu was but made a note of it anyway. Several wooden dummies appeared in front of Naruto and he began to run through his katas. The proctor just looked on dumbly as the testing dummies were destroyed completely, and it didn't even look like Naruto was touching them. Very impressive. Now if you would make your way to the start of the obstacle course we can begin testing your reaction speed and strength, the proctor said. When the next part of the test started, Naruto took off like a bullet and began decimating the targets along the way, swiftly dodging the projectiles sent at him, and with the added strength of his sage mode was able to move the blockades with ease. It was with little doubt that Naruto set a new record for the exams past and present. Incredible, I don't believe it, the proctor said in awe as Naruto finished his taijutsu exam. Nah, that was nothing. So what's next? Naruto asked eagerly. Well, next is the genjutsu portion. You are to find your way through several genjutsu that will become higher and higher rank as you progress and locate this ball in the room each time. The proctor said and began testing the blonde, who was completely unaffected by anything that was thrown at him. So what's next? Naruto said as he picked up the ball for the last time, casually walking over to T and picking it up, completely unfazed by the high-level genjutsu that was being cast on the area. Well, as it says of your file, you cannot use genjutsu because of your abnormally large reserves. I guess we will move on to ninjutsu, the proctor said and pulled out several pieces of paper. Please take the chakra paper one sheet at a time so we may test your elemental affinities first, he said, handing Naruto the first piece, which tore through the center, and the second which soaked and became a wet mush. Have you completed the manipulation training for your secondary element? The proctor asked. Naruto nodded his reply. Very well. Have you used any manipulation on a third element, he asked, but Naruto shook his head. Okay, now please run through at least 4 jutsu with at least one from each element, the proctor said. Naruto thought for a moment before deciding he would put on a show and form 2 shadow clones. Ah, the Kagebushin no jutsu, impressive, the proctor said and made several notes. The original Naruto then formed a perfect Rasengan and slammed it into a training dummy. My oh my, I never thought I would be seeing that jutsu. Even if you were a namikaze, the proctor said, observing the damage done to the dummy and wincing slightly. Then his eyes widened and Naruto slammed an Udoma Rasengan into the next dummy, ripping it apart. Very good, now that's 3 non-elemental. How about some Fuuten jutsu, the proctor suggested. Naruto just shrugged and held out his hand one more time. This time his clones he had made earlier began helping him. A loud bell-like screech could be heard ringing around the testing center, and all other tests stopped to see what had caused it. Up in the stands, Kakashi and Guy were staring at the jutsu in awe. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was watching from further, was just shaking his head. That's overkill, Naruto. Why couldn't you just use some of your A-rank jutsu? But no, you had to go and show off, he said to himself as Naruto proceeded to throw the spinning disc of wind. Everyone in the arena watched in awe as the Fuuten Rasen Shuriken slammed into a group of 7 dummies and expanded. Seeing this, Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan, and Sasuke, who was absolutely seething on the sidelines, activated his own, but then just became even angrier when not only could he not copy the jutsu, he couldn't even count the number of attacks it made. The proctors all watched as the large dome of Fuutin chakra subsided, and where it once was left not one sign of the targets and a crater in its wake. They were then even more shocked to find Naruto was not even slightly winded after using such a powerful jutsu. Well yes, that was most impressive. Now if you would just perform a Suiten jutsu, and if I may ask you, keep it below S class this time, the proctor asked shakily. Naruto complied and just performed the water encampment wall jutsu and left it at that, satisfied he had made top spot on the ninjutsu list. Their next test was in Fuinjutsu. Naruto had to complete several unfinished seals that ranged from intermediate to master level. Once again Naruto, with all the mastery of his years of practice, centuries if you count the work his clones had done on the subject, Naruto was able to complete all the seals with little difficulty. He then had to draw from scratch and activate a seal from each level of sealing. Needless to say, Naruto had the proctor stumped when he produced a working time-space absorption barrier seal. So much so that Naruto had to explain how it worked. Naruto finished his test and went up into the stands to await his scores. He didn't have to wait long as they began to appear. Taijutsu he placed first, top speed, top strength, and on the all-time scoreboard replaced A's time for the obstacle course. For Genjutsu he scored average. Not being able to cast a simple Genjutsu worked against him, but being immune to them helped him out a lot. Next was his Taijutsu scores. He topped this section as well with 2B rank jutsu, 2A rank and an S rank. Naruto was quite disappointed that they didn't have an all-time top scores on this, as Naruto felt he could have gotten on there with the Rasen Shuriken. Finally there was his Fuinjutsu scores that were more than triple his nearest competition. And this had gone on to a list of all-time top scores, but Naruto was shocked. Not only was he not first even with one of his father's most prized seals, but all the names on the board were familiar in some shape or form. The reality was he only really knew of one person on the list, and that was his father at third just below himself, but every other ninja on the list of top sealers was an Uzumaki, and the seal provided for the top score was one that Naruto knew of very well. After all, he had the effects of it on his stomach as evidence. The top sealer, an Uzumaki, had used the Shiki Fun, Death Demon Summoning Jutsu, and he had done this before he became a Jonin. How is that possible? It requires a payment to use that jutsu. He must have had a soul to trade, or maybe he wasn't required to activate the jutsu, Naruto guessed as he contemplated the abilities of his fellow Uzumaki. Getting over his shock at seeing the names of past Uzumaki, Naruto then checked his overall score and was happy to see that he beat Sasuke quite comfortably for top spot. Sasuke, however, was not happy. He was fuming. How dare that Dobi embarrass me in Uchiha like this? He will pay for this embarrassment, Sasuke seethed as he looked at the scoreboard. The only area Sasuke had beaten Naruto in was Genjutsu, as he hadn't taken Kenjutsu. Just you wait, Dobi, you will be the perfect test to see if I am ready for him, Sasuke said to himself as he began to brood about how he wanted to kill his brother. After the final 3 rounds, Naruto remained on top with Sasuke second. Chojuro had remained in third. There had also been a rather large number of people fail and several teams pull out as they found it unsafe to continue without the full team. Down in the arena floor the head proctors had gathered. To those that have passed, congratulations, you will move on to the next round that will be held just outside the village in a large maze-like valley that is home to a dormant volcano. However, there are still many large unsafe areas in the valley where lava and steam will burn you alive. With that said, the second task will be held tomorrow, so return to your hotels or homes and get some rest for the days ahead. The exams will be serious now, the proctor said. Chapter 41, Iwa's second task. Naruto stood in the center of a large group of his fellow competitors. They were all awaiting the arrival of the proctors for the second task. The second task was going to be held in a deep valley with large pillars that rose from the ground to make insurmountable walls that seemed to burn red at the top as steam rose off their peaks. These continued for almost as far as Naruto could see. After that there was a large open space with several rocky alcoves that provided good cover. This stretched all the way into the distance where they could see a large snow-capped volcano in the distance. I wish the proctors would hurry up and arrive already, Tenten sighed as she began to look around for the other Konoha ninja. Yosh. Their lateness is most unyouthfully pronounced. Naruto just sat there and waited patiently. After around 45 minutes several ninja arrived and took up the stand at the front, indicating that they were indeed the proctors. Good morning and welcome to the second task. This task is designed to pit your team against others in a race to claim one of 6 of these pendants, one of the proctors said, holding out a large disc-shaped object on a rope with the symbol for Iwa engraved on each side and authenticity seals to eliminate cheating. Your task will be to race against the other teams and retrieve one of the pendants dealing with extreme conditions and return here from the volcano you can see in the distance. You will have 5 days to return here. After that any pendants still in the field will be useless and the teams will fail. Also, should all pendants be returned before the 5 days are up, there will be a signal to the remaining teams that the test is over. You may also use whatever force necessary to obtain a pendant from one of the other teams, a second proctor said loudly. Very good, now please make your way up the front with your team to be given a starting location and to cite the consent forms in case you die, the first proctor spoke up, indicating a large stack of papers that needed to be signed. After Naruto and his team signed the papers, they headed off to their starting location. This is going to be amazing, Naruto said with a smile as the buzzer rang and the teams entered the large maze. 10 minutes later. This is fucking shit. Naruto moaned loudly, wiping sweat from his brow. Indeed, the heat coming off these rocks is immense. It is unlike anything I have experienced before. Even Suna was not this hotly admitted. We should just push on through, it will have to get cooler than this later on. After all, if they give us 5 days to complete the task, there will have to be at least some places cool enough to set up a camp to rest, Tenten said, willing her words to be true. I hope you're right, Tenten, but while we are not currently being attacked by anyone, I suggest we form a plan as the best way to get the pendants. There are 2 options I can see. We go and make sure we get one of them first and defend it, or ambush a team as they exit a cave with one, Naruto said honestly. I agree, I say we go straight after the target, with you and lead the top at taijutsu and you top of ninjutsu. Teams will think twice about attacking us for a pendant. Also, I can see there being the majority of teams that would go for the ambush option, which could lead to pointless fighting with other teams who don't have what we are looking for, Tenten said, receiving a nod in agreement from both Naruto and Lee. Sasuke's team. Well, now what, we're separated from our target by a maze and it's fucking hot in here. I hope I don't need to remind you my body is over 90% water. I'm fucking evaporating here, Suigetsu said, taking a large drink out of a water bottle. I don't care, we need to capture that Iwa bitch, and that is exactly what we are going to do. Karen, have you found her yet? Sasuke said. Karen closed her eyes and began searching for Kurotsuchi, but she was having a hard time finding her with all the other chakra signatures that were in the area. It was also difficult because Karen only had a quick glimpse of the Iwa Kunoichi when it was her turn to compete in the first round and hadn't had a good read of her individual chakra signature. Sorry Sasuke, I can't find her just yet, we need to get away from the rest of these people, Karen said after she finally had given up on locating Kurotsuchi. Fine, just don't fail in your task. If you can't even find one Kunoichi, what kind of censor are you? Sasuke said, still brooding like always. With Kurotsuchi's team. When the test had started, Kurotsuchi had begun using her yotan to melt a path through the mountainous walls that formed the maze. It was for this reason that her team had pulled out far in front of the others early on. Hey Kurotsuchi, are you sure this is smart? You know, you using all your energy this early on in the task, if we get into a fight later you will be tired, one of her team members asked curiously. I will be fine. If we can get to the volcano before anyone else, we can be out with a pendant before anyone even realizes that they are missing. We just go in and get out before anyone else arrives, that way we can get through this round without even having to fight, Kurotsuchi said confidently. I hope you are right, her other teammate said as they walked through another hole Kurotsuchi had made in the walls. Several hours later with Naruto. Naruto and his team sat sweating in a small opening in the maze. Steam was rising around them off the rocks that lay scattered on the ground. Kami, it is so fucking hot, how much more of this is there? Tenten said to nobody in particular. I don't know, I could probably head up the top and check. I will just have to use sage mode to keep myself from burning to a crisp with how hot the walls are. That proctor really wasn't kidding when he said this would be a test in extreme conditions, Naruto said, and he began gathering senjutsu, choosing not to use one of his seals in case there was an emergency and they were needed. Jumping to the top of a nearby wall that instantly began to singe his robe, Naruto looked out to find that they were about halfway to the large open areas. Oh, so we are about halfway there, but I can't stand this heat, we have to move through here quicker, Naruto said desperately. Well, how do you propose we do that? Tenten asked. Like this, Naruto said, and he created a couple of clones and began adding Suiten chakra into his Rasengan. The new Suiten form of the Rasengan looked a lot like the Udoma Rasengan. The differences were both subtle and obvious. The subtle was the much darker tone than the light blue now appeared dark blue and seemed thicker. The obvious was the loud roar the jutsu made that sounded like rapids crashing over rocks. Unlike the Rasen Shuriken, the Suiten version of the elemental Rasengan did not have the same weightless flow and was unable to form blades like Fuuten could. Naruto theorized that each different version would end up in a different shape. Suiten Udoma Rasengan, Naruto roared and slammed the spinning ball of water into the cliffside. The effects were instantaneous. Water erupted from the ball and began to drill through it with water pressure alone. And it didn't stop with one of the large pillar-like walls, it continued to destroy everything in its path. Tenten and Lee couldn't help but look on in awe as the huge torrent of water continued to tear its way through all that opposed it. Why didn't you tell us you could do that? we have been walking around trying to navigate this maze for the past 4 fucking hours and you come along and make us a clear path just like that. Tenten raged. Well, the truth is that was the first time that I have used that jutsu. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have formed it plenty of times. It was my first task after mastering the Suten element, but I never actually used it before, Naruto said, scratching his head in typical Naruto fashion. In the area surrounding Naruto's team, other teams could hear the powerful roar and feel the earth shake as the jutsu tore through the maze. At that time there was only one conscious thought running through their heads: what the fuck was that? Sasuke's team. Karen froze. They were a fair way away from Naruto, but she could still sense the power in the jutsu that Naruto had used again. Just the same as in the first round, only different. How could he have more than one jutsu that was that devastating? Just what is he? She thought as she shivered uncontrollably. Suigetsu noticed this and stopped walking. What's wrong with you, Karen? You look like you have just seen a ghost, or maybe you just realized how useless you really are. The former Kiri ninja laughed while leaning on the sword Orochimaru had given him for the exams. Shut up, Suigetsu, it was nothing, let's just go, our target is still moving much faster than we are, Karen said. Sasuke had just realized he was not being followed and turned back. What are you two doing back there? We need to find this Iwa bitch and get out of this place, he said before returning to his brooding. Leave? I thought you wanted to fight that Naruto guy who kicked your ass in the first task, Suigetsu joked. He is nothing compared to me, I'm an Uchiha elite, he is nothing compared to me. With my Sharingan, if we were ever to fight he wouldn't stand a chance against me, I will crush him like the worthless dobe he is, Sasuke said, his arrogance more evident than ever. Whatever, let's just get back to finishing this fucking job, Suigetsu said, and he moved to catch up to the brooding Uchiha. Naruto's team. Naruto, Lee and Tenten arrived at the caves just before nightfall on the first day. After they had left the mountainous maze, the temperature dropped considerably. After the maze they enters a large, almost flat area. Large boulders were the best form of cover. This flat rocky area stretched on to the end of the valley the test was being held in. This was where they came to a large wall with 6 large tunnels that looked like they were almost carved out just for the exams. 6 tunnels for 6 pendants, but which one should we take, Tenten asked. Well, from what I can sense we are the second team to arrive, with Tsuchikage's granddaughter's team arriving slightly before us. They went into the tunnel on the far right. So I say we take the tunnel next to them, that way we can use them as cover. They will more than likely get out of their tunnel before us, so the way I see it, if the other teams are around 2 hours behind us, give or take, so if it takes longer for us to find the amulet it will also take them longer as well. That way if any team arrives and decides to set up an ambush, they will get Kurotsuchi's team and not ours, Naruto theorized. Yosh. An excellent plan, Naruto-kun. I can see it is not just for your strength in battle that Guy-sensei picked you for this team, Lee said. Thanks, Lee, but given the task we have to complete now, I think a Byakugan would be of more help than my plan, Naruto said modestly. Entering the tunnel they were forced to use torches as the cave was so dark inside that the only light source was from glowworms and the occasional small river of larvae. They searched the cave, taking note of where they turned, not wanting to split up in case another team entered the cave, and they had a sensor to be able to defeat their team by attacking each member individually. It took quite a while, but they soon found themselves in a large room at a large entrance. In the center of the room sat a large pillar, and on that pillar was a small white pedestal. The problem with this was the fact that surrounding the pillar was a large pit of magma, and the only thing that connected the entrance where they were currently standing and the prize they so desired to get into the next round was a thin bridge only wide enough for one person to walk across at a time. Well, good thing it's not a trap, Naruto said sarcastically. Tenten let out a small laugh at this statement, and Lee went on a rant about how Naruto was turning out like Kakashi with that hip attitude of his. Naruto had to do it, he couldn't help himself. How you say something, Lee? Lee collapsed anime style at these words and began another rant about Naruto's flames of youth being corrupted by others' hip attitude. Wow, he really is just like Guy-sensei in every single way. Of all the people to get a clone. I want a clone, he would be awesome. I could have him do my bidding while I sit down and do nothing. Hey, wait a second, that's what I do for Jiraiya-sensei? Does that mean that I am sensei's clone? No, I'm not a pervert, Naruto thought, completely ignoring the imposing problem that lay before him and his team. So what do you think, Naruto? Unfortunately for the blonde, he only caught this last part of Tenten's idea. Oh, I'm sorry Tenten, I wasn't listening. What was your idea again? Naruto said this in all honesty and was genuinely sorry for not listening. This, however, did not stop Lee from going on yet another rant about Naruto's hip attitude. I said it would be wise to only send one of us in to get the pendant and have them tethered to the other two. That way should something happen we can help pull them back if they need it, Tenten suggested. Sounds like a good plan, but who's going? I mean, we don't exactly have straws to draw the short one, Naruto said. I will do it. This is something that I can contribute to the team. I am fast enough to get out of the way should anything go wrong, Lee said, and immediately removed some rope from his pack and began tying it around his waist. Okay, good luck, Lee, be careful, Tenten said as she accepted the other end of the rope. Lee walked slowly across the thin bridge and arrived on the platform holding the amulet that they needed for the exam. After inspecting the area for traps, Lee removed it safely, but when he turned around the ground began to shake. Lee, no pressure, but it looks like the larva is rising, Naruto called out as large chunks of rock began to fall from the walls and ceiling. Lee acted quickly and began to race as fast as was safely possible to get back across the bridge. In the end he made it with no time to spare, as the second he made it across, a large boulder crushed the bridge and landed in the molten rock below. Once they had time to catch their breath, they made a second startling discovery: the whole tunnel system had began collapsing. Acting quickly, they began making their way out as fast as they could, but often were forced to take other paths as the way they had come was being closed off by rising larvae or cave-ins. They were fast approaching the exit when a large cave-in almost crushed Tenten. Naruto was just able to pull her away. The problem was they were now blocked off from the exit and the cave was still collapsing. We need to bust through here, it's the safest way out. If we go back and take another exit we could be trapped deeper in the cave, Naruto said. Well, destruction is your area, isn't it, Naruto? Tenten said, remembering just how powerful the Rasen Shuriken and Suten Udoma Rasengan were. I guess you're right. Udoma Rasengan, Naruto yelled. The blockade that had almost crushed them blew into nothing more than tiny rubble, but Naruto and his team did not have time to admire the destructive nature of Naruto's jutsu and quickly made their way upwards where they hoped they would find the exit. Around 3 minutes later they could see moonlight shining in from an entrance around 100 yards ahead of them. Picking up their speed now that they could see a good distance in front, they could also feel the whole cave system they were in begin to collapse. It must be rigged so teams don't waste their time searching for already taken pendants, so that once the team is near the exit the whole system of tunnels for that target and will collapse completely, Naruto thought as they all made a jump for the entrance to the cave they came in, which crushed shut behind them. Phew, that was close, Tenten sighed as they rolled over to stare at the now closed hole that they just jumped from. Yes, now let's make our way back before anybody knows we were here, Lee suggested. It's a little late for that, came the voices of 2 men behind them. Well, look what we have here. It's the Namikaze, the fist one said. He was tall and had short black hair. He wore a standard Iwa Chunin vest over dark red shirt and pants that had seemed to be the standard Iwa uniform. Yeah, it must be our lucky day. I'm going to enjoy watching you die, Namikaze, the other said. He looked almost identical to the first, which to Naruto anyway suggested they were brothers. In fact, the only difference that was obvious between the two was the one who just spoke wore small black sunglasses. You really want to do this? I'm warning you, if you try and attack us you will lose. Maybe you should go play with some of the other teams, Naruto suggested. No way, we are going to be heroes for killing you, the brother not wearing glasses spoke and prepared to charge. Naruto acted so fast nobody else could see him move. Only Lee was able to follow his movements as he blurred away and reappeared with his palm open just away from the brother who just spoke stomach and began gathering chakra. No, you won't, Naruto whispered before slamming the newly formed ball of spinning chakra into his gut. Rasengan. Naruto's attack had left the other brother completely stunned, he hadn't even seen him move. It was even more unfortunate for the pair that Lee had recovered from Naruto's attack first and sent the Iwa ninja who was still standing over to join his brother in unconsciousness with a roundhouse kick to the face that sent him flying. We should get out of here and find a safe place to set up a camp, Naruto suggested as it was getting late. Getting nods from his team, they began to head back towards the large maze. This proved to be harder than they thought, however, as there were now battles being fought everywhere. The night sky was ablaze with lights from jutsu and flames as well as various volcanic eruptions from within the maze that told Naruto it was not a safe place to be at night. This is insane, which way do we go, asked Tenten as she tried to find a safe path through the battling teams that lay ahead. I have an idea, if I use Sage Mode I can find Kurotsuchi's team, that way we can follow them at a safe distance. Any teams in our way will attack her team rather than us, Naruto suggested. Sounds like a fine plan, Lee said proudly. Okay, she is this way, Naruto pointed after entering Sage Mode and locating her chakra signature. He then ran off with Lee and Tenten hot on his trail. Okay, we're close to them but far enough away that they won't be able to sense us. By the looks of it they have set up a camp. I say we do the same and head off after them in the morning, Naruto said, coming to a halt. Naruto left to set up some defensive traps to keep them safe while Lee and Tenten set up the camp but decided against a fire as they did not want to give away their position despite being well hidden in a rocky area. Okay, so after who has first watch, Naruto asked the pair when Ri returned. I will take fist watch, said Lee, followed by Tenten who offered to take second. Sounds good to me. I can get some scouting done in the early morning before anyone else is up and leave some clones here to stand guard, Naruto said, and he sat down to eat some dinner. Sasuke's team. Sasuke was currently moving across the field at a fast pace. He had killed any team that got in his way. This was the fate of a team from Iwa and from Suna. Both teams had engaged the Auto team for different reasons. The Suna team wanted payback for their last Kazekage and the invasion on Konoha, while the team from Iwa just wanted to kill an Uchiha, something with Sasuke said was impossible. Only an Uchiha can kill an Uchiha. It took them a large portion of the night to move into range of their target, who was currently on watch during what was most likely the second shift. So what do we do? Attack now or wait till she's asleep? Karen asked. Not that it matters, but it will be easier to take her alive as she is asleep, then we can kill her team members and get out of here, Sasuke said. Fine by me, just make sure we get this done. I don't want to go back in the fucking glass jar again, Suigetsu said. With Naruto. Naruto was sleeping soundly when Tenten came into his tent to wake him up. Hey Naruto, it's your shift, she whispered, but he didn't respond. Come on Naruto, wake up, she said louder, still nothing. Damn it, wake up, she said, annoyed he had yet to wake, and gave him a kick which did the trick. Oh hey Tenten. My shift already? Naruto asked. Yes, you know you're really hard to wake, Tenten said. Just exhausted I guess, Naruto said. You still going to scout the area? She queried, wanting to know what Naruto had planned to do before morning. Yeah, that way I might be able to find an easy route through the field so we can avoid any more teams coming after our pendant, Naruto said. Oh okay. Say what happened to it anyway, I haven't seen it since Lee gave it to you in the cave, Tenten asked. Oh, I sealed it away. Only way to get the pendant now is if I willingly unseal it. It has a blood and will seal on it, so even if by some chance they happen to get my blood, it will tell me exactly where they are and what they are trying to do, as well as not being able to open it without me allowing it, Naruto said before getting into a more detailed description of the seal that went totally over Tenten's head. Naruto left to scout shortly after that. He hadn't been out long when he felt something from Kurotsuchi's camp. Team. So what is so special about that team you decided to attack them? It can't just be you knew they had a pendant. I'm going to go get a better look, Naruto thought, and he changed his direction. With Sasuke. Sasuke was sticking to the shadows, his chakra levels suppressed below the level someone without special sensory abilities would be able to sense. While this was going on, Suigetsu was approaching the tent that the other member of Kurotsuchi's team was currently sleeping in. Sasuke gave a silent signal and they attacked. Lightning sparked into existence and there was the unmistakable sound of birds chirping. The ninja on guard spun around just as Sasuke slammed his fist through his chest and felt as his heart exploded in the Uchiha's hand before collapsing on the ground dead. In the next tent there was a loud yell as Suigetsu ran his blade through the sleeping ninja. This woke up Kurotsuchi, who rushed out of the tent to find Sasuke standing over his victim and Suigetsu slicing his way out of the tent. Karen, who had previously held back, arrived at Sasuke's side. What the fuck, Kurotsuchi yelled out as she prepared to defend herself. We are going to need you to come with us. Orochimaru needs you for his research, said Sasuke in a confident slur. Fuck off, I'm not going anywhere with you, Uchiha, Kurotsuchi yelled in reply, performing two hand signs and sending a wave of larvae at Sasuke, who dodged out of the way. Suigetsu and Karen used this time to help Sasuke surround the Iwa Kunoichi and stalking inwards. Kurotsuchi knew she was in trouble but would not give up without a fight. Doten, earth wall, she screamed and slammed her hands into the ground. A large wall shot up from the ground, blocking her from Sasuke's and Karen's view. Running through some more hand signs, she spat several large chunks or larvae at Suigetsu. The larva hit the former Kiri ninja straight in the chest, but before she could celebrate lessening their numbers, Heijoy turned to a look of horror as the lava seemed to fly right through Suigetsu and come out the other side as rock hardened by water. Suigetsu was in pain but quickly rehydrated himself, reforming the areas the Yotan user burned away. The distraction of this was all that Sasuke and Karen needed. Sasuke appeared behind her and chopped the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious while Karen began tying her up. Once they had finished, Sasuke picked her up and dumped her on his shoulder and began to leave the clearing. Hey, that was way too easy. Stupid girl had no idea who she was dealing with, Suigetsu said. Yes, and now we can get out of here. Orochimaru has his target, we just have to get a look out, Karen yelled at the end, unable to finish her sentence. Just as she finished, Naruto landed, slamming his fist into the ground next to both Karen and Suigetsu, sending them flying to opposite ends of the clearing. Hello Sasuke team, still up to no good it seems, Naruto said, staring the Uchiha down with his yellow bar-like eyes. HN, so what? Why do you care what happens to this bitch? Sasuke said, dropping Kurotsuchi on the ground before turning to face Naruto and activating his Sharingan. Neither party was aware that the sudden drop had woken Kurotsuchi up. Even though she was helpless, she could still see who it was that had saved her, and she couldn't believe it. Namikaze. But why? Like I would let you take her to Orochimaru, I wouldn't let anybody be subjected to those sick experiments of his. Sasuke, don't do this. If you do, any chance you have is gone. You will be an internationally wanted criminal, never able to settle down anywhere. You will never be allowed back into Konoha, even if you do somehow kill your brother. Naruto almost pleaded with Sasuke. Like I care about that weak village. Now get out of my way, Sasuke said. Karen and Suigetsu had just recovered from being sent flying by Naruto's arrival. He saved me, and not just me, he would save anyone who was going to be taken to be experimented on. Maybe you're not so bad after all, Naruto. Namikaze, Kurotsuchi thought as she lay on the ground helpless, all the while Karen and Suigetsu approached Naruto from behind ready to strike. Sasuke just stood there and glared at Naruto while he watched his team ready a killing blow. However, when it came, Naruto lazily slid out of the way and delivered a deadly kick that sent Suigetsu flying and dissolving into water, and Karen a chop to the back of the head, knocking her out. Naruto threw Karen to the side and once again turned to face Sasuke, who now had a furious snarl on his face because he knew he was alone. Fine, Dobi, if you think you can stop me, I will just have to kill you, Sasuke screamed and created a Chidori ready to charge. However, just as he was about to attack, he stopped and his eyes bulged wide. A large flock of crows flew between the pair, who were staring each other down. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Sasuke-kun. You see, Naruto-kun is important to our organization, came the smooth voice of Itachi as he appeared in a crow sunshine. Sasuke was now completely distracted and charged at Itachi, screaming about how he was going to kill him. Itachi just jumped away onto a rock, while Sasuke slammed his fist into the ground where Itachi once stood. You can't beat him, team. At least not while you attack like that, Naruto said, not taking his eyes off Itachi as he gave him a questioning look which wasn't answered. Leave, Sasuke-kun, this is between me and Naruto-kun, you do not interest me, Itachi said. Sasuke, who was still on the ground with his fist buried deep into the earth because of his Chidori, seethed in anger. How dare you? He screamed and lunged at Itachi again, who jumped out of the way. You will fight me now, Sasuke roared as he began destroying the surrounding landscape, chasing Itachi in what could only be described as a world-class temper tantrum. Naruto during this time raced over to Kurotsuchi and began untying her. You all right there, Kurotsuchi? Naruto asked as he removed her gag. Thank you, she choked out. Don't mention it, but you should probably get out of here, this could get rough. My camp is about half a mile to the south, go there, my clones are on guard at the moment, so I will inform them that you're coming, Naruto said gently as he cut the final piece of rope holding her and helped her up. What about you? They are both highly dangerous criminals, Kurotsuchi said. Yeah, that's true. I guess it's a good thing that I am dangerous as well then, Naruto joked before creating a clone to inform the others about what is going on. There now, my clones will be expecting you. Don't worry, we won't let Orochimaru get his filthy snake-like hands on you, Naruto said before kicking off to join in the fun with the two Uchiha. Kurotsuchi just stood there dumbly for a moment before leaving in the direction of Naruto's camp. I can't believe I wanted to have him killed. He's not a monster, but I was, she thought as she ran along. Naruto arrived on a large rock to see Sasuke and Itachi engaged in a taijutsu match. Deciding not to let them just fight it out, Naruto joined in but decided against using the extended range that his Sage Mode offered him so that he could for one gauge Sasuke's skills and secondly talk to Itachi and find out what he is doing here. Mind if I cut in, Naruto said as he knocked Itachi away with a kick from his blind spot behind him. Then, using the fact Sasuke was infuriated that Naruto had managed to get in a good hit against his brother, something that he couldn't do, sent Sasuke flying with a kick to the chin while he backflipped back to land in between both brothers. Itachi and Sasuke had mirror movements, reaching up and grabbing their head as they stood up. Both ran through the same hand signs, but only Sasuke yelled out Katen, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Both sets of flames rushed at Naruto, who only had to quickly perform his own seals. Suten, water encampment wall, he yelled, and water from several seals located on Naruto's cloak shot up and circled Naruto, cancelling out the fire jutsu. Phew, thank Kami, I put those seals containing water on my cloak, because I don't think I would have survived otherwise, the blonde thought as the two raven-haired Uchiha looked on with two very different expressions on their faces. Itachi looked impressed, Sasuke on the other hand was pissed. Who does the Dobi think he is? That was an Uchiha technique. He should be burning right now, Sasuke thought as he ran through another set of hand seals. Chidori Senbon, Sasuke yelled. Countless lightning senbon needles flew at both Naruto and Itachi. Naruto was impressed that each needle seemed to be heading for one of his and Itachi's vital spots, and it was a very fast attack. Itachi jumped out of the way just in time to avoid being impaled by the tiny blades of lightning. Naruto on the other hand took a deep breath in and blew out a huge gust of wind to send the lightning needles flying away. Not a bad attack team, I would be interested in seeing a competent ninja using it. Naruto taunted, getting the desired reaction from Sasuke, who charged at the blonde. Itachi saw this and responded by rushing at Naruto himself. Arriving shortly after Sasuke, who sent a punch at Naruto that he narrowly avoided, he was however unable to avoid the kick that Itachi hit him with. This did not hurt Naruto so much, but it did send him a good few yards away, while Sasuke and Itachi exchanged hits, both unable to get a hit in on the other thanks to their Sharingan. Standing up, Naruto began to run, though a new set of hand signs. Itachi and Sasuke paused their fight mid-punch when they felt a massive chakra spike. Sage Art, Fuuten, Almighty Breakthrough, Naruto yelled. A huge torrent of air erupted from Naruto's mouth and began to tear up the ground and throw large rocks around like they were pebbles. Itachi and Sasuke were only able to brace themselves and add chakra to their feet in an attempt to remain grounded. Needless to say, it failed, as the Senjutsu-powered version of the Great Breakthrough sent them both flying. Itachi was stopped by a large rock but felt like he was just hit by Tsunade when he landed. Sasuke, however, was sent far further away and was currently out of sight. "Impressive, Naruto-kun, but you are still holding back," Itachi said as he struggled to his feet. "I could say the same to you, not even using your Mangekyo Sharingan," Naruto replied and prepared to attack again. Then he stopped when another thought came to his mind. "You showed yourself to help me save Kurotsuchi, didn't you?" he asked. "In a way, I knew it was just like you said. Should he take the girl, he would never be able to return to Konoha or even find a new place to live and settle down. I did this to save him as much as the girl," Itachi said. They stood in silence for a moment before Naruto charged. He found the skills Itachi possessed in using his Sharingan to be far superior to Kakashi's, as nothing he attempted could get through. "Well, I could beat him if I used the Frog Kumite, but at the same time I might accidentally kill him. The last thing I need is an angry Sasuke coming after me for revenge for denying him his revenge. Kami, I hate that team," Naruto thought to himself while narrowly avoiding a kick from Itachi. "Well, it's a good thing you're not a taijutsu-style ninja, because you sure are fucking hard to hit," Naruto joked, attempting a leg sweep that Itachi somersaulted away from before attempting a kick of his own to the side of Naruto's head, which he easily avoided. "Perhaps, but I know we still aren't taking each other seriously. Your taijutsu and speed is much faster than this. I saw that for myself in the first round of the exams," Itachi said before jumping back. "Yeah, you caught me, but I don't want to kill you, just like you don't want to kill me," Naruto said plainly. Itachi was about to respond when he heard a loud explosion and a huge ball of fire raced towards the pair. Jumping out of the way, Naruto and Itachi both turned to see Sasuke in his second stage curse seal form glaring at them both. "You think you can make fun of me?" he roared, sending more and more smaller balls of fire at the pair, who were dodging easily. "I will kill you both," he screamed before he flapped his fleshy claw-like wings and flew quite literally towards Itachi. It was Naruto who intercepted him, however, and kicked him onto the ground despite having the attack blocked by one of Sasuke's wings. Itachi looked saddened at seeing his brother in such a form, and it disgusted him. "Enough of these games, Sasuke, you are not strong enough to challenge either one of us yet. I told you not to come before me until you had eyes like mine," Itachi said, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Allow me to demonstrate the power of these eyes," Itachi said, and he turned towards Naruto Amaterasu. Naruto went wide-eyed as black flames shot from the eye of Itachi. "Well, that doesn't look friendly," Naruto thought as he narrowly avoided the black flame, which began to burn through rock. Naruto then had to dodge again as Itachi began sending another wave of Amaterasu at Naruto. On the third wave, however, Naruto unsealed his 2 chakra rods and began activating the seals on them. Time-space absorption seal. "Fun," Naruto called out, and the 2 seals created a portal in time and space that absorbed the black flames of Amaterasu. Naruto spun the rods around to the release seal was showing and sent Itachi's jutsu straight for Sasuke. Sasuke wasted no time and, using the power of the curse seal, blew a huge wall of fire to prevent Amaterasu from hitting him. All 3 of them were once again involved in an uneasy standoff, neither wanting to make the first move. Naruto was about to start the hand seals for a Fuuten jutsu when a large burst of lightning struck the volcano behind Itachi, and it began to rain as a loud shot of thunder sounded around them. This caused Sasuke to begin to laugh in a quite disturbing manner, which earned questioning looks from both Naruto and Itachi. Sasuke jumped back and up to the top of a rather large boulder as he began to raise his hand in the air and gather electricity. "I don't know what jutsu that is, but I'm not going to find out. I am putting an end to this fight now," Naruto thought, and released his restriction seals. "Get ready to die. Both of you, you can't laugh at me anymore," Sasuke cackled madly. Itachi looked on in interest, but Naruto was not so relaxed as he prepared to attack. As Sasuke shot a small bolt of lightning into the cloud and began forming more hand signs, "Hey team," Naruto roared and kicked off. "Shut up Dobi, I am about to avenge my clan and kill you in one go, now die. Here ga." Stopping mid-sentence and unable to complete his jutsu, Sasuke could only look down as Naruto ran a small blue orb into his gut. "Just shut up. Rasengan." Sasuke went flying and landed on the ground, still conscious but coughing up blood and unable to move as his curse mark energy faded. Naruto then turned back to Itachi, who seemed to have collapsed but was standing back up. Even if he was breathing heavily, he still looked ready to fight if he needed to. "Well, now that the pest is taken care of, shall we continue?" Naruto asked, unsure of what Itachi's response would be to seeing his brother be impaled with a Rasengan. Itachi couldn't reply as he was drowned out by Sasuke screaming in agony about how he would make Naruto pay for denying him his revenge and mocking the Uchiha. "Shut up before I finish you off, Sasuke team. You were always so arrogant. Let this be a lesson to you," Naruto said, not taking his eyes off Itachi. "And you too, don't you remember what happened last time you tried to attack me from behind?" Naruto called out to apparently nobody, but then Suigetsu and Karen both appeared looking scared. "Now take the team and leave, and if I see you again during these exams I will kill you all," Naruto warned, and they both shuddered before running to grab Sasuke, who was struggling to stand a coughing out blood. Sasuke screamed in denial as Karen helped him up onto her shoulder and they fled the area. Sasuke being dragged out by Karen on one side and Suigetsu in the middle, both were refusing to listen to his demands to be left so he can kill Itachi, pure rage and hatred etched all over his face. Once they were out of range, Naruto relaxed slightly and began to enjoy the feeling of the rain hitting his face. "So you still think he can be saved?" Naruto sighed. "I have to believe it, he's my brother," Itachi said, looking a little weak and sitting down on a rock in order to catch his breath. "I can't accept that he is lost. If I can get rid of that piece of Orochimaru that is inside of him, he can be saved, but for that to happen Orochimaru needs to be no more," Itachi said, and began coughing until a small amount of blood began to flow out of his mouth. "Hey, are you alright? You look like you're falling apart," Naruto asked, concern evident on his face. "I have an illness that is killing me. I am fine most of the time until I exert myself, then I deteriorate. I don't think I have too long to live," Itachi admitted. "Then let us help you. Tsunade Ba-chan could cure your illness. After all, she is the best medic there is," Naruto said. "No, I can't. If we were to do that, then the Akatsuki would know. Also, so would Sasuke, and that would direct his hatred at Konoha, which is something I can't have. All I need is to survive long enough to face my foolish little brother one last time," Itachi said as he coughed out some more. Naruto remained quiet for a moment until he felt 3 chakra signatures approaching. "You have to leave my team and Kurotsuchi will be here in a few minutes," the blonde said, helping Itachi to his feet. "What will you tell them happened here?" Itachi asked. "That I injured Sasuke and his team saved him and ran while you and I fought, and I managed to make you retreat," Naruto said. "Very well, that is acceptable. I will need to give a report to the group and it will help if there are not 2 stories," Itachi said before turning into a flock of crows and fading away. Naruto rested on a boulder until his team and Kurotsuchi arrived. They had seemingly already packed the camp. "Oh Naruto, thank Kami. What happened here?" Tenten asked, with Lee and Kurotsuchi still looking around at the scorched earth and black flames still burning as the rain continued to fall from the sky. Naruto then went on with a slightly edited version of events from the time that Kurotsuchi left. "So what now?" Lee asked. "Well, we head back to the start and get out of this damn task," Naruto said, feeling slightly exhausted from his efforts. "And what about her?" Tenten asked, pointing to Kurotsuchi. "She has a pendant, so do we. I'm not letting her go out alone in case the team comes back to try and kidnap her again. But he should be out of commission for a while," Naruto said, then decided it would be better if he at least asked Kurotsuchi. "That is, if you don't mind traveling with us. I know you're not my biggest fan," he said. "No, that's fine, thank you. I would be grateful for the assistance. Also, I'm sorry I was blinded by the past. Can you forgive me?" Kurotsuchi asked, her head hung low in shame. "Of course I forgive you. I never held anything against you at all. We can't move on and stop all the fighting if we can't forgive each other," Naruto said kindly. "I guess you're right. Well, with me in the group we can make it, though the maze easy and this rain will cool it right down," Kurotsuchi said. "Well then what are we waiting for? Let's head out," Naruto said, and jumped off towards the giant walls of the mountainous maze that separated them and the finish line of the second task. Chapter 42, Time Off. The return trip proved to be easy for Naruto. With Kurotsuchi's Yotan they were easily able to create a path through the maze and were out by midday of the second day. "Congratulations on returning. I take it you have your medallions," the proctor said as Team Guy and Kurotsuchi arrived at the finish. "Yes," both Naruto and Kurotsuchi said, and both took out their pendants. Well, Kurotsuchi took hers out. Naruto smeared blood over a seal and removed their teams. "So what now? There is still 3 days of this task left. Do we just wait around? Naruto asked the proctor. That won't be necessary, you just have to go through the door and register your team for the finals, then make your way to the Tsuchikage Tower to find the date of the final exam, the proctor said. Sounds easy enough, let's go guys, Naruto said and went through the door to register their names into a large computer. Naruto guessed it was to decide the matches for the finals. Team Guy walked over to the Tsuchikage's tower with Kurotsuchi. They chatted happily as they walked, which seemed to shock the villagers that Oonoki's granddaughter would be seen talking so carefree with the son of their greatest enemy. With Sasuke. Sasuke had fallen unconscious not long after they left the battle with Naruto and Itachi. It was for this reason they were currently carrying the beaten Uchiha hastily across the land of Earth to Orochimaru's hideout. As they approached the entrance to the underground lair that Orochimaru used for his experiments in this country, they ran into Kabuto. Well, looks like you guys failed, Orochimaru-sama will not be pleased. And look at you Sasuke, I thought you were an Uchiha, you know. The elite, and yet here you are looking like you were just thrown around like it was nothing, Kabuto said smoothly. Fuck you, some blonde-haired Naruto guy that Sasuke knew from Konoha showed up, and then Sasuke's brother. That Naruto guy is tough, took out me and Karen like we were nothing, Suigetsu said. Isn't that a story? I will enjoy hearing what Orochimaru-sama has to say about it, Kabuto said with a smirk while the two conscious Auto Ninja paled. They were both way out of our league, what could we do? That Leaf Ninja took out Sasuke and it didn't even look like he was trying, Suigetsu said, knowing he was going back in the water tube. We will just have to see, won't we, Kabuto said and walked inside, leading the other two carry Sasuke. They walked through a small underground passageway and came out into a large chamber. Orochimaru was sitting at the far end in a high-backed chair awaiting their arrival. I see you have returned, where is Kurotsuchi? Orochimaru asked calmly. Well, we don't have her, Suigetsu said. And why not? Orochimaru said, annoyance hinted in his voice. We had her, Orochimaru-sama, we even tied her up and were leaving. But we were prevented taking her with us by a ninja from Konoha, Karen said almost pleadingly. It appears it was Naruto Namikaze, Kabuto said with a smirk. The arms of the chair that Orochimaru was currently holding snapped under the pressure of the snake's fingers. It seems that boy has proven to be quite the thorn in my side, Orochimaru seethed quietly, trying to contain his rage at missing out on his latest test subject. Tell me what happened, Orochimaru demanded of Karen. Karen went on to explain to Orochimaru about how Naruto intervened in their capture of Kurotsuchi and Itachi showing up to try and capture Naruto, and the events that she had witnessed up until Naruto hit Sasuke with a Rasengan and they dragged him away. Kukukaku, well, that will teach Sasuke that he is not ready to kill his brother yet, the heavy Sanin said casually. So as it wasn't our fault you can't punish us, right? Suigetsu asked. That wouldn't be fair, would it? But I will anyway, Kabuto returned Suigetsu-kun here to his tank. In fact, make it a smaller one, and Karen, you are to return to the southern base at once. When you get there you are not allowed out until I say otherwise, Orochimaru ordered. Suigetsu looked ready to complain at this, but Kabuto easily removed his weapons and trapped him in a large jar. Oh, and Kabuto, once you have finished with Suigetsu, go check on Sasuke. I won't have to have him die on me, Orochimaru said coolly. Of course, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied before he left. With Naruto, Team Guy and Kurotsuchi entered the cage tower and began to head towards Oonoki's office. Naruto took note on his way there that while the outside of the tower was nowhere near as grand as the cage towers in Konoha, Suna or Kumo, the inside was far more spectacular than the others combined. Gold and marble lined the walls and large gemstones scattered the wall in various locations. Wow, look at this place, it's like a Daimyo's treasury, Tenten said in awe. Well, we are the land of Earth, so gemstones and minerals are far more common. What we don't have is the wood for large grand houses like in Konoha, Kurotsuchi said as they approached a large stone door with a golden handle. Kurotsuchi knocked twice and waited. Come in, came the elderly voice of Oonoki from the other side. Naruto came through the door first, followed by his team and finally Kurotsuchi. I see, so you have passed already, have you? Kurotsuchi-chan, what happened to your team? Oonoki asked when he saw his granddaughter all one. They're dead. Killed by Sasuke Uchiha and his team. They were trying to capture me and take me to Orochimaru, but Naruto saved me, Kurotsuchi said. I see, tell me what happened if you will, Naruto said. Oonoki, he still hadn't taken his eyes from his granddaughter. So, he's no longer just the Namikaze, huh? Naruto went on to tell the edited story of his fight with both Itachi and Sasuke, leaving out the parts where Naruto and Itachi talked obviously. Then I guess my thanks are owed to you. It is a shame I can't do anything about that snake Orochimaru or the Uchiha, as it was in the exams and everything is allowed, Oonoki grumbled. You don't owe me anything, old man. I would never let anyone be taken by Orochimaru if I could help it, Naruto said. Oonoki grumbled at the old man comment, but other than that seemed pleased enough. I guess Yo will be wanting to know the date of the exams and the reason for the finals, he said. Well, I guess they're mainly for the promotion of the village's strength like the Chunin exams, Naruto guessed. Mostly yes, however unlike the Chunin exams, the Jonin exams are not the only way for promotion to the rank, they are however the easiest way. It is this reason that a ninja may only appear in 3 Jonin exams before they are forced to complete the necessary high-ranked missions and age requirements. That is why the only prerequisite to enter these exams is to be a Chunin for at least 6 months, Oonoki said. So even if we fail 3 times or never take the exams again, we can still be promoted. That's good, Naruto said. I don't know what you're worried about. If you're not promoted, there would have to be something wrong with Konoha, Kurotsuchi said. Indeed. Now the finals will be held in only 2 weeks, as opposed to the month you were given in the Chunin exams, at the main arena. This will give time for representatives from the other villages competing in the finals to arrive. I believe Jiraiya Dono will be representing Konoha in the Hokage's place, Oonoki informed them. Guess that makes sense, can't leave Konoha without 4 of its top ninja. We would be severely weak in missing Jiraiya, Guy, Kakashi and Ba-chan, Naruto said. Anyway, you will have the next 2 weeks off to do what you like. Congratulations on making it to the finals, Oonoki said and signaled for them to leave. After they left, they made their way back to the hotel and Naruto went to find Yugito. Yugito had been spending the day walking around Iwa looking for something nice to remember her trip when Naruto was able to sneak up behind her and wrap his arms around her waist. Well, hello there, beautiful. What are you shopping for? Naruto whispered in her ear. Naruto. I didn't think you would be done yet. Exam that easy, she asked. No, just we were fast, but we still ran into a certain Uchiha team and his brother, Naruto said. Yugito froze at this. Itachi showed up in the exam. You told me that Sasuke was here, but for Itachi to show up. What happened? Are you alright? She said, turning in Naruto's arms to face him. Never better now that I am back here with you, Naruto said. I'm serious, for the Akatsuki to try and capture you in the middle of the exams is serious, Yugito said. Not like I would get captured by a genjutsu master. Although I have to admit that Amaterasu packs one hell of a punch. It was pouring and those black flames still didn't stop burning, Naruto said, impressed by the attack. You really are irresponsible, you know, Yugito said, attempting to scald her fellow blonde but was unable because of his light-hearted carefree attitude. Oh come on, Yugi-chan, I was able to chase him away and stop Sasuke team from kidnapping Kurotsuchi. That sounds like a win to me, Naruto said with a smile. That may be, but you are going to come with me and tell everything to Jiraiya-sama. And no complaints, the Nibi Jinchuriki said. Yeah, we could do that, or I could buy you something shiny from that jewelry store, Naruto said. That's right, Yugi-chan, not even you can resist the power that shiny objects have over women. And canneries, but that is beside the point, he thought, really not wanting to explain what happened again. That does sound better. Okay, so we will go there and you can buy me something, then we will go see Jiraiya-sama, she said, eyeing a small necklace. How could I have not thought that she would just make me talk to sensei afterwards? Naruto screamed internally in mental anguish as he looked on with a smile as Yugito tried on a pair of silver diamond earrings. He really did not want to go over what happened in the second task again, and certainly not to someone like Jiraiya who might be able to tell if he was lying about something. He also didn't enjoy the prospect of having to lie to Jiraiya about anything. One empty Gamma wallet and very happy Yugito later. Naruto left the store with a small sniffle as Yugito left with her new highly expensive earrings in her bag. The only thing that made him feel better about losing all his money on small useless pieces of silver was the fact that he liked seeing Yugito happy. So Yugi-chan, I have 2 weeks off. What do you want to do? I was thinking of some training with Jiraiya-sensei. I thought you might like to join us. He could teach you some of his hair jutsu. They're not much use to me, but because you have such lovely long hair they would be perfect for you, Naruto suggested. You really think he would teach me some of his prized jutsu? Yugito asked disbelievingly. I don't see why not, and it's not like you can use any of the Toad-style jutsu he uses, so it won't be like he is teaching you all of his special jutsu, Naruto reasoned. Fine, but you're asking him, she said merrily, still happy about her new purchase. No worries, I can get him to teach you, then we can train together while I prepare for the finals, Naruto said confidently. Do you really need to train? You are already one of the strongest people there are. And you're fighting a bunch of Chunin, granted talented Chunin, but they're not on your level, Yugito said as they walked back to the hotel. Naruto and Yugito entered their hotel and found Kakashi and Jiraiya sitting in the lobby talking to Lee and Tenten. Hey Akito, I hear you had some trouble with the Akatsuki in the exams, Jiraiya said, happy to see Naruto was safe. Nothing I couldn't handle, just a team trying to kidnap that Tsuchikage's granddaughter and his brother trying to take advantage, but I think I took care of them both well enough so they won't be bothering me again for a while. At least not alone, Naruto said. Wasn't Kisame with him? Jiraiya queried curiously. No, I guess with the members that I have killed they needed to split up or something, Naruto said. So you three and Kurotsuchi are the first people through, let's just hope the others can get through. So what are you going to do before the finals? Jiraiya said. Well, I was kind of hoping you would train me, Naruto said. Of course, thought you would never ask. What do you want help with? Sealing, taijutsu, ninjutsu? Jiraiya asked, eager to help Naruto. Well, I was going to leave some clones here to work on my sealing, so I was hoping you could help me with some toad ninjutsu. Oh, also, would you be able to teach Yugi-chan some of your hair ninjutsu? They would be really useful for her, Naruto asked, hopeful that his sensei would agree. All right for you. But you owe me spars once a day, and no sage mode. I don't want people to see me with a big nose and warts, Jiraiya said. Deal, I say we start tomorrow. That okay with you, Yugi-chan? Naruto said, turning to Yugito, who nodded. Yes, that will be fine. Now if you will excuse us, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi, we have work to do, Yugito said and dragged Naruto away. Work? What could they possibly need to work on? Kakashi queried. Jiraiya didn't say anything, but he began grinning a very familiar grin and took out his notepad and began taking notes. The next day, Naruto, Jiraiya and Yugito were currently standing in the same training ground Naruto had been teaching Iwaka only a few days ago. So Yugito, you want to learn some hair-related jutsus to make use of your lovely long hair. You know, I always wanted Naruto to grow his out. That spiky hair is perfect for hair jutsu, but he likes his hair short, Jiraiya said, finishing with a pout. That's fine, I like him with his hair that he is now. But I would love to learn some myself, Yugito said happily. Well, anyway, first I want you to learn to grow your hair and control it using chakra. Once that is done, I can start teaching you how to harden it, then we can start learning the jutsus. Naruto, you want to work on Toad style ninjutsu? Well, we can start with your collaboration jutsus. You only have two at the moment, the Toad Water Bullet with Gamatatsu and the Sage Art, White Flames of the Heavens. I suggest working with Kichi to create less deadly jutsu, then try using your Suiten with Kichi's Katen to create steam, Jiraiya said, giving his pupils their task to work on. By the end of the day, Naruto had managed to create a new jutsu for escaping or to attack undercover, a steam cover collaboration jutsu with the help of Gamakichi. He also worked on summoning the Fire Mountain Toad's esophagus and turning things into toads to various levels of efficiency. That was fun, boss. You going to summon me back tomorrow? Gamakichi asked. Yeah, most likely, Kichi. I will make sure I have snacks for you then. Might even bring Tatsu along, Naruto said and gave the large red toad a wave before he dispelled himself back to Myobakuzen. During this time, Yugito was working with Jiraiya on getting her hair to lengthen and bend with chakra. She had managed the first part and was able to lengthen her hair as long as she had chakra running through it. The hair would always return to normal length. She had been worried at first that she wasn't doing it right, but Jiraiya assured her that her hair was supposed to return to normal length once the chakra is removed from the hair. This continued for the next 3 days. On the second day, Shikamaru's team came in after they passed the second task. This left only 1 day. Naruto was beginning to think nobody else would have made it when Kiba barged through the door of the hotel shouting about how he would make Jonin easily now. Naruto was pleased for their team but couldn't help feel for a scouting and tracking team. They should have been able to get back sooner. Naruto could only conclude that they must have had trouble from other teams. The day ended and Naruto guessed that none of the other teams that were staying in the hotel had made it when Team Samui showed up. Phew, we made it. Now I get to compete in the finals. But what if some poor Iwa girl falls in love with me when she witnesses just how good I am in the finals, and then when I leave to return to Kumo she follows me and it starts a war with Iwa because we took in a missing ninja, Omoi said. Loving the day, dreaming Omoi, Naruto said with a small laugh as he went to congratulate the team from Kumo. Kami, Naruto-kun, don't encourage him, Karua said, but gave a defeated sigh when Naruto joined in throwing out possible outcomes to Omoi competing in the finals. Yugito-chan, how do you put up with him? Sure, he's nice, but does he have to encourage Omoi? She said, turning to the Jinchuriki. That's just who Naruto is. He seems to be able to get along with everyone by just understanding how they think. I mean, he got Asama to like him. He even tried to rap with Kirabai. Guess he is just likable even if it annoys you from time to time, Yugito said fondly as she stared at Naruto, who was currently agreeing with Omoi that should he win all of his matches in the finals it would most certainly lead to the Fourth Great Shinobi War, and therefore promised that should they fight Naruto would make sure he won to prevent such a thing from happening. Later that night a letter was delivered to all the teams that had passed the second task. Congratulations on passing the second task and making it to the finals of the Jonin exams. The exams will be held in 10 days in the main arena and will consist of a tournament of single combat matches much like the Chunin exams. The matches will be as follows. The first match will be Chojuro of Kiri vs Choji of Konoha. Second, Amoe of Kumo vs Tenten of Konoha. 3rd, Shikamaru of Konoha vs Kiba of Konoha. 4th, Shinoi of Kumo vs Lee of Konoha. 5th, Naruto of Konoha vs Chukachi of Kiri. 6th, Shino of Konoha vs Kurotsuchi of Iwa. 7th, Hinata of Konoha vs Bai. Team Akatsuchi from Iwa and Team Ao from Kiri, both lost members either to failure, disqualification or death in the first rounds, and as such will only be able to enter those who were able to complete the second task. In attendance will be the Daimos from Earth, Water and Fire countries. Jiraiya the Toad Sanin will be representing Konoha. Iwa will be represented by Sandaime Tuskikage, Oonoki of the Twin Scales. Kumo will be represented by Yondaime Reikage, Kiri will be represented by Godaime Mizukage, Meiterumi. We once again congratulate you and your team for progressing this far and wish you the best of luck in the finals. Yours truly, the Sandaime Tuskikage Oonoki. Well, this looks like it could be a lot of fun, thought Naruto as he absorbed the information and what match he was in. So I'm in the 5th match against someone from Kiri. Now I wish I knew some Raiten, could always make some Raiten seals with Kakashi-sensei's help. I guess he thought as he walked into the bedroom to get some sleep, he needed to be up to begin training again in the morning. Alright everyone, that's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it. I will try to post more as soon as possible. I have already posted the full story over on my Patreon if you are interested in that, link to that is in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.